All right, and we are back. Hopefully this is working. As I was saying, I got the sniffly nose. We sick. We're gonna work out because even when you're sick, you still got to get it in. What's going on, Charles D? How you doing? It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've been live. Been out of town in the boonies with no real good cell phone connection. Hotel internet was trash up in the hills of VA, but now I'm back home. Although I'm homesick. So we're gonna do whatever we do on this real quick workout while we talk about Tank Davis. Ooh, you know you're sick. With a little bit of nothing, you can feel it. Okay, so as I was saying, we got Ryan Garcia, who was supposed to have a tune-up going into the Tank Davis fight. He has canceled that tune-up. How do I feel about that? I think it is a bad idea not to have a tune-up, as Tank Davis is going to be fighting Hector Garcia, as I mentioned earlier. So anytime a guy comes off a longer layoff versus a guy who's fresh, I don't like it. Now, there is some advantages. You don't risk losing. You don't risk injury. Got you. However, here's the issue. Inactivity is not good. We've seen all too often where good fighters have been inactive. They come back and they get starched. Starched bad. And that could happen to Ryan Garcia. Because Tank, he's obviously taking it serious because he's fighting. Now, his opponent, do I like it? No, I do not. Why? Because it's another small fighter who he's moved up in weight. If you don't know, I'm going to tell you. Hector Garcia is a 130-pound fighter, not a 135-pound fighter. His greatest win is against Chris Colbert, which could or could not be good. I don't know because I've never really rated Colbert as other people have. But with that being said, that is who he is going to fight. At least it's a fight versus no fight, which is always better. Let me come back to the chat. What's going on, Prodigal? How you doing? Be put up and down for the count. Let me do this real fast. Hold on. Woo, I got the shivers and I just started working out. That's not good. No, it's not. Oh, your boy is sick. I stay sick. Okay. Boom. If anybody wants to hop on the panel, go ahead. Y'all can hop on the panel while I hit the sets in between. But as I was saying, again, I don't really look at Tank Davis's fight against Hector Garcia as a legitimate fight. Could Hector win? Yeah, it's possible. But like Tank Davis always does, he fights these little guys who move up. That's all he does. People want to be like, but he fought Mario Barrios. Mario Barrios was bigger than him. No, the fuck he wasn't. He really wasn't. Mario Barrios is trash. He never fought nobody, never beat nobody. He never had a real title. Let's get that straight. First and foremost, at 140 pounds at the time before Catterall beat Josh Taylor, even though Catterall was robbed in that fight, Josh Taylor was undisputed. That right there is the end-all be-all for legitimate titles. If you're undisputed, there's no other champion but you, undisputed champion, meaning you cannot dispute who's number one. As I said, it was Josh Taylor at the time because he had not lost to Catterall. He really lost even though he got the win. So Mario Barrios, when I looked into it, was a guy who started at 122 pounds, smaller than where Tank Davis started. He was a string bean, still a string bean. He lost to Tank, got in there, got beat up by Keith Thurman, who no longer has a hairline, who had been playing the flute for over a year doing nothing, and got beat up easily. Although that was at 147, it doesn't matter. He showed no skills, no ability, no talent when he got in there with an old Keith Thurman who looks washed. So again, I don't really rate that win. I don't care how tall he is. Height has nothing to do with size. It has nothing to do with weight. Size and weight is what you carry in your ass. If you ain't got it, you ain't got it. There's no such thing in boxing as a height class. It's a weight class. So it doesn't matter if you're tall. You can be tall and little as fuck. It's irrelevant. So, again, I don't really like the fight that Tank Davis is having, but I don't really hold it against him, as I know we will be getting, supposedly, the Ryan Garcia fight. It's one of them things where you got to knock on wood. I ain't got no wood. But I'm just saying here, knock on wood. There we go. It's one of them things where it's the fight that we want to see. It's a good fight. It's not a championship fight. It's not a fight between champions. We would much rather see Devin Haney versus Tank Davis, Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia. We would rather see Regis Prograis versus Ryan Garcia if he wants to be at 140 pounds. Even if Teofimo Lopez versus Ryan Garcia, epic. Let's see the 135 people fight each other since they both moved up. That's a decent fight. But again, to say that this is a good fight for Tank Davis is ridiculous, because if it wasn't a tune-up, which it is, for the Ryan Garcia fight, I guess because they're both Garcias in last name, that's why it's a tune-up. That's why he picked them. I don't know. But it's really not a good fight, because, again, he's coming up from 135 pounds, meaning he's jumping up a weight class against a guy who couldn't even make 130 pounds when he was 130 pounds. A guy who couldn't make 135 pounds, who missed that, who went up to 140, who's now come back down to 135. So, again, to me, it's just a setup loss for Hector. Could he win? It's possible. Is it likely? No. But we've seen stranger things happen in boxing. We just saw Lomachenko struggle against Ortiz, although I didn't think that was out of the realm of possibilities, because Ortiz, Lomachenko were sparring partners. As sparring partners, you get to know the guy, you get to adapt to him, you get to know what he's going to bring to the fight. So a good fighter, a technical fighter like Lomachenko fighting a guy who sparred many rounds with him may not look as good. It's going to be a completely different fight if Lomachenko and Devin Haney fight. Not saying that Loma can beat Devin. I'm just saying that you can't really base, like a lot of the media is doing, Loma's bad performance against Ortiz when you take into account they've been around each other for several rounds. Ortiz knows him. He knows what he's going to do. He knows what to prepare for. Completely different than fighting somebody you never fought before. I digress. Back to the point. Again, for Ryan, I think it's a very bad move. You don't want to go in there ring rusted. Even if you stay in the gym nonstop, look at film, study it, train, emulate sparring sessions with guys like Tank Davis is not the same as a real fight, because at the end of the day, people can say, oh, I got the better of this guy in sparring. Case in point, prediction I got wrong. Dillian White stated that he knocked out Tyson Fury more than once whenever they were sparring partners. However, when they really fought, we saw what happened, because there are conditions that happen in sparring that are not going to happen in a real fight. When you spar somebody, you could have been running 10 miles before you sparred them. You could have been on the bags for 3 hours before you got in the ring and sparred them. There are things that happen in sparring beforehand that will not happen in a real fight. You will not be 10% by the time you get in the ring with somebody who may be fresh. So they get the advantage. On fight night, it's completely different. Let me hit this next set before I get too cold. Let's see how this lightweight feels. Because, like I said, I'm sick, not feeling it. I'm actually feeling really, really sore in the chest, and I haven't even done nothing. All right, let's pick it up to 315. Don't know how it's gonna go, but we gonna see. Whatever I get. If it's 1 rep, it's 1 rep. If it's 4 reps like I want, it's 4 reps like I want. But being sick, I'm just doing this to do it. That's it. And if I get no reps, we'll take it light. But again, I'm gonna come to the chat, see what y'all wrote, and then commence the boxing talk and work out at the same time. I wasn't gonna go live because I don't feel good. However, I figured I would go live because I haven't done a live in forever. So let me go read the chat before y'all feel like I'm neglecting y'all. I don't think anybody tried to join in the background. All right, let's go here. Prodigal said, this fight is kind of a spiritual successor to Mayweather versus De La Hoya. Will this be Ryan's toughest fight? Right there with you, brother, finally getting over the sickness. What's going on, Pratt? I haven't seen you in forever. I don't believe for a second Tank will fight Ryan next. Ryan will whoop Tank, bro. The spam boys don't know anything about styles. I agree. I think Ryan Garcia can beat Tank Davis. However, maybe he can't. Maybe he's too overconfident. Maybe that's why he's not taking his tune-up. And because he's not taking his tune-up, maybe he loses. Maybe he loses. Maybe Tank fights a guy who is ill-prepared. See, I've always said that Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia is going to look like whenever Ryan Garcia fought Fonseca. Tank is going to run into that left hook. He's just going to run into it. And the thing about it is people talk about Tank Davis's power. Power, 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 which is good. He does have power. He's got a lot of power. But Tank Davis has never fought a guy who can hit as hard as him. And I believe Ryan Garcia can hit every bit as hard as Tank Davis. I believe it. So we are going to find out, while everybody talks about Ryan has no chin, we're going to see how much of a chin Tank Davis has. Because this is the first time in my mind I can think of that he's getting in there with a guy with real fucking power. Not just real power, but real power that comes at lightning speed. That's the thing about Ryan. Ryan doesn't just hit hard, he hits very fast. He's very quick with his hands. So, with Tank being so short at 5'5", Ryan being at 5'10", he's there to be hit coming in, especially by that left hook. So, it's going to be interesting stylistically, but again, I have to come back to this. With me knowing that Ryan Garcia is not taking the tune-up like Tank is, there's the possibility that there is latency, there is delay, there is mental lag, and he's not going to be able to catch Tank because he's going to be just that. You got to understand, at the elite level, everybody is talented, everybody is good. There's only small separations that separate these fighters from each other at the elite. And if Ryan is just lacking just slightly, there's a possibility he can't time Tank. There's a possibility he'll be too slow and Tank will be in. And then Ryan, I will say this, he doesn't have the best head movement and he doesn't have the best feet when he's trying to escape. So there's that. If Tank gets in on him and Ryan can't time him and get away, I could see Ryan getting laid down. I could. It's not a gimme fight. Especially knowing how long it's been since Ryan's been in the ring whenever he'll get in there with him. It's been a while since he fought for a tuna. By the time the Tank fight comes around, it would have been a while. Let me see. Let me go back to the chat. Does Avenesian have a case for Crawford's glove gate? I'm going to respond to this because I think this is a very relevant. I made a video on it, but we're going to get to that. Ryan will keep Tank at bay and try to clip him as he lunges in to close the gap. Maybe Ryan is just training in training mode and thus wants a longer training camp. Let me try to do this set. We'll talk on that. Again, like I said though, Prodigal, I said this earlier. I don't know if you were in here. Training, yeah, you weren't here. Training does not relate to fighting. Yes, you can train. Yes, you can prepare. But it's completely different than actually fighting. I believe somebody who fights often, barring no injuries, barring no hard fights, no wars, if you go in there, you win, you dominate, and you don't take a lot of damage, I believe a fighter who fights actively is better than somebody who spends their life in the gym training because it just prepares you better. So here we go. I'm sick. I'm weak. We're going to try to do this lightweight. Y'all seen me do more than this several times. If I only get 1 rep, I'm 1 rep. If I only get 2 reps, I'm 2 reps. If I get 3, 4, whatever. But I'm not going to push it. I'm not going to push this today. I'm just trying to get the blood in the chest. especially with everything on me hurting. So there's that. All right. All right. Here we go. I just want to get 2 to 4 while I'm sick and I'll be happy. And then next week when I'm feeling better, we can take it back up to like 325, 335, maybe 345. But right now, we just need to get through this. All right. It's not that heavy. I could have done 4, but I don't think it'd be wise to do 4, feeling like I'm feeling. Again, this is real lightweight. It's only 315. It's not heavy, but your boy is sick, and I got a stiffly nose. So, before we go back to Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis, let's talk about glove game. So, I want to see something here. Okay, so let's talk about David Avenesian real fast, and then I'll get to the comments after I cover this. Does he have a case against Terrence Crawford? No, I do not believe he does. I do not believe there's anything David Avenesian can do as far as Terrence Crawford is concerned. However, with that being said, I do think he has a case against the commission. Now, the commission is the reason why the fight continued. The referee, she did her job. She saw the malfunctions in the glove and immediately took Terrence Crawford over there for them to get inspected. It was the commission, the state commission, that said they are good, let's continue. Here's the bad look. After the gloves were busted, David Avenesian gets knocked out in the same round. Bad look, especially when it was the 6th round. So that means before the glove malfunction, for 5 rounds, whether Terrence was winning or not is irrelevant. He survived 5 rounds, no issues, while the gloves were intact, okay? The first round, where the gloves are now malfunctioned, meaning that they broke at the seams, he gets knocked out. The very first round it happens, and he gets knocked out right after the malfunction happens, not there too long after. So here's the deal. Here's what I know about boxing gloves. Boxing gloves are made to a very tight tolerance, okay? And if you break the seam, the issue is they're no longer compressed on the inside. Air fills up and the padding is allowed to slide, okay? I'm not saying this happened, but it is a possibility. While Terrence is swinging and hitting, the padding could have slipped and knuckles, well, it really wouldn't be knuckles to chin, because you got to understand, you have a lot of gauze and tape. So basically he could have ran into gauze and tape and very little or no padding and been like a brick wall. Now, with that being said, I think David Avenesian has a very strong case to do a no contest, which means the win is taken from Terrence Crawford and the loss is taken away. It's a no contest, meaning the results don't matter. They're irrelevant. That is what he should be going for. To go for Bud, who did nothing wrong besides have malfunctioning gloves, unless they can prove through forensics evidence that it happened by Terrence, which would be hard because Everlast has already taken the blame for it, there's no case to be had against Terrence Crawford. You can't go after him. It's the commission that you have to target. It's the commission that allowed it. Like I said, the referee did a great job. She saw it immediately and took him to the corner. Most referees would have let it go and we would have never known about it until way after the fact. And that would have been worse. So that's what I believe with this fight, with this glove game. It needs to be taken up and addressed with the commission and possibly get overturned to a no contest. That's how I see it. Now let me get back to the comments before I hit the next set. All right, here we go. Ryan will keep tanking Bay and try. Okay, I already read that. I don't know who this is. Jay Spay. I don't know who this is. Type in the private chat who you are in the background. We got LT, my biggest fan. He said 3 people. That's cool. I haven't been live in eons, so it is what it is. But I appreciate you always coming to my channel when I'm live, being my #1 fan, starting a website about me. I appreciate it. I love the fact, LT, that you have me on your sheets on your bed, and you fall asleep with my face behind your head on your pillow, as if I'm spooning you because that's what you into. You like me that much. That's what you want to happen. So I appreciate you being my #1 fan. Now let's go to the private chat. I'm AJ. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Boom. Yo,
It's me, Tony.
I got you. Hold on. Let me get to these comments and then we'll talk. Fair enough. Who would be a logical tune-up for Ryan, though? I forget who he was supposed to fight. Tony, I think Ryan is working on something and he needs time. He might surprise us all, come out fight night. In my opinion, Crawford is a fraud. Haven't found anyone in their prime unless he beats someone like Spence, Boots, Ortiz, Charlo. I won't believe in that hype. He ducked Pacquiao, and it's on record. He did not duck Pacquiao at all. I have to disagree. Bob Arum was on record saying he did not want Pacquiao to fight Terrence Crawford because Terrence Crawford would end his career. Bob Arum said that, not Bud. Let me hit that, AJ, and then we'll talk. Or you can just chop it up, and I'll listen.
What's the story to talk tonight, man? What's going on?
Tank Davis fighting another guy, and Hector Garcia, who's moving up. So he's fighting another small man moving up. And Ryan Garcia is no longer having his tune-up fight.
I wonder why that is. That's very peculiar. You like Hector's chances?
I really should be going for 4, but I'm sick as shit, and I'm not going to do it. I am not going to have that shit sit on my chest on live so people can make videos about me.
Shit, bro. At least you working out.
Hell yeah. Like, I look at it like this, AJ. I'm sick. I feel like I stay sick. But comes with the territory of my job. I'm around sick patients all the time. But here's the deal. What I'm not doing, somebody else is, even though I'm not competing. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, I can't keep myself. I got to keep working out, or I'm never going to get back to where I want to be. So it is what it is.
That's facts.
Let me see the chat real fast, and then you can talk about how you feel about that. Yeah, but they're both true. But the difference is there's a chronological order to things. He said that first. However, after Terrence started tearing up the 135, the 140 division, after he took over as undisputed, Bob Arum then said he would end Pacquiao. So while it was true at one point in time, what you wrote, you got to understand there's always a chronological order. What came first? Context, it matters. I don't know if Ryan is still with Golden Boy or not. I assume he is, but it seems like Oscar's been talking shit about him.
I think he still is. I don't think he left yet.
Oscar De La Hoya been talking shit about him, though, every time I hear him talk about Ryan.
He's getting fed up with Ryan, if I'm being honest.
Well,
it's been a minute, Tony. How you been, man?
I've been good. How about yourself?
All right. Cold as fuck out here in the Cali, so shit.
Oh, you in Cali?
Haven't been sick yet, but I've been congested and allergies and all that bullshit. So
yeah. Were you always in Cali?
Always. I never left.
Oh shit! I thought you was somewhere else.
Nope. Always Cali boy, bro, through and through.
Yeah, I should have known from the neutral talk, the neutral accent. You have no accent, and that's very California.
uh,
Like
oh,
you
shit.
go up north, they sound like me. You go down south, they talk real slow like this. And then you go to Cali, it's like you. It's very
Yeah, it's
neutral.
it. It's just normal. Shit, yeah, it's just normal, bro. That's it.
And let's just say like certain words like car, buster. Get in the car, buster.
By the way, how's the thanks for shaving, by the way. I caught that live stream. I wish I jumped on.
Oh
But I was
yeah,
being
yeah,
shy.
yeah. The beard is gone. I'm
I
gonna
see
grow it back. I'm gonna
you kept
grow it back, but I just need time to
you kept you
mentally
know no, you
prepare
kept
for
it
that
off.
itchy face.
You kept it off. I see. I know. I noticed. So
Yeah,
far.
because you gotta understand, like for me, whenever I get to about a month and a half to 2 months, it is like a nightmare. It is so painful, so itchy for about 3 to 4 days.
Mm,
And in the back of my mind, I don't want to go through them 3 or 4 days again.
heard that shit.
Although I really wanted to shave my head with the beard. I should have shaved my head while I had the beard.
I know it's fellas. I'm watching it. It's like, bro, you didn't have to actually shave the stash. You could have just got rid of the beard, bro. And I'm like, you just chopped it all off. I'm like, that's all.
No, I don't look right with a mustache. Can't do that. All right, let's see. What did he write? He said he wanted to see Taylor versus Crawford. I don't
That's
think
not.
that's what happens.
Nah,
I
yeah, I doubt that too. I mean, like it could happen, but it can only happen to Josh. Okay, was he? We have to be see if he beats Catterall first in that rematch. But honestly, I think he'll win this time around. He'll get it right. He'll win, and then I honestly I want to see the Regis Pro Ray unification match rematch. If I like them to run it back instead of seeing him move up to 147 because if he moves up, all right, so he can make himself Crawford's Mando, I guess. But at the same time, it's like, what else are you going to do in 147 besides Crawford? It's pretty much you're going to be in no man's land just like he was. Like, I don't think Top Break has a lot of welterweights for you to fight. And it's all
Well, the thing
political.
is, AJ, I think the PBC would jump on Taylor immediately after seeing the Catterall fight. Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
I don't think that fight is a true representation of Josh Taylor's abilities. I just think that he showed his flaws. If he gets in there with a very smooth mover, like
Yes.
if Mayweather was still around, he's gonna lose every
Oh, yeah.
single time. He
100%.
can't fight that style. But outside of Rashidi Ellis, who fights like Catterall in welterweight? Nobody.
No.
They're going to play to his strength. They're going to come towards him. Terrence is going to come towards him, although I think Terrence can beat him.
Mm-hmm.
Boots is going to come towards him. Ortiz is going to come towards him.
Mm-hmm.
Stanionis is going to come towards him.
Yep.
Earl Spence is going to come towards him.
Yep.
Like all the top guys are very front-footed fighters outside of Rashidi Ellis.
Because you said that, like, you said PBC would jump on him it all depends on if he wins that rematch. I mean, if he wins the rematch, yeah. I mean, if he wins, then I don't know. I mean, do you think he'll stay there if he wins?
What I believe is happening is this is what I honestly believed. I think Bob Arum is waiting. Well, never mind. I retract that. Sorry. Terrence is no longer with Bob Arum. What
Nope.
I always believed it was Bob was waiting for Crawford to fight Spence. Crawford, in his mind, beats Spence, and then Crawford moves up to 154, and then Taylor comes into 147. That's how I thought it was being moved. That's why they were dragging his feet with moving him up. But I don't know what happens now. I mean, I would have thought Bob Arum would have just talked Josh Taylor into fighting Bud next while he had all the belts. You could do it that way. Your premier fighter and Josh Taylor beats Terrence Crawford. Now it's like, fuck you. You didn't sign with me. I threw you in the gauntlet now, bitch.
Because, like, honestly, if he goes to the UK for that fight, it could still be pretty big. Because he can't come to the US. He on the ban list?
I don't think so.
Because I thought he was part of that Kinahan 600 ban list that fighters that couldn't come to the US. If I'm not mistaken.
I don't even know if that ban list exists anymore.
Yeah. I'm curious about that.
I don't even know if that ban list was real. I don't know if that was real some YouTube bullshit for fake ass news like a lot of channels like to do.
Yeah. Either way, it's a good fight. I still like to see it. Believe it or not, Taylor Crawford is pretty good. I mean, regardless of what happens, but I'm open to it. What about you?
Yeah, I would like to see it. I mean, I don't think.
I mean, let's be because Josh Taylor, I think he'll fit in the 147 fight. He's a big guy, so
Yeah, he's real big. He
yeah,
was huge next to Crawford.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, so I think he'll fit in the 147 just fine. It shouldn't be any different for him. I mean, he'll handle the weight fine.
Let me hit this last set.
Yep.
Then I'll come back. Like I said, we only hit it 3 while I'm sick instead of 4 or going heavier. We're going to stick with lightweight at 315 where I know I'm not going to die.
Get in 4. Come on.
Nah, not like this. Not like this. If I'm going to die under some weight, it's going to be 400 plus. I'm not going to die to 315.
Heard that.
Who's in the background? Prodigals in the background.
What's going on, fellas?
What up, man?
I'm well. How are you guys doing?
Oh, not bad.
Excellent. So, what's the main topic? Are we still on Ryan and Tank?
You can say it about it.
I think, like I was saying in the chat, I think maybe Ryan's just, as you were saying, he's just looking at wanting to train some more. And just, I don't know, I guess with just the extended training, it might be beneficial to him because I believe he's probably one of those fighters who he fights to people's levels. So I feel like even though he won't have a tune-up, he would fight to Tank's level. And, based upon, whatever Tank's level is, he would either win or lose.
You mean so you're saying like Ryan's like the type of fighter who fights to the level of competition?
Yeah. I feel like he's the type of fighter who would fight to somebody's level of competition. And he could be like one of those people who rise to the occasion based upon that.
Yeah, I hear you. Because Tony, I don't know if you noticed.
I don't know if I can agree with that because I think about Ryan Garcia and outside of to-go and the one knockdown he had against Luke Campbell, he pretty much goes out there and dominates everybody. Like, the problem with to-go was he wouldn't engage. He literally ran. He didn't even try to fight.
To-go fought a very negative fight. He came there to survive and he tried to win. When you get in there with guys like that, it's really hard to do anything and look good against those kind of guys.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, Fortuna started running from Ryan as well, but Ryan showed like adaptability where he started cutting off the ring with Fortuna, which he couldn't do against to-go. So it showed growth. I mean, you could be right. He could be wanting more time with Goosen to really hone in on them as a coach-fighter duo, but I don't know if it's the right move.
I mean, Fortuna still tried to. Sorry, my bad. Just one sec. Fortuna still just tried to. From what I can see, he tried to engage, but once he felt Ryan's power, that's when he became hesitant. And then Ryan just pretty much he looked real good in that fight. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, and you got to remember, AJ. Everybody said he was scared of Fortuna because he didn't take the fight initially.
Including me. I was one of those people, but I felt like a fool afterwards. It's like, fuck, why didn't you fight him in the first place, bro? You would have if you'd have beat him this easy.
I still think he was working off of he's working off the stuff that he had from the Canelo camp, right? So I feel like him teaming up with Goosen, he had a lot of sort of chinks in his armor that he had to kink out and just basically change his boxing.
Yeah, it's going to take a few fights.
Yeah.
To work out the kinks. Yeah, with a new trainer. Now, it's not just going to take one fight because I think Oscar Valdez was the same thing. Like when he first teamed up with the Reynosos, he wasn't looking too shabby. But then once we saw him with Richelt, oh, hello. Here we go.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oscar Valdez had some tea helping him out as well.
That too.
Still think Conor Benn is innocent, Tony?
Fuck no. I never thought he was innocent. That was a joke. I was just joking.
Oh,
okay. I'm about to say, I just assumed that he was trying to get pregnant. That he got beat up by Eubank. I figured, he was trying to have his baby, so he was getting them pills ready. He was going to start ovulating and be ready to go.
Yeah, apparently Terrence Crawford's gloves were loaded. What do y'all think about that?
Negative.
Yeah, that's what we were just saying. Yeah, it was a miraculous punch of God that as soon as he knocked out Evanesian, his gloves just split.
What I can't understand is like how his team filed like a complaint with the athletic commission, and the Brett's like, okay, so you want to run it back so David could what get knocked the fuck out again? Like is that what we? I mean, like I don't understand what the whole point of logic behind that is.
I mean, you got to understand, there's always some type of delusion that comes with fighting.
Well, I mean, but there was no. I mean, like honestly, there was no. I mean, okay, I'm no glove expert per se, but from what I can see, it looked like the gloves just tore. You know what I mean?
They're fucking hard. Those were he had, if I'm not mistaken, those are Everlast MX gloves, right? So those are made of horsehair, and like he basically is a puncher's glove. So what horsehair, it's not necessarily the most padding because you're trying to fill your knuckles through. It's that type of glove because it's a puncher's glove, which means he's able to generate however much power that he has to be able to put dudes out. But what they're saying is that glove had to be used before. That's why it split that way, because it was like there's no way that if it's a fresh new glove that it's able to just tear at the seam like that.
Yeah, right. But the problem is, the issue that they're going to have is, if that's the route they want to run with, Everlast has already came out and taken fault.
Yes, they came out and released a statement, so it's like, okay, it's not like but according to the some narrative pushers and critics, Everlast is in on the plot. Like what plot? Like what like they came out and pretty much took responsibility, so it's like they like the complaint, it's gonna go nowhere. You know what I mean?
But it's like what I was saying is though, there's always some type of delusion when it comes to fighting, because as a fighter, you don't feel like you could ever lose, and if you do lose, you try to look for any out, and that's what he's doing. Just like if we go to the other glove gate, people thought Deontay Wilder stood a chance in the third fight. Oh, if Mark Greenland wouldn't have thrown the towel, he could have came back. He wasn't going to get knocked out, etc., etc., etc. What happened in the third fight? He got his ass put to sleep. Well, there you go. You got what you wanted. They didn't stop the fight. The motherfucker snoring. Good job. You looked out for Wilder. Just like David. This glove malfunction happened. In the back of his mind, he's thinking, okay, the only reason why he lost is because the gloves malfunctioned, because they broke apart. That's the only reason why he knocked me out. If the gloves were good, then I won't lose. But it's going to be the same result because he was getting out boxed.
That's what I'm saying. He was winning anyway. And honestly, the way Terrence knocked him out, I think he could have done it like maybe a round or two sooner.
I don't know.
It's just like the punch that counter righty threw. It's like, oh shit, damn man. It's like, it looked like at first it didn't even look like it was that hard, but then like I saw the other angles, and it's like that landed flush on the chin, and I'm like, I wonder if he could have done that sooner if he wanted.
I don't know. I mean, again, he could have got flattened in that sixth round because the glove integrity was gone. But whether he got the knockout or not, he was severely outboxing David Evanesian. It wasn't a competitive fight.
Yeah, he was winning. He was.
And that's the thing. It's one thing. My thing is this for David's side. It's one thing if you're winning the fight or you're competitive in the fight and then you get hit and go to sleep. Then we could have the realization, the argument that, okay, maybe if the gloves were messed up, he could have won or done a lot better. However, if you're getting outboxed for 6 rounds straight, there's no way, whether the gloves had a part to do with it or not, it's going to be the same result because you're getting outboxed.
In my opinion, I mean, Terrence was like, regardless, glove tear, no glove tear, Terrence was going to get him anyway. He was going to get to him.
I mean, yeah. I'm just saying it's a bad look that it happened in the same round, but the gloves integrity was gone.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because they were, I think, before the round, the ref said, "Okay, we'll do this round, and we'll swap them out." So yeah.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never seen gloves. I can't even recall a fight where gloves were changed in the middle of a fight.
Technically, Amir Khan and Kell Brook, they kind of did that because remember, Kell Brook was wearing fly gloves initially, and then before the fight started, Amir Khan had him change the gloves to, I think, Grant.
Say what you just said again. The key word.
Which was what?
The key word. When did it happen?
Oh, before the fight, yeah.
Before. What I said was I've never seen gloves change during a fight. I cannot recall a fight. I can't remember ever reading about a fight, seeing a fight, being ringside to a fight where the gloves were changed in the midst of battle.
The midst of battle, I like that term.
Fair enough.
Can you recall at any point in time where gloves were changed after the second round, third round, fourth round, even the first round, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, or in the 12th? I can't recall one fight.
No, I can't either. I can't. I have to do some research to see if that actually happened.
Yeah, because I mean, once the commission signs off on the gloves, that just means the gloves are good to go. So it's kind of like an oddity that you would have that, a glove change, unless something like severe, like again, like something very severe happens to the glove where it's damaged or what have you. But even then, if you break your hand in a glove, you still have to fight.
Right.
And plus, from what I can see, like the tears, they were like
in the history of boxing where gloves have been changed in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, because where I can tell, like it seems where the tears were, the right thumb area and then the left area to the side, they were torn at the knuckle. From what I can see, because I tried to look at it when I rewatched the fight.
It doesn't matter where it was torn. The minute it's torn and it's open, that padding is going to slip and slide.
Yeah. But either way, I mean, I think it had no bearing on the outcome. Terrence still was going to knock him out anyway, regardless of whether the gloves tore or not.
I don't know. Yeah. Possibly. Yeah. But I think there's a high probability that the glove malfunction did have to do with the knockout in the round where the gloves malfunction did. I think it is very plausible that David ran into straight gauze and tape with no foam padding in between. By foam padding, I mean the horsehair foam mixture.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that horsehair is thin. Like if you ever put on a horsehair glove, it's very thin and you can actually feel your knuckles through the pad. So you're feeling that gauze wrap like in your glove. You can feel it because you can feel it through. So it's a very soft padding. So like I said, it's a puncher's glove, and puncher's gloves, they don't really have much paddings anyway.
No wonder why that was so heavy. Okay, I just did an incline set of 8, and I really thought I still had 135 on there, and it was 225. I was thinking in the back of my mind, why the fuck does this feel so heavy?
Oh.
That's how sick I am. I don't even remember putting the other weights on. Fuck. Anyways, I'm sorry. I digress.
But Tony, I've come around to Ryan. By the way, it's like I think Ryan. I'm giving Ryan a good chance in that fight against Tank if it happens.
I don't know.
Not for sure now.
But with him going in there rusty, I really don't know.
When's the last?
When was his last fight? How many Because
how long ago?
Wasn't it like a couple months ago?
Yeah, but you can't base it off of that. You got to base it off come April, May when the fight's going to happen against Tank.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's going to be damn near a year, and if that's the case. Here.
So that's the thing. While from today's day, it's not that long ago. When the fight actually happens, it will be. So I don't know. I think if Tank's going to beat him, this is the best opportunity Tank has to beat him.
He should fight Rolly. I think that would be the next best logical tune-up for him, for Ryan, if he was to fight. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I don't see that happening.
Nah, I doubt he would.
I got Ryan beating him. I mean, but, it's just that the politics and shit.
Yeah, I think Rolly would get decimated. And the PBC wouldn't allow that to happen because if Rolly gets knocked out within the first couple of rounds, it's going to make Tank look very, very bad, especially if the fight doesn't happen.
Exactly.
So that's one of them fights where I don't think it would happen. I know Ryan was chasing Easton Cruz on 2 different occasions, and that little short.
Deduct him.
I was going to use a select word, but I'm not going to use it. That little short dude ran from it for his dear life.
Well, his manager fucked up the fight too as well. He was a large factor. I mean, I kind of want to believe that Isaac wanted the fight, but his manager threw a wrench in that shit.
Yeah, they came out and stated that was the reason why on both occasions it didn't happen.
Ridiculous. Then he ordered WBC ordered him to fight Shakur. I just laughed when that happened. I'm like, that fight's not happening. And it showed up like Isaac and his dad came out talking about like, oh yeah, we want Lomachenko next. I'm like, bruh, he's about to fight like that. Like, where the hell are y'all at? Like, are y'all on the same planet or some shit?
Well, the thing I don't like, now that you brought up Lomachenko, is it looks like Devin Haney's doing everything he can to get out of that fight.
Yeah, the Ramadan and stuff. I know. Yeah, it's frustrating.
But even before he came up with that excuse, it was, oh, I'd rather fight Shakur.
Well, that's not gonna happen. I mean, well, first off, I have Shakur beating Devin if they fight. I just wanted to put that out there. But yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's just God. I keep wanting to give Devin the benefit of the doubt, but he's making it hard. He really is.
Well, this is how I think Bob's trying to come at it. Because Bob is notorious, in my opinion, for retiring his pristine fighters with his up-and-coming pristine fighters. What I think he's trying to do is to put Lomachenko in there with Devin.
Yep.
He's hoping that Loma will beat the shit out of Devin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then after that's done, whether they have a rematch or not, or Devin gets beat up so bad, he's like, I can't make the weight. That's why I lost. And he moves up. He's going to push Shakur in there immediately against Lomachenko in hopes that Shakur beats him. So therefore, he now has a money generator.
Yeah. I mean, it could the way the fight goes, Shakur could either fight the Lomachenko if he wins or loses, in my opinion, personally. I mean, because it's I'm trying to think. It's because I think it all depends on if Devin wins, because this is the last fight on his that deal he signed. So if he wins, I think Top Rank will want to keep him around. They probably wouldn't want to get rid of him. But if he loses, then they'll probably just go back to Eddie now. We don't need you no more. You know what I mean? Loma's got all the belts, and they could honestly he could then Shakur could just fight Loma for like undisputed. He can go like right into that fight, and it'll be a big fight.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that's in my opinion. Yeah. Bob is going to try to retire Lomachenko with Shakur. That's his goal.
Yeah. That'll be like an official passing of the torch type fight.
Right.
I mean, in my opinion, if Loma loses, I'll get your opinion on this in a sec. But if Loma does lose, depending on how he loses, I don't think he'll lose in a bad. If he does lose, I don't think it'll be in a bad way. And Shakur can still fight him right after.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
No.
If Loma loses, Bob won't put him in there with Shakur because Bob would be too scared that Shakur loses. Then he's done. It's over.
By the way, who you got in the fight anyway with Devin and Loma? You making a prediction yet? Or
I don't know. The thing is
yes, you do. Let's hear it.
I really don't know because there's so many factors going into this fight. There's Lomachenko's age. That's a huge factor because Lomachenko is a speed fighter. He relies on agility, speed, and reaction. And the older you get, you start losing that. And you no longer have it. And that's the type of fighter you are. It doesn't bode well for later in your career.
Did you see did you see his last fight against Ortiz?
No, I missed the fight, but I heard it was a war.
Oh, you never saw it?
No, I never watched it.
Oh yeah, you need to check it out. It's on YouTube for free. You could look at it. Ortiz showed a good account of himself. Pretty much the pattern of the fight was like both Loma was sharp early on, but Ortiz was a bit sharper. He's a good fighter. I really like him. He's a good fighter. And but as the fight wore on, the pace Loma set just kind of caught up to Ortiz, and he faded down the stretch a bit. And Loma was just there. I mean, he was still close. I think 7-5, more accurate, like in terms of scoring. I really didn't score, but apparently, in my opinion, Loma just did enough just to edge it on points. But Loma grinded out her decision, and Ortiz showed a good account of himself. But that was just the story of the fight. The pace Loma set, like it was hard for Ortiz to keep up with, and Loma just kind of started picking him apart and wearing him down to this and that. Didn't get a stoppage, but there's still some A lot of people saying like, oh, he's washed, he's finished at this. No, I'm like, no, he was in there with a live young guy, a live dog, and he's a little older now, but still, he's still got enough in the tank, I'd say.
He's also coming back from a war.
Thank you, that too.
Yeah, but I was speaking on this earlier, AJ. I don't know if you were in here yet, but there's a big factor that a lot of people don't factor in. It's the most important factor in that fight. Ortiz was Lomachenko's sparring partner, and they had several rounds together.
Yes.
So Ortiz had a tactical advantage that other fighters won't have going into that fight. He already knew what Loma was going to bring. He already knew what Loma does. He's already seen all the angles that Loma fights at. So that helped him going into that fight because he was fully prepared, being that he already had fought him several times in sparring. That's something that Devin Haney's not going to have an advantage of. He's never been in the ring with him, whether it be real fights or sparring. It's all going to be brand new in the moment. Whereas Ortiz, it was rinse and repeat. I've seen this a million times.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's also fair to say that Loma would probably be the fastest fighter Haney has fought as well.
Yeah, despite his age. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Because I say maybe not because you got to look at it like this. Tio kept up with Loma, right? Then Kambosos was significantly faster than Tio, and then Devin was significantly faster than Kambosos. So I don't know how fast Lomachenko's going to be in there next to Devin. He might actually.
Let me change that. Most technically sufficient.
Yeah, by far.
You talk about Devin, right, with George?
No.
No, we were saying with Loma, because I was saying Loma's probably the fastest fighter that Haney would probably fight. But I would say Loma's probably the most technically superior fighter than anybody that Haney has seen.
I'd say so.
Is it too early to call the Plant versus Benavidez fight?
Oh, Benavidez gonna beat his ass. Benavidez is gonna hurt that boy. He gonna get hurt.
Tony, I know a lot of people think that, including myself, but I just got this weird sneaking suspicion that the fight's going to be a little more competitive than what people realize.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really competitive, actually.
Ain't no fucking way. This Caleb is trash.
No love for sweet hands.
I was saying
man.
He went 11 with Nello before he got stopped. I will say that. I'd expect him to go that long. So,
because Canelo has one chink in his armor. He's not good against rangy, mobile fighters.
Movers, guys who box. Movers. He's not good against movers. Yeah.
So that was the chink in his armor in that fight. That's the only reason why it went as long as it did. But the thing about it is, David is taller, he's longer, he's bigger, and he fights at a pace that Caleb has never seen. And regardless if Caleb knocked out Darrell or not, he's not going to do that to Benavidez. It's not going to fucking happen. Benavidez is going to get in there and show the world why he's the two-time WBC champion and never lost the belt in the ring.
I smell another bet coming on.
Oh. What I got to say now? The hair on my head?
But I'm just glad the fighting. It's about time. It should have happened a long time ago, if I'm being honest.
Well, the thing is, everybody's been afraid of Benavidez. Nobody wants to fight him.
The first time, didn't his promoter fuck up the fight? Benavidez, he poured a cold water on the top of we need to bet the fight you with, and
I don't know about that.
He was on camera saying it. Ray IQ, he keeps the video in his archives and he likes to show it often just to show who messed up the fight first.
AJ,
and yes,
AJ,
yes.
I'm just thinking in the back of my mind, I have to state this. Caleb Truax was putting the beats on fucking Plant.
What's funny, I never actually saw that fight. I need to rewatch that.
Bro, watch that fucking fight. Plant should have lost that fight. It went to decision.
No.
That was Truex at the peak of his powers after he beat DeGale and lost to DeGale.
You think Caleb Plant lost?
He lost that fight.
Wow.
I don't remember that fight too well.
I don't watch that.
Didn't Truex get cut pretty bad in that fight, if I remember correctly?
I don't recall a cut. You could be right, but I don't remember. I don't remember.
But wasn't that still kind of like was Plant a champion at that point? Or
No.
In the Truex fight, right?
Yeah, in the Truex fight. I don't believe he was a champion yet.
Oh no, he had the belt. He had the title.
He did?
Yeah. It was right before the Canelo fight. It was early last year.
Oh, I didn't think he had the title in that fight.
He had the title. Yeah, he won it from who did he get it from? It was Kentucky. Then he made 3 defenses, and that was one of them.
Okay. Well, regardless, he should have lost that fight. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
I gotta watch that shit. That's shocking. That's shocking to me.
100 and almost 1 degree fever, working out in the cold, in the garage. Like y'all can't rely on my memory right now.
You don't think the dark horse of '68 is David Morrell?
No. You know why?
Why?
Because Benavidez was trying to fight him and he ran from him.
Yeah, that's and like it's this whole PBC cloud chaser thing is getting pretty embarrassing because we also have somebody else who's about to run up to 126. I think he goes by the name of what's his name? Oh yeah, Stephen Fulton, right? Because the monster is coming for his ass, and when he gets there,
people say Inouye might lose to him though. That's the thing.
This is what I can't. It's a good fight. That's what I'm saying. I mean, and all he wants, he's going to go for it. I mean, plus 90, he's undisputed. He could easily make himself as mandatory. And it's like now because the last video I seen, I caught a video on Twitter, and like now, Fulton's not really that receptive to the fight, especially if it has to take place in Japan.
Well, it's definitely going to have to go wherever Inouye wants to fight because he's
the cash cow. Not Stephen Fulton. Nobody really knows who he is over here.
You got to look at it like this. He's a 3-division champion, undisputed, and now this is going to be his 4th weight class. Like, you got to go where he goes.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, yeah, he's the ace. He's the star, and it's not you, bro. You know what I mean? But the question is, are you going to fight him? That's the thing.
The only thing is, the only way I can see Fulton having bargaining chips is if he makes undisputed in his own weight class, which.
MJ, that's not happening. He's not going to fight MJ. I don't think that fight's happening. Like we've heard nothing.
Beat MJ. I think MJ may beat the brakes off of him.
This is what I'm saying. I mean, like I think that's honestly a 50-50 fight. I'm leaning towards. I was leaning towards. I don't know to pick with that when it comes to that one. I was edging Fulton, but it's like now, I don't think the fight. It's not going to happen because there's no headway on that at all. It's like the last I heard about it, Fulton was coming out on Twitter like calling Eddie. Hey, you're gonna make the fight. It's like, why are you talking to him? He's not your promoter. Like, right. like, why don't you holler at the big wigs at the PBC for making a fight? Like, if they let you leave, which we all know they're not going to. So yeah. I
think he has to run it back with Figueroa because that's his mandatory.
They ordered that for the interim WBC title. Go figure. I don't know why they do that.
Oh, okay.
He's not even a featherweight yet, and they ordered that fight.
I don't like Figueroa. I hate that dude.
Why?
His face. He's just the look to him. Like there's something about the way he looks. I just want to punch him.
You should see his sister though. His sister's like she's a good-looking woman.
Yeah, I would hit him and hit his sister at the same time. You know what I mean? Like,
I think we all would. I think we all would. Shit, for real. Like,
it's just I don't know what it is. Like. It's just, you ever seen somebody whose face, you just want to punch him for whatever reason, you don't know why, but you just know you want to hit him? It's just something about the way he looks. I don't like him.
Now, I'm telling you, like, you saw the Figueroa Fulton fight, right?
Yeah.
You thought Fulton beat him?
I don't know. That's one, I'm going to tell you, I would have to go back and rewatch because it was close. It was razor thin.
Me too.
Fulton.
I had Fulton slightly edging it, I think, but I'd like to rewatch the fight just to see,
Figueroa was way more aggressive in that fight. Fulton was rolling with the punches a lot, and he was on the ropes a lot. So it was kind of like that type of fight where, what are you picking? Like the aggressor or the one who's like,
But
dodging and weaving.
Fulton Lasso landed. He landed a lot of clean punches on Figueroa as well. So
that too, yeah.
That's what I was favoring as well. That's what I was looking for the most part. But Figueroa's aggression did make it really close. And at spots, it looked like he hurt Fulton in there. So it's like, it was close.
Yeah, a lot of times he hurt Fulton. He caught Fulton a couple times clean.
Yeah. See, but it was really close regardless. So that's why I kind of want to run it back myself. And thank God PBC finally posted the fight on their YouTube page. So I can't go back and watch it. Like I don't know why they wait so long to post this shit. Then they finally posted Isaac Cruz and Tank. I'm like, about freaking time. I've been trying to rewatch this shit for like a year.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, that's another fight. I thought Tank lost that fight.
Yeah, I know. I remember. Yeah, I think we was talking about it. Yep.
I still believe. I'll rewatch it, but I still believe Tank lost that fight.
Yep. I thought it was close. I think Tank did just enough to edge it, but it was close. I mean, Isaac made it really competitive. He did.
And I don't think Cruz is that good, to be honest with you. I don't think he's good at all. I think he gets beat.
Well, I mean, it seems like the thing, Cruz gets a lot of credit for going the distance with Tank. It would seem like he won the fight. And it's like, bro, it's like, dude, because I think his manager is using that as clout to like try to really elevate him to a status that he doesn't really need to be at. Because like, it's like, bro, you went the distance, but you still lost that fight. You know what I mean? You didn't win. I mean, if you had won the fight, then okay, maybe we could, talk about you.
I mean, they always do that. Like Eddie did that for Kell Brook, right? He's the one who was, piecing up Triple G before the eye went. So they were always like relying on saying that.
Yeah, but he still lost.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's actually one of my favorite Kell Brook fights, the Triple G fight. That's really one of my favorite fights.
That ruined his career. I really felt he should have just fought Jesse Vargas. That would have made him. He would have beat Jesse Vargas, and he would have had another strap under his belt, and that would have been like a good thing for his legacy. Him doing the Triple G fight ruined him.
It did.
Well, what really ruined him was him trying to come back down to 147.
That too. Even though he was doing really good against Errol Spence before the eye went again.
Yeah.
No. Hold on, Prodigal. I want you to rewatch it. You're right. He was doing great. He was doing great.
Yeah, he's doing great.
But like all fighters who are weight drained, watch what happened.
The second half of the fight. Yep, he started to slow down, and it was over, and then the eye went again, and then it was done.
Because when you're weight drained, your punch resistance is way down as well.
I mean, we also got to remember, your boy got stabbed up too. So I felt like having that incident.
Listen.
Fellas, let me ask you this: like, if Kell Brook had never had the Triple G fight, then he just would have had the Spence fight. Would Errol Spence have beaten him? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. He would have been okay. So this would have been him unifying with Jesse Vargas. So potentially there would have been two straps because then Spence would have still been his mandatory. So he would have went into that fight with two straps.
I'm gonna tell you, honestly, I believe if Kell Brook would have never went to 160, stayed at 147, he would have become undisputed going into 154.
Wow.
Yeah, he would have. That's what it was. They were like
at the time.
It was him with IBF, Vargas, WBO.
Yeah.
I think Floyd still had the WBC and WBA.
He did.
Okay. But the thing is, now with Floyd, Floyd have fought him? I'm not sure.
No, Floyd wouldn't have fought him now. I think Floyd was on his way out at that point.
Yeah.
He was. Yeah. I was arguing for Kell Brook at that time. I was arguing that I believe Kell Brook was the only one at 147 that could beat Floyd.
Now, regardless of who you had in the fight, personally, I think if they had fought, I would have edged Mayweather. Despite, I think Kell would have made a competitive. I could see Mayweather win on points in that fight.
Kell probably would have been a better version of Miguel Cotto in that fight. Because Cotto marked Mayweather up pretty badly. I think Kell would have been just a better version of Cotto.
Yeah, but Cotto's very flat-footed and not very laterally. He doesn't move good laterally. Look, rewatch how Kell Brook was fighting Errol Spence the first half of the fight. Look at how good he was bobbing and weaving, moving in and out, controlling the pocket.
Yeah, no, he did he did a lot of great things in there. It's just a shame that the weight cut, man, it was a lot.
Well, the thing about Kell is he's very, 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 very solid, and that's the worst thing in the world to put on. I mean, I'm going to say he put on more than 13 pounds of muscle because whenever he went up there and fought Triple G, he was every bit as big as him in the ring. I mean, he looked like he was probably about 170 pounds fight night in there with Triple G. And that's the thing, like, you can't take that much muscle off. Like, if you're like a Tyson Fury and you're soft built, you could do it, no problem. But when you're cutting in the muscle and you're trying to go down a significant amount, you can't do it. It's impossible. It'll ruin you.
Because my thing was about Kels, like everybody say, oh, he's too big for 147, then he was too small for like 160. So was he at his best at 154?
He didn't fight anybody at 54. Like the people he fought at 54 were people that he could beat.
No, I know,
but like, where was he really at his best at?
It has to be 47, right? But just because that's where his career was the most, significant.
Yeah.
Even we can probably say his best win at 47 is Amir Khan. So
technically that was on 149. That was a catch.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But yeah, it's I just found it funny that
scratch that. I met Sean Porter. My bad.
Yeah. That was his best win at 147, no doubt about it.
What's going on, UGC Flame? I see you in the chat.
Who do you have in the Eubank versus Smith fight?
I got Eubank. I like Eubank.
I got Eubank. I got him as well.
Do you think this is a step up for him? Like, is Smith a step up? Like, do you think Smith has progressed since he's fought Canelo?
Well, he's been winning. He's been getting wins. And
I'm going to say that it might be a step up for Smith, but not for Eubank, because I believe fighting George Groves, even though he lost, and fighting Billy Joe Saunders, even though he lost, is way better than Smith. I think Eubank has more experience. I think better. And I think step up for Smith, not the other.
But they're saying he's caught in between styles because he's changed his style significantly under Royce Jones, training. So he's not the same Eubank of old.
Yeah, Chris Jones Jr.
Yeah, it looks exactly like Roy Jones now, yeah.
Yeah, but since he's been with Roy Jones, he's pretty much dominated everybody he's fought.
That's true, except that who'd he fight? He had one fight with the one guy. I know he was transitioning between styles. Was it Marcus? What the hell?
Marcus Morrison.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, he looked weird as fuck in that fight, but he did win. But it's like,
they're saying that was his first fight back for 2 years because of COVID, and then he wanted the rounds. Yeah,
you can't count them post-COVID fights. Not anybody's first appearance back. You can't count any of those.
Yeah, I mean, with the exception of that, he's looked dominant. I was surprised actually when he didn't knock out Liam Williams. I think he could have, and I
think he hurt his hand.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, that's what they said. That's what he said. Like, he hurt his hand in that fight, and that's why he didn't. But I don't know. I can't see why people said Williams kept trying to claw it back. I didn't really see Williams doing that much to claw it back, really.
I mean, Chris did lay off on him, and maybe that was due to the head injury, but it was, I still felt he won it clearly.
Because he hit him with a lot of those blinding shots, the shots you can't see, like Roy used to do. There's the shots that you don't see that put you down.
Yeah, and it's like the way he seemed to drop him so easy. It's like, damn, fuck, did Demetrius do something to him? Because Demetrius landed several uppercuts on this guy in their fight. You know what I mean? So did that diminish his punch resistance? Because Chris just seemed to drop him like nothing.
You know what I love about going into the future? The future tells everything. Being that you brought up Andrade, everybody's like, oh, he's scared of Zach Parker. Look what the fuck just happened to Zach Parker.
Zach Parker, oh man, that was sad.
I was a big proponent of this. Like, dude, he fucked up both times. Like look at how Yanni Beck just looked at what happened to Zach Parker. It's like, bro,
both times that could have been Andre's moment.
That could have been you, bro. That could have been you.
Both times, yeah. He could have been still champ at 60 if he wanted, and then moved up to 68, and then he would have been in a mandatory position for Canelo right now.
And honestly, John Ryder's probably about to fight Canelo next May.
No, he wouldn't have. They came out and said that the winner of the Zach Parker fight And Andrade fight would no longer be the mandatory. It would be after 14 months.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh.
And that's when, after that announcement was made 2 weeks before the first fight was supposed to happen, that's when Andrade got his injury. Right after that announcement.
I don't believe he was injured, by the way. So.
No, because he was begging Eubank. No, he moved on. Because remember, he was begging Eubank to fight him for the super title,
which made no sense
for $1 million or whatever.
Yeah, that made no sense. I mean, he was a little sauced when he made that video too. So
yeah.
Speaking of sauce, what do you guys think about Jamal Charlo calling out Dimitri Bivol? I found that.
I feel like Bivol would do him in as well. It would be bad for Charlo.
That wouldn't be competitive.
No, because Charlo at this point, it's like, dude, you kind of like food out here, man. Like your back's injured, you're coming back. Who are you gonna come back against? He's not gonna fight Adames next. Not at all.
I think he might be watched, if I'm being honest. I mean, what Adames did to Montiel, I thought that's what Charlo was gonna do.
I feel like I don't even know who Charlo fights next. Like, who does he come back against? Is he going to try to run it back with Shalecki or like?
Shalecki go back and play. I think it's going to happen maybe February, March, around that time frame. But who the fuck wants to see that? Who cares? You know what I mean?
I mean, to me, Big Charlo's a letdown. Little Charlo, all the credit in the world. Big Charlo.
I still can't pick between him and Tim Tszyu. I really, a part of me wants Tszyu to kind of repeat history, but I feel like just Tszyu doesn't have it yet.
No, I don't think he's ready. I'm picking Tim. I'd like Tim to win. I want him to win, but I'm still gonna ride with.
Yeah, I just want history to repeat himself. That'd be crazy if he pulls off like the upset like his dad did. That'd be nuts.
I don't know. In the back of my mind,
stop saying you don't know, Tony. Yes, you do.
Look at Tszyu's last fight, though. He got put down. And I'm not saying, he got dropped in the first round. I mean, if that was Charlo put him to sleep, just like he did Lubin.
Yeah, I agree. What I was going to say is, in the back of my mind, regardless who wins, I think it's a non-factor because I think the best guy who beats everybody is Fondora, the cheat code. Which will be next for the winner. But in that particular fight, I don't know. I don't know who to pick because while Tim Tszyu has been down, he's very tough. He's very resilient. And I don't know.
Tony, I will say this about Tim. I liked his response to that because when he got put down in that first round, he recovered very quickly and just seemed to dominate and beat the shit out of Goucher after that. More or less, he pretty much dominated the rest of the fight. And honestly, I was talking to my pops about this because he caught the highlights of the fight. He goes, "Oh, that was just nerves. That's all. That woke him up. That's it. Once he got up, he went to work."
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. That was kind of like a flash knockdown.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. Has Charlo ever fought anybody who fights like Tim Tszyu? There's that too.
Because Tim's a pressure fighter, and
Castano, he's pretty relentless.
Yeah, and that's what Castano was real.
Yeah, Castano was at. I would say.
Castano's like 5'0". He's like a Tank Davis. Like it's not
fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think Jamel is pretty much
maybe J-Rock. Was it J-Rock who he fought J-Rock, right?
Yeah, he fought J-Rock. No, that was Maul.
Oh, okay, that was Big Charlo. Okay.
Yeah, but that was a 154 too as well. So yeah, but that was Maul who fought him and beat him.
He fought Tony Harrison
twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Maul's pretty much fought everybody there is at 154 to fight, more or less.
Oh, he has. He is
Mel
like,
has.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he cleaned the division.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much seen it all at 154, and I think that
he has to move up to 60. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the Fundora fight will happen because he'll just move to 60.
Probably. Well, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It depends on his brother because I think they said they're never going to compete in the same weight class.
Now, let me ask you this. Why do you think Mel is so adverse to a Terrence Crawford fight if he moves up?
He said he would fight him.
Mel said he would fight him?
Yeah, like he came out on Twitter. In fact, I think I did a video. I did do a video on it. He came on Twitter like, what, a month ago? And was like, don't call my name unless you're ready to fight.
Oh, but I heard him saying like, oh, fight Lubin first and yada yada and all this stuff.
No,
like,
that's old. That's old.
Okay. I mean, I must have missed that. All right, okay. I thought he was adverse to the fight and didn't, want it to happen or whatever. So,
I mean, I don't know who wins that fight.
I thought the plan was that Spence would move up to 54, then Mel would move to 60, and then Maul would move to 68.
Well, with the way Spence is looking right now, it looks like he's about to move up to heavyweight.
Yeah, he's injured. Didn't he injure his leg?
No, Spence. Did y'all see him at the Frank Martin fight this past weekend? He been throwing down the cheeseburgers.
No, I didn't see him.
The car accident, then his girl put him on IG Live.
Want to go to Dubai, maybe?
That was horrible.
Want to go to Dubai, maybe?
I would have left her immediately. She should have never done that shit.
Jesus, it's like, oh, what a mess, man! Like, oh God.
That was like disrespect to the fullest. Why would she show him like that?
And as soon as I'm sobering up, it's like, get your shit, get out. Like we bro, we done.
I agree.
Want to go to Dubai, baby? I want to go to Dubai. How about y'all? Y'all want to go to Dubai?
Your man cannot catch a break. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on with them Texas dudes, man. Them dudes, like even with Maul's wife, she's like going ham on IG too.
Oh yeah, her too. Well, it's probably because he can't afford BLTs. You know what I mean? So that diner incident, all that. So
I mean, the problem with Earl Spence is he's a drunk. That's just the reality. He's an alcoholic.
Yeah, that's it. He needs to get help for that.
That's what I'm saying. As you big say, he don't like to live the life. That's the crazy part. He's not living the life.
And the thing is when you're young, you can get away with it, but the older you get, it catches up to you.
Isn't he like 30? I thought he's like 31 or 32 now.
32.
Yeah.
Be 33 in like a few months.
Yeah, he's not, he's not a kid anymore.
That's what I'm saying. When you're young, you can get away with it, but when you're older, it catches up to you. That's my point. And I mean, you got to look at it like this. If he's going to fight Terrence Crawford, for him, that's going to be the next fight. He's coming off a car wreck, blowing up in weight,
injury.
Fellas, if Terrence will get him. Terrence will get him.
He might.
He'll get him. If he, I don't think I've pretty much given hope on that fight, but if it does happen, I got Terrence winning, whether by knockout or on points. So
I have a suspicion that they probably just run that at 54. I feel like somehow it's gonna not happen at 47.
Oh shit! He called you the Red Power Ranger.
The Red Power. Why I got to be the red one? I'd rather be Tommy, who just passed away, unfortunately. I'd much rather be Tommy than the Red Ranger. The Red Ranger was a square. Like, let me tell you, like old school Power Rangers, right? The Green Ranger was the Ranger because he came in, he stole the Pink Ranger, was beating her down, and then whooping her ass every weekend, and they didn't even know it.
I know, right? Tommy was the OG Power Ranger, bro. No, nobody beats Tommy, man. Best power. He's the GOAT. The GOAT Power Ranger.
Really, he's been every season.
every show he's been on, like he's been around for years, bro. Nobody beats Tommy, man.
He's been in both movies as well. Actually, all three movies, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, man, and he fought MMA for real. It was
Yeah, he did. I think he's undefeated. He has like 5 matches, I think, or 3, something like that, 3 or 5 or something.
He was that dude. It's sad that he killed himself. It's real unfortunate.
Hey, by the way, Tony, take your kid or your family to see Avatar. It was pretty good.
So that's what I'm contemplating right now, to see Avatar or Puss in Boots.
Avatar.
But here's the problem. Trying to get them to stay in there for 3 hours.
Oh yeah, it is fucking long. Make sure you wrap Make sure you take bathroom breaks and you got some sleep because that shit is long. I saw it yesterday and it was good. I enjoyed it. It was good.
Was it better than the original?
No.
Hey,
So I mean, it was still good, but it's like the first one is due to the spontaneity and like the newness of it. You know what I mean? Because you're kind of unfamiliar with the whole just content. That's I mean to me to me like I still enjoyed the first movie better. But I mean, but this one was it was a good follow up.
ask him about Avatar. He just saw it yesterday.
Oh, how was Avatar?
It was good. It was good. I enjoyed it. I was telling just somebody here on the panel like I enjoyed the first movie better, but it was a worthy follow up. But just make sure you've taken bathroom breaks and you've slept before because it is 3 hours.
That's why I don't want to see it.
I think out of a 10, I'd give it a solid 9, 8.5, something like that. So, but it was good. But it just
He said the next movie's gonna be like I think 9 hours or something crazy.
oh, get the hell out of here. I mean, but they got like 2 or 3 sequels planned already. It's like, I mean, was it worth the wait for years? I'd say yes, but they could have trimmed down the runtime though. That's the only critical, thing I have about it. But yeah, just make sure y'all want to make it a family outing. Go check it out. Just make sure y'all took naps before and bathroom breaks. So.
He was saying, take the kids to it. That's what he was saying.
Well, look,
They had kids in there when I went.
I don't think the kids are gonna last.
I don't either. It's 3 hours. I got a feeling I'm gonna be outside running up and down the movies.
You are.
Don't take the kids to go see Violent Night. Don't do that though.
Oh, that movie.
I'm out on that.
All right. Yeah, she want to see it, but she doesn't want to see it.
Bruh, Santa Claus got his John Wick on, bruh.
Yeah, I seen the previews for it. It looked good.
I haven't seen it, but I want to. It's still on my list to check out. I mean, I'll probably see it this week. I mean, but yeah. But I saw the trailer. I couldn't stop laughing. It's like I gotta go watch this. Like,
Yeah, that shit's funny.
and it's like everybody's being so critical about it. Talking about like I talked to my coworker about it because she's a grandma, right? She's kind of older, and she was saying like I thought it was absolutely atrocious. It was terrible for crime. I'm like, oh, will you calm down? Just we relax.
Reminds me of Abraham Lincoln when he's a vampire hunter.
Yeah. Oh, I enjoyed the hell out of that
movie.
movie. That was good. That was my shit, bro.
Yo, that was a great movie.
It was, wasn't it?
Listen,
That was shit, wasn't it?
that just vampires, with the Confederate Army, unbelievable. Just loved it.
It was funny though too, because like really, like, like you watch it was good. He was serious. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, like he was actually like, I developed a new admiration for Abraham Lincoln after that movie.
Exactly. I was like, where's the axe the whole time?
Say it again, Tony. What up, 1-2 kid? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, Jay?
What's going on, brother?
What's going on? What y'all doing? Y'all kicking it? Y'all talking about movies now?
Oh yeah, shifted the focus.
Yeah.
I was listening what y'all was talking about Kel Brook. Y'all raised pretty good points. He probably would have had a better career if he didn't get in there with Triple G
100%.
and then come back down and wait.
He would have.
So I mean, that shit took balls, though.
It did. He did take the fight. It did take balls. But
What would have happened was, I think what would have happened, he probably would have fought Jesse Vargas, and then I think the WBO, he probably would have fought Pacquiao next after Vargas. Either Pacquiao or Spence, and then either of those fights he probably would have won, and then it would have been a great career for him.
Oh fuck.
you all right, Tony?
Yeah, I'm good. Just over here, Donnie.
Nice.
Fuck. Whew.
He never lost the title, right?
Say again.
He never lost the title, right?
Yeah, he lost his IBF to Spence.
Spence, yeah.
No,
Spence took it from him.
I mean, prior to that, by moving up, he was still the champion. So Spence was number 1 in the IBF, no?
Yeah.
He's a mandatory. Yeah.
Okay. But y'all were saying he should have unified against
Jesse
Vargas?
Vargas.
Yeah, that was the original plan. He was supposed to fight Vargas instead of Triple G, but Eddie offered him the Triple G fight, and he took that instead for more money.
Vargas had a title?
He did. He had the WBO.
Yeah, Vargas is WBO champ.
Wow. That was way back then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you know what? Eddie Hearn is notorious for making very bad moves for his fighters.
Yeah, he's kind of getting on my
But
nerves
at least
lately.
he gives the fight fans a good fights, though.
He does. I can't deny that he does. I do enjoy his cards.
I mean, he's willing to mix it up. Some other folks, you never just see they guys fight nobody. So I mean, you gotta give him that.
At the same time, he's also notorious for ruining fighters.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, he throws him into the deep end.
Look what he did to Josh.
One
Look what he did to Josh Thornton.
Look what he was about to do with Ben.
Hello.
That's why they had to give him all the, the extra pregnancy juice. So so he could get through that fight.
I didn't like that fight at all. At all, man. I wasn't happy about that fight at all because you got two dudes who are kind of ringing bells and can definitely excel their careers in their weight divisions. Why risk it?
I think it's like with Chris, it's funny because like I kind of mixed feelings towards Chris. I kind of don't. I find him slightly polarizing, but also I find him very funny. So it's hard not to entirely dislike him because during the build-up for that fight, he was absolutely hilarious. Talking about just the whole 60% shtick and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, as a fighter, I'm not really a fan because he strikes me as a guy who doesn't really want to test himself to see how good he is. Because it seems to me he just boxes for a leisurely daredevil activity. But I'm a box for just a hobby, kind of like somebody who jumps out of a parachute or like a daredevil. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of why I think he boxes. So will he challenge for a world title again? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think he's a new mandatory for Janibek, actually, because when Mogia turned it down, because he was number 1 for the WBO and Chris is number 2.
Next in the queue?
Yeah, he's next in the queue. So he might fight Janibek next. I mean, because it makes sense, because it would make sense for him to do that. Or Suleiman said that Wasserman could just give him the call up if he wants to make Smith versus him a WBC mandatory, and he would make him mandatory for Charlo.
Yeah, but I gotta mention this a little off subject, but you mentioned his name, Mugia. He been in the game way too long not to have a real name on his resume.
You know why I want to?
Why is that?
Because De La Hoya said a long time ago that Zerto, who's trash,
right?
We all got exposed to that, which me and you have been saying for a while. De La Hoya said Zerto and Jaime were gonna break Mayweather's 50-0 record, and now he's not.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Jaime's not gonna fight nobody till he gets 50-0.
That was the spite. That's the spite for De La Hoya. He wants to spite Mayweather with having a Mexican fighter be over.
After all these years, De La Hoya's still not over that loss.
I feel like Zerto's a decent fighter, but I just feel like I think he can compete definitely still in the light heavyweight division. I don't know, man. I didn't like the way he was talking. He was buying into his own hype. He could work on some things to get
talking
better.
Talking about Bivos ducking him and all this crazy shit. You know what I mean?
He was nonsense. I ain't going to beat him. I know his style. I was like,
I knew he got his ass completely schooled. I knew he was done because, remember he got caught up on some drug stuff initially before that fight. So I was like, yeah, he's not taking this fight seriously. So I knew it was done.
But as far as Zerto goes, I'm with 1-2 kid. I think he's decent. I mean, I just seen a few of his recent fights. I haven't really seen everything, but I just seen enough of them to it's yeah, he's decent, but nothing really jumps out at you that he's really good at. I mean, I think at 175 he can still compete with some guys and beat some guys, but if he steps up, he's going to get beat.
Yeah, but I mean, was he a champion at 168?
He was.
Yeah, he was WBO champ.
Right, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. I'm like, he didn't really fight nobody.
Did he fight Jesse Hart?
Twice. Yes, he did twice.
That was his best win, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's his only win.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Now I think this goes overlooked. He did beat Vlasov at that stage too as well.
They could also he beat Arthur Abraham, which even though Abraham was done, he didn't even knock.
Now, I'm saying the Vlasov win looks good because I don't care. He beat Joe Smith. He got robbed. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, I agree, but
Yeah, I agree.
Arthur Abraham was way past his better days whenever he got in that reserve.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And Vlasov, while he probably, I agree 1,000% that he did beat Joe Smith, what has he done outside of actually beating Joe Smith?
Get nothing really up.
Nothing.
So.
Yeah, but I gotta give it to him.
Look. I know 1-2 loves Beeble, but we all saw what Beterbiev just did to him to show you what level he's on.
Yes, we did.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was a straight lamb going up against a wolf.
By the way, y'all give Anthony Yard a chance or no? Or is does he have no chance? Okay.
Maybe.
Yard is an enigma, man, because he's still, to me, I still think he's a precocious talent. I just think he has too many yes men around him to actually transcend to the next level. And he doesn't fight anybody. He doesn't fight anybody in his own country that can give him a challenge.
I mean, since the Kovalev loss, he's done absolutely nothing, really.
Exactly.
He lost to Leonard Northam on points, then he stops him. Then he's fought nothing but like knockover jobs.
That's what I'm saying. He has so much competition in his own country that he can actually fight, but for whatever reason, he just doesn't fight them.
He's a good fighter though, and he putting it on the line to fight Beterbiev.
He is.
I'll tell you that, man. That out of everyone to pick, he fighting Beterbiev. Yeah. So.
And that if he loses, that puts him so far behind in the pecking order. So
hold on. Go, Tony. You trying to say something?
No, it's fine. I was going to say, here's the thing about it, though. Could Anthony Yard beat Beterbiev? No, I don't think he ever could. However, here's the issue. Beterbiev's 37 years old and coming off of an injury. Is he going to be the same the night of the fight? We don't know.
He'll be 38 by fight time, by fight night.
Well,
he's also coming off an injury.
Beterbiev's a bad boy, man. And he an offensive machine as well.
Let me say this. Unless Beterbiev ages overnight or Anthony Yard lands a lucky shot, he's got no chance.
Yeah, I don't think he has that. He's not like Triple G yet, you know. Yeah. Even though Triple G can probably still, like, I'd still give Triple G a chance to beat Janibek if they were to fight.
But I put it like this. The young kid, he's kind of explosive though, and he's got a good punch. And Beterbiev, you know, his chin is a little, I don't know.
Well, he's been put down before.
Yeah, he's been put down before. Yeah.
But
then again, with Yard, he doesn't move his head a lot. Like in terms of he can get pieced up pretty easily. And if you're getting pieced up by Beterbiev, that's a bad idea.
But here's the thing, though. He's been put down before, but that really means nothing. That was years ago. And he got in there with Joe Smith, who was arguably one of the hardest hitters at light heavyweight, and his punches did absolutely nothing to him.
Yeah, and
really land much.
I think Joe.
Joe was more scared in that fight. He didn't want to get knocked out.
Yeah, Joe didn't really hit him. He didn't really hit him clean. I mean, once he started getting touched by Beterbiev. He felt the pace. Like, oh shit, I can't. Like, then we saw what happened. And honestly, Joe's one of the most durable guys at 175 too. And fuck, Arthur destroyed him. Like, I was honestly shocked how fast he got rid of him. I thought Joe would go I thought he'd last at least to the middle rounds.
I think it's actually the opposite. I thought he tried to go in there and box and just got outworked on a guy who he never seen on his back foot and just did it so well.
Arthur's got a back foot game. He does.
Right.
Like, that goes up a lot. Yeah.
But then what happened was when he started getting hit, he was like, all right, I'm gonna just go blow for blow with him. And it was a bad idea because
that proved to be a worse idea because Arthur just opened
in
up
a crazy offense. Yeah. And he's heavy handed, so it just went into his favor to where he just cleaned him out. I'm like, shit, damn, it's crazy. But Beterbiev is definitely a fair favorite in the fight, but I take Bivol if the fight happens.
Oh, me too. Same. Yeah, I'm going with Bivol if they fight too. So
yeah,
Bivol got the right kind of style.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I'm going to be the one that stands out from y'all. I'm going 1,000. As long as Beterbiev looks the same against Anthony Yard and the injury hasn't taken it out of him, he beats the shit out of people. He probably will stop him.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what you always been saying.
But Would you say
Tony's consistent though. Tony's
yeah.
consistent.
Would you say Beterbiev hits harder than Canelo?
Way hard.
Bruh.
I mean, that's just throwing it out there because they make Canelo seem like he's a devastating puncher, which I guess in a way he is.
But after I saw him tear apart Joe Smith, I'm like, oh, dude, he would have absolutely obliterated Canelo.
Bivol said it himself. He was like, he needs to generate that shot. He needs full torque in his shots. He needs to wind them up. He needs to set you up, be in perfect position. What better be if he just throw it, land it. You getting hit with a stone.
I mean, it's like he could touch you anywhere, to the arms, to the leg. That shit's gonna really hurt. That shit's gonna hurt.
It's gonna take its toll. But the thing about it is, when you fight a guy like Bivol, it's a little more difficult to put hands on him because he's not quite in front of you. But then he pulls back, and he does get touched now and then. But he always steals the momentum back. Yep. And there must be something about his power where it makes people respect him.
I mean, Bivol's not the biggest puncher. Yeah, he's not. His power is still respectable enough to like where it's going to make you think twice.
He got
about,
quick feet and quick hands, and Beterbiev is he places his punches very well, and he punches through punches like it should be a great matchup. But before Bivol was this big guy that everyone was talking about, I was talking about Bivol, and Tony was still on Beterbiev. And Tony, to this day, now that Bivol got a bigger name, he still pushing Beterbiev. So I've been consistent. He been consistent. And when that fight go down, we're gonna be two happy campers watching that.
We will be very happy if they let it happen.
I think the next fight, the winner is supposed to fight Callum Smith next between Yard and Beterbiev.
But by the WBC, which is honestly, man, I want undisputed, fellas. I'm sure you do too. But like at the same time, him against Callum Smith is a big fight as well in the UK, especially if he goes down there. I mean, because if which fight makes the most money though, really?
Who's fighting Callum Smith?
Beterbiev.
Yeah, the winner of Beterbiev versus Yard is supposed to fight Callum Smith.
The WB called their mandatory for the fight. So yeah, and it's Callum Smith.
You know what I wish? I wish Bivol and Beterbiev would just fucking drop their belts and fight each other.
You know what's nuts? Like, because also since they're both Russian, they don't get credited as being Russian fighters. So you notice how they have to make Beterbiev Canadian, and they made I forget Bivol. California. Yeah, it's interesting too. Because if they were to fight in Russia, oh boy, that'd make a lot of money too.
Probably would piss off Bivol. Be like,
I wouldn't be mad if fucking Spence and Bud did that too. I mean, as a fight fan, as for their legacy, but I mean, they got a lot of young guys that are got their nose in their business right now. Like, listen, I'm number one, and they some dangerous fighters. And
that's
get
the
in
thing.
there with one of them young bucks and not make half the money that you'll make fighting each other is crazy to me.
It's the sanctioning fees. That's why. It's the sanctioning fees for these belts. That's why.
I don't know how much these sanctioning fees are, but I know they're not as much as half of the amount they'll get for fighting one another.
I mean, it seems that they just like to get in the way, like just blocking undisputed. It's like one on the verge, one on the cusp, but then they just come out and order a mandatory out the blue. It's like, hopefully they can get Callum Smith to step aside.
I'm no longer siding with either side.
I'm pretty sure they can get Smith to step aside too.
But
I think they can get Smith to step aside.
Man, I don't know, man. I don't know about those two, man. Those Bud and Spence off subject. I mean, I don't know about those two guys.
I've given up hope.
That's what hurts boxing.
Isn't the next Mandos for Spence is Thurman and whoever the winner is between Stanionis and Ortiz?
Do you guys want to hear what I think is going to happen?
Ortiz Stanionis is for Bud.
But he's fighting Stanionis for the WBA regular, so he would have to consolidate with Spence.
Ortiz is Bud's mandatory.
Yes, by the way, the WBO.
But he's fighting for the WBA regular title.
Do you guys want me to tell you what's going to happen?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so Spence and Crawford will not fight. Boots will have his next fight is for a IBF interim title. He's going to win that fight. Spence at some point will vacate and go up to 154, probably after the Thurman fight, regardless whether he wins or loses. Then after that, he's going to vacate, and when Ortiz and Stanionis fight for the Reggie title, Virgil's going to win. Then Virgil will be elevated to full WBA champ, and Crawford will fight Virgil in a unification fight for the WBO and WBA in a unification fight. That's what I think will happen.
Damn. Well, that's not far fetched.
AJ, you think Virgil can beat Stanionis?
I do. I'm favoring him in the fight. It's going to be a good fight, but I got Virgil winning. I do.
I like Stanionis, but I think Virgil take him too.
Oh, you think he's gonna? You think Virgil?
I think Virgil
will get him, Tony?
No, I think Virgil get him.
Yeah.
I'm not sold on Virgil.
Really?
I think Virgil is chinny. I think they've kept him away from people who can punch hard. And I think Stanionis is going to tag him a lot more than he's ever been tagged before in his career.
Oh yeah, it's going to be like on paper. It's a great fight, man. I can't wait. You know what I mean? It's a shame it's for a Reggie title too. You know what I'm saying? But you know.
I think Spence and Bud gonna miss their moment, man. And let one of these young bucks steal it from them. I really do, man. I think that's what's gonna wind up happening, and it's gonna fuck shit up, man. I mean, that's what they're gonna be known for. They're gonna be known for Spence, you know, putting the moves on Bud for a while, and that Bud just saying fuck it and doing the same thing to him. And I mean, these dudes, it's funny how people side with other people, like with the whole Spence thing. They're saying, you know, like, oh, Spencer, he's a dog, he's this, oh, you know, Bud don't want to fight him. Like, this dude talking about he uses his own promoter, he has his own career, he'll never fight Thurman, and then Al tells him to fight Thurman, he's like, I'm fighting Thurman. It's just like that.
That's typical with PBC fighters. They claim the running shit, but they don't, bro. They take orders. That's how it's always been. You know what I mean?
It's literally built into their contract, literally.
And then I think Tony raised this about Bud, and back in the, like, I don't know, about a year and a half ago, it's like, yo, at one point I was like the 60-40 bullshit. I was like, yeah, fuck that. But I mean, that fight probably could have happened, man. And he was just like, nah, I'll take more money to fight a lesser opponent for guaranteed money. And I'm just like, damn, man, like, I know you got money. Could we get this shit? Because if this fight slips, it's gonna hurt both their legacies. You know? Yeah, I think it'll hurt them both, especially Spence. Yeah,
well, here's a question then.
That's what I don't like about box now.
What they were proposing for Canelo was that Spence would move up to 54, or actually, excuse me, Spence would move up to 60 to meet Canelo and fight him.
Yeah. They want to get a cash out.
Yeah.
They want to cash out by putting him with Canelo. And I think that was one of the options. You know, when Canelo was going to make his deal, I think Spence was in there as part of the PBC package. This is before he decided to go with Matchroom and fight Bivol and Triple G.
But fight him at what, 60 or 68?
It wasn't discussed which weight. I'm assuming it was a 60. But it's like that would have been crazy. Like,
yo, I mean, Spence pulled that off
at Dallas. Yeah, it was supposed to be at Dallas Stadium.
That would have been wow.
There's no way possible Canelo can make 160.
Not no more.
Even back then, there's no way. He's been at 168 for way too long.
That moved to 175. So I mean, yeah, that'd be tough. Yeah, it'd be tough, man. And it kind of, that's one of the things that sucks for Canelo, because he's a shorter guy and he's a compact guy, but he put that weight on and he getting older. So, like, when you're that size competing with like light heavies and 168 pounders, that shit could probably get pretty difficult.
He wanted to go all the way to cruiserweight to fight Makabu.
He was talking about
that was before the Bivol fight. Jesus Christ! Like, oh, but I could believe
Makabu. He should have fought Makabu.
Yeah, he had a better chance of winning that. Way better chance.
Probably
would've won.
Makabu sucks. He sucks. He was awful in his last fight, but the guy can't punch. I'll say that. So
Yeah, the guy that Makabu fought in his last fight was like 5'8", and he was getting worked.
I had him losing. He got robbed. I had that other guy winning that fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's Canelo should have just went for him.
I'm glad he didn't. He gave me a quick, like, simple 1900 real quick, and I was like, I'll take it.
He's on the chopping block though, Makabu, because the guys coming up at cruiserweight are definitely gonna put a boot in him. Did you see the Chris Billum Smith fight over the weekend?
Oh yeah.
I tried to catch as many fights as I could, but I always moving, so I had to change my internet. That shit had me pissed as fuck.
Yeah, I mean,
hot as fuck.
I haven't seen any fights recently.
Yeah, I had to get out of that colder weather, man. I left the Northeast. Couldn't do it no more, man. I was like, fuck that. I could go to warmer climate. I'm around your neck of the woods now.
What's the temperature like over there?
I'm in South Kakalaki.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's the temperature like over there, fellas?
It's a little cool now.
No, it's cold in Atlanta.
So we like under 20 degrees, 10,
No,
something like that.
No,
Okay.
it's like 40. Which ain't nothing to me. I'm literally standing outside right now. I just ain't shit.
I'm at like 35 right now in Cali.
In Cali?
Cali, yes, sir.
Damn. It gets
Bay
that
Area.
cold down there?
Bay Area.
It gets that cold on the
It's been cold.
Yeah,
West
it's the
Coast?
Bay because it's all about that water. So yeah.
Cold lately, bro.
Damn. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Cali gets colder at night too.
It is very. You literally see your breath, like you just breathe a little bit, then like just a bunch of frostbite, just frost shit comes out.
Well, I'm ready, man. Where I think I'm ready, but I know these summers down here get are a lot different. How different are they, Tony? Like what type of temperatures, Tony?
So where I'm at, I'm in North Georgia, so it's not as hot as like on the coast. I don't know where in South Carolina you are. I don't know if you're on the coast.
I'm right by Augusta.
Oh, okay. So you're more inland. So you're probably looking at like 90s.
Well, no, I was getting that in New York.
No. You're going to get like 90 with 90 plus humidity. It's going to be a whole different world for you.
Damn, I should have bought some cheese. Shit.
All right, well, if I'm getting 90 humidity, that means I'm getting rid of all that baby fat.
There you go. Get
some
some road work in.
And be cutting up. Yeah, man. It's all right, though. I like it. And I didn't think that you get fall down here, but you do.
Oh, you get a lot of fall.
No, I'm saying I didn't know you got fall down here like the same way. You know what I'm saying? Where the trees change and all that shit like you do up north. But you do.
Fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get it because again, you're not really south enough and you're not on the coast.
Right, right. Yeah, it's cool though. It's all right. Definitely different. Definitely different though. The people definitely different. Good takes to get used to, man.
Shit, sometimes I have to go to Augusta for work.
No shit. That's what I do for work. Yeah.
Shit, next time I come to Augusta, I'll hit you up.
Yeah, do that, man. That's what I do. We doing home improvements right now.
Thought you ever find yourself on the West Coast, look me up too, bro.
Oh, I got you.
Or NYC.
Or where?
New York City.
Shit. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I go back to New York City's the last on the list. Like I hate it.
I know what you mean, brother. I'm trying to get out of here. I'm definitely trying to get out of here. I do not like New York City myself. So.
Do you know how many people I come across in real life that don't even know where Albany is?
I was just there, literally. I was just in Albany. Just there. It's funny. I've been all around New York. I was in Albany. I was in Rochester. So yeah.
Yeah, but like there's a dude in my job, right? He just got transferred to where he's going up north, and he's gonna be living in Albany. And he was asking me because he knew I was from up there. He's like, "Yo, where's Albany, New York?" I'm like,
It's the capital of the state,
The
bro.
capital of the state, bro.
Capital. What are you talking about?
It's
That's
just
where I'm
2
coming
hours
from.
away. It's just 2 hours away from the city, literally.
I like shit. It's alright in Albany, but this wasn't my thing, man.
I don't
Wasn't my
like the
thing.
city because there's more people not from New York that live in the city than actually. New York.
Exactly. Oh, tell me about it, my man. I hate it every day.
Yeah.
I hate it every day. It's literally where you get to the point you got to ask people, "Are you actually from here?"
Right. It's
so
funny
funny.
too. If you say you from New York, they be like, "Oh, New York City," and you're like,
Exactly.
"Nah." Do you know how big New York is?
Yeah, they have
Like
no
you could
idea.
be in Rochester, Buffalo, Albany, Syracuse,
Schenectady,
Yeah.
wherever.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But yeah, I've been in New York like most of my life. I'm tired, man. I'm like, nah, man.
I'm right there with you. I'm trying to come down south with you folk too. I'm looking at West Virginia actually.
Hey, look, I'm gonna say this. If you come down south, just don't be the same way politically. If you come down south,
I'm a country boy, bro. Listen, trust me. I'm not. I'm the like opposite of what most New Yorkers are. I'm a country boy. I love my guns. I'm shooting. I go horseback riding. I go mudding. I do all that.
I'm like, let them have them. It'll clear up a lot of crime if you know another motherfucker got a gun too.
That's what I'm saying. I'm all about that country life, man. Trust me.
Yeah. But
I completely changed my ideology. Everything that I thought, I changed once I moved down south. I saw how cheap the property was, how good the crime rate is, the schools, everything. Completely changed my mind.
Shit, my kids is all acing it down here, man. They all in the 90s.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, but they had great schooling though. When we just left Albany, they schooling there was good too. But now they getting pushed up. Well, my son's getting pushed up to another grade. He taking like 3 or 4 different classes where he's in like he came in at he should be in 9th, but they put him in 10th grade biology.
Amazing.
10th grade, all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the education system is like it's good down there too. So they do. I think we do a good job in the Northeast, but when you go down south, they push you up.
Yeah. Yo, I gotta say that like where I was, the school system was amazing because I couldn't let them grow up in the schools I was going to. Those prisons with teachers in them, I was like, nah. Y'all ain't never gonna be in any type of city or hood. Nah. Y'all ain't gotta live that. Daddy took care of that shit. We ain't going through that shit again. You know? But I tell you what, man, it's nice. But when it comes to these fights, man, I was pretty impressed with the one kid, the main event on Showtime.
Frank
When I finally got my Frank Martin.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he surpassed expectations.
He's from that Texas camp too. Yeah, because Rivera was talking greasy, man. He was talking about coming for Tank and all that. It's crazy.
He's nasty. He's
no more of
nasty.
that
And
now.
Rivera though, it's a damn shame for him because he got a bad fucking corner, man. That dude wasn't telling him to try to get his fucking his left foot on the outside of dude's right foot. He wasn't telling him to gain position, and all he was doing was throwing 1-2s.
The same
and
thing.
Barely even going to the body. Yeah, I was just like, yo, this dude is very one-dimensional. He needs it, and he's young.
And it's funny, like later on in the fight, I was like, all Martin has to do if he wants is just like you already outboxing the guy. I mean, all you have to do is just like get in close, load up, and throw some combos, and you can probably get him out of there.
Yeah. But you got to give it to Rivera. Though Rivera was very resilient with limited abilities, like skill wise. His ability and his athleticism and his youth and his savvy got him through, but he definitely needs a new guy in his corner.
You tried to blame it on the weight cut.
Also, he needs to cut his hair off. Bro,
He
no more of that
got
Ali
the
shit.
attributes, bro. He got good speed. He got good 1-2, but he just need to mix it up a little bit more and work on that footwork, man. Because calling
They'll probably
himself
put him in there with
Ali
Tank
is
next.
like ridiculous.
They'll probably put him in there with Tank next.
Because I think
Oh,
he was
man.
saying he wanted to move. He wanted to move up a class because he said he felt too weak at the weight.
No. He got outclassed, man, by a guy who it was just like a newcomer coming in the gym. That's what it looked like. You had a guy with all the natural attributes, good speed and good power coming in, but with
shit.
no skill, man. Like his skill level.
Yo, you fellas, did y'all hear about this?
Oh,
Jose Ramirez walked away from the Regis Prograis fight.
no, I didn't hear about that.
It says he has passed up on his title shot against Regis Prograis after the WBC finalized the purse at 65-35 in the champion's favor. Instead, he's in talks to return against Richard Comey on March 25th in Fresno.
Oh,
Wow. Okay, didn't see that coming.
well, I thought they were talking about Prograis and Tio scrapping.
You know what? It's funny you mentioned that because that's one of my wishes for that fight. I just want to see what Regis. I want to see Regis get his hands on Tio just to see what happens. Like that's gonna be it's gonna be fun to watch. It's really gonna be.
One, two can tell you. I do not think T.O. was good at all. I never thought he was good. I never thought he was talented. I think he was,
Tony, I know that video you made post fight after he lost to George, that had me in stitches. I had to rewatch that like 10 times because I couldn't stop laughing.
Now I think the kid is talented. I think I think he's digressing.
He's in his head. Yep, he did. He's in his head. He
When
even
went in there
questioned
against Sandor
himself.
Martin, the guy who can't punch and got dropped by him twice.
Yeah, I think
legit just got his ass whooped by a B-level 140 fighter.
yeah.
Well, Martin did retire. Didn't he retire Mikey Garcia?
He did. I mean, but honestly, like that was Mikey. He was semi-retired anyway. I mean, that's why, like, even though a lot of people were favoring,
I think
will probably favor Mikey in that fight. So he got Mikey at the right time. Let's be real. He did.
Didn't they give Tio that fight?
Which one?
His last fight?
Was it against Sandor?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was against Sandor Martin. Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be against Jose Pedraza, but Sandor stepped in to replace him.
Yo, I thought Loma lost.
Loma, what do you mean?
I thought Loma lost his last fight.
You did?
Oh yeah.
You thought Ortiz beat him?
Yes, I do.
I didn't see the fight, so I don't know.
It was close, but I thought Loma
That's
still did enough to edge it.
that motherfucker could fight.
No, he can't. I thought it was close, but I still think Loma did enough to edge it.
I feel like Loma found himself in a bad position in that fight. That kid is a lot better.
He was
than
sharp.
He thought he was.
He was good.
And
early on.
I said but I'm not. I mean, I think Lomachenko got that on the fact that he's Lomachenko, because I was like, I didn't see him winning that fight, man.
Well, I'll say this. Okay, like
I bet he had
the
success.
The judges' scorecards were out of whack. I only agreed with. I could see one was viable, like 115, 113. I can see that, but like the other two were way too wide. Like 117, 111. That was a classic Loma hometown scorecard or whatever. That I didn't see. But 115, 113, I could agree with that.
I don't know, man. I thought that was a little more like feel like that fight was a little more lopsided than the Teal fight. You should watch it, Tom. Yeah, because that's
Tony, check it out. Yeah, because now I gotta. I mean, because I didn't score it myself when I saw it. I mean, like I saw it live and I just felt that like it was close, but Loma still did enough to edge it because the pace that he set early on, it got to Ortiz late, and that allowed Loma to kind of edge it. That's what I thought.
I felt like he took full advantage of them early rounds.
He did,
and he was pulling that Teal shit with him, just like he kept his hands at home. He was trying to get off, but he realized he was trying to get off. But his skill set is different. I like it.
Ortiz showed a good account of himself. He really did.
Mm.
I mean, and honestly, like I think that honestly, I wouldn't be against him in a Shakur fight at 135. What y'all think about that?
Yeah. Hey, shit, I'm not mad at that. I got Shakur all the way though.
Me too.
I
Same.
think
I got
Shakur
him too.
just, I think Shakur just the edge above all them guys at 135.
He ain't even got there yet.
Man, that's what. But he is though, man. I mean, his skill set is just on another level. His talent, he can, as long as he got, yeah, man, that dude's gonna be all right. He's gonna have a.
Oh no, he'll be fine at
illustrious
135.
career.
I got no will about that.
Where do you think his like peak weight at is? Do you
Probably
think he can?
140.
Right,
you think
140 or 147.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah, he can go up to 147. You think?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's his roof, though.
That is the ceiling. It's either 140 or 147 because he's still very young. He's still growing. So he's like in his early mid-20s.
Here's the thing. Lomachenko looked untouchable until he went up 3 weight classes and started looking not so good. Like
right.
Yeah. He said that himself several times.
Score looks great, but I think at 135 he could do good. But when he gets to 140, it's a whole different world. And the thing about it is, there's only one Mayweather. There's only one Pacquiao. There's only one Roy Jones. There's not a lot of guys who can shift weights like they did and be successful. So Shakur looks great now, but I think, we need to see how he looks at 140 before we start saying he might be able to go to 147, because I don't know how good or bad he's going to do.
No, but I'm saying if he get to 147, I feel like that's his roof. Like he shouldn't. Like it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Even when Floyd got to 147 and he got in there with Mosley rocked his world.
Mosley almost knocked him out.
Right. So what I'm trying, that's what I'm saying is like,
because
yo,
like as
these
good as
dudes
Floyd was, he wasn't a natural welterweight either. Neither was Manny Pacquiao.
No, neither one of them.
They were natural welterweights.
But the thing with Mayweather so great was it wasn't just his attributes and it was his skill set and his reflexes. He didn't drink and all that shit, so his reflexes remained.
Yeah, and so far, like at 135, that's what's helped him out.
Mayweather has something that Devin and Shakur don't have, and that's a hell of a lot of pop, and that's the issue. Like, these guys are very good skill wise, but when it comes to their power, even at the current class, they're average at best. When they start moving up and they start going into guys like Josh Taylor or Regis, who's not gonna give a fuck if they get hit and is gonna walk through that shit. Right. And it just bings off of them. I don't know how well they're going to do. That's the big difference. Like, Mayweather at Shakur's age was destroying everybody. He was just running through them, piecing them up. And even whenever he moved up to 147, while he wasn't getting knockouts, when he hit people, he stopped them.
They respected him. Right. So yeah, I agree with that, because at 135, they're punching respectably. At 147, at 135, Floyd was icing motherfuckers.
Yeah.
That's very true. That's very true. Yep. But but some people can move up and do things, you know what I'm saying? And they sometimes they carry some pop when they step up. And he's a young boy. I think he's gonna do just fine at 135. I think if he goes to 140, of course, it'll be challenging. But I do feel like, shit, man, there's only going to be one Shakur soon. And I think like that dude, I think that's that dude, man. I think that's that new dude. I really do. And as long as if he keep his head on straight, screwed on straight, he'll do just fine.
It's very possible. You could be right. But
is his like compatriots or the people like within his like range, is it him, Haney, Ryan, and Tank, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah. About that.
Who would you say is the best out of the four of them?
Ryan.
Definitely to me, I think Ryan can move up to 154 at a certain point, maybe even middleweight if his career keeps going forward. But the best out of all of them, to me, skill wise, fucking Shakur. Shakur beats them all right now at 135. I believe, from what I've seen, I think he beats them all.
Tony.
I think Shakur skill wise is the best technically out of all of them. But I've always said it, and I've remained saying it, no matter how much he caps, no matter how much of a queen he acts like, If you can get Ryan into the ring with these dudes like Fortuna, if you can get him in the ring, he beats them all, and he makes it look easy.
By the
I
way,
don't know about that.
Tony, I shifted my change on the Tank versus Ryan pick. I think I got Ryan knocking him out.
I think Ryan's better than what a lot of hardcore fans think. I always said he was talented. He got great attributes. He's got a fantastic left hook, a strong right hand.
Fast as
He's
well.
quick. He's quick, but he's still straight up, and that's
he really
dangerous.
needs to work on his defense and moving his head. That's what
That's what I'm saying. I think he could get chinned. That's the thing.
Right. He could get clipped because he commits, and that's the reason why. If he was just boxing and was a little more patient, because he can box, he would do a lot better. But I think with the way the popularity thing is now, and you a lot of these fighters bite their own hype and they drink their own Kool-Aid.
Yep.
Like Tio is the perfect example.
Yep, exactly.
And that could be his downfall. But hopefully he keeps his head on as well. And I would love to see Tank Davis get out of his contract and get with some new motherfuckers that get him in there to fight with some other elite motherfuckers.
Well, that's the problem. I don't think he's going to, because even though he did leave Mayweather Promotions, he's still on Showtime. So, it's
I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, that's what we need to see. Guys like Ryan and Tank, Shakur and Devin. We need to see these kids get in there and mix it up, and then become that. Because you're not calling these dudes the Four Kings, and they never even touched the ring with one another. Like, there's a reason they used to call them guys back in the days Leonard, Hagler, Hearns, Duran, Four Kings, and all that shit. They were mixing it up with one another on a regular basis. These dudes won't even, they'll fight each other on social media harder than they will, when it comes to signing contracts. And like kind of like what Tony said, Ryan is the real deal when he's in the ring. Tank, fucking Haney, and fucking Shakur. They the real deal when they're in the ring. But I just felt like the moment, and I said this shit probably like 2.5 years ago. I said, when Shakur gets to 135, watch him scatter. And that's exactly what they did.
That's what's happening right now, because Isaac
and
Cruz,
he ain't even fight nobody yet.
No, he ain't fully arrived yet, and it's like,
right.
But like Isaac Cruz, he came out. I was just talking with Tony about this earlier. Like, Isaac Cruz, when that fight was ordered by the WBC, I laughed, because like, that's not going to happen. It's not going to be Shakur's fault. And Isaac, his dad came out. Oh yeah, we're not taking the fight. Then William Zepeda,
they said it would be boring.
Oscar's keeping him away from Shakur. Would say he's not interested in the fight. So it's like, yeah. So he ain't even fought yet. And you got people pretty much not just like, I don't want to say duck, but yeah, I'm gonna say ducking him.
Dude, in his last 3 fights, I ain't seen one boring fight he's been in. I have no idea what these motherfuckers is talking about. And when they talk about, he's just gonna run all night, run, like, this dude fights in the pocket and he moves his feet. Like, since when has that been an issue?
Was, the only guy that gave, let me see. I'm glad. Oh yeah, last 3 fights. Okay, I mean, because I was thinking the Nakatelia fight. He gave that dude gave him issues. He was awkward. I mean, but I was critical of that performance as well. But like this, but ever since then, Shakur's looked on point. Like with Jamel, with Oscar, and Conceição recently. It's like, man, he's ticked all the boxes to me.
Yeah. I feel like that he's the kid. Did I like the fact that he dropped his titles? Absolutely not. I'm not with that shit. If you're fighting in the weight class and it's a championship bout and you defending your titles, you should be making weight just to show respect to the other guy. Oh, well, I couldn't do it. All right, so you're doing it for your health. If that's what you're doing, that's what you're saying. Okay, I get it. But but you better show and prove at 135. But then when he tried to get to 135, everyone moving, slipping, and sliding, and I'm like, that's funny. That's funny to me. And even with the Devin Haney thing, I didn't think Devin was ducking him. He just got there. But I look at it like, I had got into it with a certain YouTuber.
We tried to say Devin was ducking Shakur.
Nah, and he wound up. Nah, all I said was, I was like, they were talking big trash, and I was just like, well, I think he the boogeyman right now. he getting ducked already, and he ain't even fought nobody. They're like, oh no, Devin Haney ain't ducking him, and I'm like, I didn't say that, but if they fight, put your money where your mouth is.
I got Shakur winning that they fight.
Yeah,
So
I was like, just put your money where your mouth is, and then they start calling me all types of names and shit, and then I was like, all right, motherfucker.
Christ, man, these
You know,
so damn emotional over nothing. It's like, come on, bro.
yeah, that blocked me, and I was like, blocked
Wow.
me, and I was like, yeah, where'd you go? Oh, that's what I said. I'm
You on
like, all
Twitter?
right, whatever.
You on Twitter?
Nah,
You know, well,
I just do the YouTube thing, man.
okay.
I probably should have did that shit a long time ago, but I'm an older cat, so I'm
Got you.
just gonna keep on doing me and hanging with the team that I do. Just talk about fights. I know sometimes when you get with them bigger crowds and shit, man, they just pushing narratives. It's not my thing. I just enjoy the fights, man. I enjoy breaking it down and talking to people who got their feet on the earth. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
That ain't just doing shit for clicks and shit. You know, I don't do that too much, but I have fun, man.
I feel
I
you.
love fun. Yeah, just like you guys, same thing, man. Just doing the same thing. Do a couple edits. Ain't been doing anything, but like I said, my shit been a little weird lately with the transition and all that. After that, I'll just go back to doing my edits and doing my lives and shit and having a good ass time.
But I'm trying to think. It's like now that I think it's now they're going down the rotation of the WBC because they're trying to get Shakur title eliminator. So Isaac Cruz turned it down. Zepeda turned it down. So I wonder who's next in the queue.
Yeah, well, that tells you everything you need to know. If these fighters is turning it down, these accomplished fighters, they've been in there with some big names and stuff. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, not for what it's worth. I think Zepeda's case, he probably wants to fight, but Oscar don't want it. That's the problem.
Well, then you know what I mean. I think boxing been in that situation. Bless you. But I mean, boxing been in that situation long enough to where you need when you sign with a motherfucker, you know what they're gonna get you. You know what I mean? De La Hoya is gonna get you a great record. Top Rank gonna get you a title shot. PBC gonna give you a little hype. You know what I mean? And then if you sign,
PBC is going to protect you.
yeah, that as well. But I mean, you got to know, you got to go through, you got to know what you're getting into and what you're buying into. You know what I mean? So that's on the fighter as well. You got to have a good lawyer. You got to have a good team. And when you sign them contracts, you got to know what the fuck you signing. You know, you see dollar signs and you jump on it, man. They need people there that really got their back. You know what I'm saying? Or at least understand what you're looking at. You know. Otherwise, you're gonna be like the rest of these motherfuckers. Like when people talk about Jamel, I'm like, you could say what you want about Jamel. That motherfucker's in a 154 division that got really no big names, and he's making 154 or something. He became undisputed, took a loss, didn't matter. I don't care about losses.
No,
That's just
like
experience.
fighters are fans shouldn't either. It's like, who
Well,
cares?
that's the thing. All of them want to keep their zero. They're still like
Yeah,
on the Mayweather,
Mhm.
type of thought process that,
Yeah.
if my O goes, then I don't really go anywhere.
Right, but you look at guys like Manny. Look
That's
at
what we were
guys.
saying. And when you brought
Right,
up the Four Kings, all those dudes took L's, and
Yeah.
they had hella like fantastic fights.
Absolutely, and it came by taking on them tough challenges. They became great. Like nobody, you don't hear anybody saying fucking Hearns ain't shit, Hagler ain't shit, Sugar Ray ain't shit, and Duran ain't shit. Like even though they took losses and they've lost to each other, like it's not a
I
big
mean, bro,
fucking deal.
but you take a prime Duran at 135, dude. He runs through everybody at lightweight today. I don't care what anybody says.
Ah, shit. Fucking Duran was different, man. They was just you know what I mean? Motherfuckers running around eating raw fish and shit. You know what I mean? Partying all fucking night. But that goes for a lot of the fighters and the athletes at that point. Look at LT. That motherfucker come in here still be killing shit, even with these dudes on the juice. But then again, that motherfucker was on some shit too. You know what I mean? Who sits butt naked in the fur on the sidelines in the football game? A motherfucker that's high on some shit. So I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, but athletes is just different. But you take a guy like Marvin Hagler, who was just getting it in the dirt. You know what I mean?
Man was doing road work in boots. He was running in boots.
Because he had a
Miles
9 to 5
upon
job.
miles.
He worked a 9 to 5 construction job when he fought.
Yeah, yeah, you know what I mean? And it looked like he was training in a fucking basement. You know what I'm saying? Like
He would seclude himself in like a cabin in the woods somewhere and not talk to his family for months. Oh yeah, hotels. Yeah. Just
I
seclude
met
himself.
the dude, man, and he didn't look no older than he did when he was fighting. It was crazy.
Wow.
Before he passed, but yeah, I think I seen him at the induction in the Hall of Fame for George Foreman. Yeah, I'm a lot of them.
Wow, that's awesome.
Fucking a lot. There was a lot of fighters there, man. All types of fighters there at that time.
He's actually
But it's
probably
nuts.
middleweight.
Yeah, I mean that dude went from 135 to middleweight, right? Durant.
Yeah, Duran. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Well, he
yeah,
went
yeah,
to
yeah.
68 actually. He went all the way to super middle.
Yep.
That fucking dude, man. I remember watching him spar with fucking who was he sparring with? He was mad old too. He was sparring with
Nigel Ben.
When he was like a teenager.
Oh.
Yeah. That shit was dope. You could find it on YouTube. I think he was a teenager or 20 or something like that. They was in there sparring and shit. Yo, that shit was amazing. Because remember, at that point in time, Mosley was a monster.
Yeah, he was turning dudes over, knocking them out.
All twitchy and shit. And unorthodox and just like pow, 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 shit. I mean, a lot of people give De La Hoya shit, including myself as a promoter, but as a fighter, that dude was bad as fuck. I mean,
oh yeah, Oscar's got one of the best resumes I've seen on paper, man. Like, yeah, it's like dude, the shit he fought. He went up the weights, fought everybody damn near. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man.
He
like,
got some damn good performances too. I mean, that motherfucker was walking through motherfuckers. I mean, he was.
Who has Pernell Whitaker, like B-Hop and Floyd and Manny on a resume? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Right, like he been in there. I mean, as a fighter,
and Chavez Senior.
Yep, him too.
Twice.
Mosley, Trinidad, just Vargas. The list goes on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And a lot of Mexicans hated De La Hoya for that because they knew he was passing the torch and they didn't like De La Hoya's.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't like Mexican style type of dude.
That
dude was a bad motherfucker.
American and Mexican. So yeah. So
he was billed as being Mexican American, even though he wanted to be Mexican in that fight.
I don't care what anyone say. That motherfucker's a southpaw. De La Hoya was a southpaw fighting right-handed, just like Cotto. Yep, there was some southpaws. When you see them that accurate with their jab and they left hook, and he would throw a 45 and just ice motherfuckers. That I think his left hook was better than Cotto's, honestly. But his jab wasn't. I don't think his jab was as good as Cotto's. Cotto had an underrated jab. But I mean, left hook to the head. Yeah, yo, De La Hoya's left hook was different.
Who thinks that he won the Sweet Pea fight? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I thought it was close.
That's what I feel. I feel the same way.
I think it was close, but Sweet Pea edged it. I think, but De La Hoya just got the decision because he was.
I think they stopped that Ike Cortez fight with good reason. I'll put it like that. I thought Ike was on his way to a dub, and they were like, "All right, that's enough. Stop the fight." As soon as they heard Ike, it was.
Then it went the distance, didn't it, or did he stop Cortez?
No, I think he might have. I don't know. Actually, now I don't remember. I think they might have stopped it though.
Went the points.
I think they might have stopped it in 12. But I know he dropped him in the 12th and shit, and then I know De La Hoya pulled it off, and I was just like, I don't know.
Yeah, but
that's the dude that Winky got his style from.
He got dropped himself, I think, in the fight.
Winky got his style from Ike Cortez. Yep.
I'm checking.
He did.
Curious.
He did. They even wound up fighting. He came back after like a 4 or 5 year retirement. He came back in and just fought Winky, and he went 12 with him, and he was a 147 pounder.
Okay.
And they went 12.
It went to point split decision. Oscar beat the Cortez by a split decision.
No, I'm talking about Winky. Ike Cortez came out of retirement for like some years and fought Winky Wright when he was on the top of his game, and it went 12, and it was competitive.
Mm.
But I gave it to Winky, and Winky he took that style from Ike. That was Ike's style.
Got it.
You know, and I'll tell you, Winky was a fucking problem too.
Oh shit!
Shit, he broke the Mosley train.
Yes, he did. Yeah. I remember. Yeah. Twice, 2 times. Beat him twice.
There wasn't nobody fighting him, and Mosley was like, "I'll step up and beat this dude up." And they didn't go that way.
Nope.
Florida had that dub, no doubt.
It was Vernon Forrest all over again.
Yeah, Vernon Forrest, that motherfucker. I liked him too.
Yeah.
You know, I won some money on that fight, him and Mosley. I was like, this dude's really long to be 147 pounder. He had a great jab, great right hand.
It was funny
because
this
dude nasty.
I mean, one five memories of how B-Hop and Trinidad fought back in 2001, and my pops was he was telling a coworker his coworker was riding with Trinidad all the way, and then my dad was saying, "Nope, B-Hop's gonna beat him. I'm telling you."
Yeah, I did too. I did too, man. And I was surrounded by nothing but Puerto Ricans. And I couldn't find half of them motherfuckers after that fight went down. Motherfuckers was gone. Because I remember that motherfucker. I remember Hopkins in the Tuesday night fights, man, just scrapping it up.
That's where my dad remembers him from. That's where my papa remembers him from. He said, "Yeah, he watched him on there." And that's when he became familiar. That's why he said, "No, I'm going with B-Hop, man, all the way, like for real."
Yeah, and he had like a win streak for title defenses, man. I think it was like 11 or something.
12 defenses in the IBF belt. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
yeah, that dude was a monster too. He wanted that Roy Jones rematch so bad. Yeah, but Roy was just different.
Yeah, he was. He was already up at 175.
Cheat code motherfucker, man.
Yep.
That motherfucker dope.
I mean, they eventually fought again, but at that point, that's when it didn't really matter. When it was like, Roy was obviously past it. He'd been knocked out several times, and they was both older.
Right.
So,
right.
So I don't
I'm just saying, man, that left hook, man.
Yeah.
That shit was insane.
We'll always say he should have retired after he became heavyweight champ. That would have been.
Yeah.
He barely threw a jab. That motherfucker would use the left hook like a jab.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he was so quick that it's like he didn't.
Yeah,
opponents.
It was insane, man.
Yes.
It was insane. That was probably one of the most talented fighters that ever lived. That motherfucker was different.
Yes, no, there's no one. Well, me and Tony were talking about Fundora. Since he's so tall, he probably has the dimensions to go all the way up to heavyweight, possibly. I don't think so. I think if anything, he'd probably cap out at maybe light heavy if he fills up.
Probably 168.
Yeah, I said anywhere between that. I would say cruiserweight would be pushing it for him.
Yeah, it
would. Don't know. Sometimes
because he's a naturally scrawny guy. He's not like big. You know what I mean? So,
some of them guys, though, man, like just because they tall, don't mean that they can put the weight on correctly.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I like him at 154, man. I mean, that dude's an anomaly, no doubt about it, man. He got good pop. He can fight on the inside. That kid is different, man. I mean, you getting caught with uppercuts from like Florida, and you thinking you out of range. That's the shit that Paul Williams used to do, and this dude's taller than him. It's insane. Shit, Paul Williams, I think his best performances was at 147. But 54, 60, both him and Sergio Martinez got pushed out of 147. They got pushed out.
Yep, because nobody would fight them.
Nobody would fight them. Nope. Yep. That's why they fought at 154. And yeah, man, Paul Williams was about to fight Kelly Pavlik when he was on his mean streak, but Kelly Pavlik was having his problems and shit. She said he had an infection twice, so the fight got canceled twice. That shit would have been crazy. And that was before. I feel like Paul Williams was somewhat punch drunk by that time, though. He was about to fight Canelo.
Yeah, before then he got into
his accident. Yeah, but at that time he wasn't the same fighter, man. He wasn't the same fighter. He was fighting too. He was getting, even before the Sergio Martinez knockout, he was getting hit too much. And even when he fought me being a Paul Williams fan, I was like, Laura whipped his ass. How the fuck did they get at the Paul Williams? I'm like, there's no way. I don't even give Paul Williams one round in that fight.
That was sad. That was messed up, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was real sad. That just tells you that, like, politics ain't always in favor.
Hell no.
One person is like, that was,
Hell no. But shit, man. I don't know. It is what it is. Shit be happening. But we be getting some good ass fights though. Both him and Sergio, shit. What was it? 2 fights they fought, right?
Yeah.
Sergio had a good career, but his shit ended fucked up too.
He's still fighting. He's still around. That's the crazy part.
Wow.
But when his legs went, I mean, that he relied on his legs so much.
Yeah.
They went that Cotto fight, man. Bad.
Yeah, he was an ambush fighter.
Because he was with the braces and all that on his legs. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But the crazy part is, I think he's like number 6 or 7 in a WBA.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was talking about 2 years ago when he was making his comeback. I'm like,
Bro,
I was like, man, I wish him the best.
Me too, but he ain't winning no belt, man. I'm sorry, he ain't. Not unless it's a vacant title and they just do some funny shit. So
he was a bad motherfucker when he had some youth with him, though.
But the man is pushing 50. He's pushing 50 now, ain't he?
God damn.
He's that old.
That's crazy, man. Not everybody be hot, man. They can't do that.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's like you George Foreman and none of those guys. It's like they were rare cases. So it's like,
shit. Floyd's still doing his thing, but I'm not interested in none of that shit.
They want Manny Pacquiao to come back. Manny Pacquiao's talking about he wants to come back now because he had that exhibition fight with a Korean guy, DKU.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to fight Spencer Crawford. I'm like, bro, stop.
At least they smart enough not to be fighting at the professional level though. With these, like, I mean, hopefully Manny says, cool, and steps away from it because it's difficult to tell these guys who've achieved that much to stop fighting.
It is.
You know what I mean? They addicted to that shit. They adrenaline junkies, no doubt about it.
I mean, in cases like that, you have to learn the hard way because, like, it's like, okay, let's say we give you what you want, you go in there and get chinned, then you realize, okay, yeah, maybe I was past it. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna have to take something like that for them to finally learn.
Come on, but I mean, to experience 20,000 motherfuckers screaming for you, like that's an addiction within itself.
But in Manny's case, he's already had all that. Like, I mean, the man was a senator of his country, almost trying to become president of the country.
But what I'm saying is though, like that, but it's got the lights on you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's addicting.
I get it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's addicting. Gotta be like insane to experience that shit and then to just let it go like that. Like, nah, I got one more in me. You'll always feel that way. You know,
I think it's also the sport too. You've been doing it so long. That's literally all you know how to do.
Right. Yep. But as for him being a senator, I mean, he's a good guy, I guess. But come on, man. You talk about a politician that got punched in the head for a living. Like, come on, man. That takes a bit of arrogance to do that shit.
He's a senator, so he's a political figure, basketball player, professional basketball player, musician, because he has a band.
Yeah, right. And everybody know that motherfucker can't sing. I Manny Pacquiao. It's like, come on, man. He's like, I'm gonna go karaoke after that shit. All right, we know you got love for it, but that don't mean you're good at it.
That's the thing with any celebrities. Like, once you achieve a certain like status in whatever you do, it's like they venture into doing other shit, and they don't have to be good at it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because like take what do you call it? Kim Kardashian and Cara Delevingne. They released something. Y'all can't sing worth a damn.
I thought you was gonna take it another level. I thought you were gonna say AB in his professional rap career.
Oh yeah, that too as well. Yeah, I will admit I was feeling one song he did. I'm not gonna lie, but that's pretty much it.
All right, I'm back, y'all. My phone died.
Shit.
Wait a minute. We talking about AB. He has Soulja Boy as a feature. That right there is legendary. Put him up there with Tupac.
Soulja Boy, tell him.
AB's rap career. Oh man.
Yeah, man.
Actually, Matt of them was a rapper because wasn't Floyd a rapper at one point too?
Yes.
Oh
my
God.
Floyd was a rapper. Roy Jones was a rapper. Deontay.
Can't be touched, can't be stopped, can't be moved.
Yo, that's one of the best songs. Though.
That was my shit. That's my shit, bro.
Yo,
Yo, Roy, the only boxer that ever had a good rap song. He the
Yes.
only one.
Can't be touched. That's classic shit right there.
Yeah, you're right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're right. I mean, but that shit was crazy too. And he came in with the mic. He had the mic hook up on his head, was fitting and everything. Yeah, I remember that shit. Him, he come into the ring, he made moves, Floyd. But I gotta say, man, when it came to guys coming in, couldn't no one fuck with Nassim Ahmed, man.
Oh yeah.
That dude, he changed the game.
Matter of fact, like
Hector
my
Camacho had a good entrances too.
Oh yes,
favorite one-
Macho Camacho, yes.
my favorite one is when he fought Kevin Kelly in New York. He came out the Men in Black dancing behind the screen.
Kevin
he
Kelly
came
was
out-
so pissed off in that ring. So
I think he
pissed. You
came
should
out
see it.
to Red Rat
Let me tell you
fighting
what-
somebody. That shit was dope as fuck.
You know who I liked coming to the ring? Angel Manfredi, I mean.
With Kid
Angel
Rock?
Manfredi, where he would wear the devil mask. As a little kid, I loved that.
Oh, Angel Manfredi. Yeah, and as soon as he put like the angel shit on, he started getting his ass whooped. You notice that? No, I'm not. Now, listen, I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. But I'm just saying, as soon as he did that, it just went all downhill for him. It's funny.
Let me ask you something. When he came out to Chris Rock, was that in the Floyd fight where Floyd whooped his ass?
Yo, Floyd beat the brakes off that dude. I think his win was against Gotti, right?
Yeah.
That's what put him over the top.
Yeah.
And then when he got in there with Floyd, Floyd had a way of doing it, especially at that weight class where he would just mollywop these motherfuckers, man. I knew for a fact he was gonna destroy Gotti. Like that, I wasn't even.
Oh God, that was you look up mismatch. That's one of the fights that comes to mind.
It's because he wasn't no good. I'm sorry.
Like Gotti couldn't do a damn thing in that fight. That was just that was terrible.
Gotti was like a glamorized C+ fighter, man.
That's it. And his thing to fame was him and Mickey Ward.
The Ward trilogy, yeah, but Ward fights just like him.
He became champ after that again, though. That's how he got the Floyd fight, because that's how Floyd got the fight, because he was a WC champ again.
He had what was it? Buddy McGirt was with him, and he was getting some dubs. But there was fights that he had where he was just getting washed and just hook off on motherfucker. And earlier in his career, he was just destroying people. That's what people tend to forget about Gotti. Gotti was a decent fighter, but he just wasn't. I know A+ and C+ fighters, and I'm like, oh nah. And I remember everybody was trying to get me
wise,
to bet on Gotti.
but he could punch and he had a chin. I think that was one of his attributes, or some of his best attributes.
His claim to fame was looking like a drunken person at a bar. Like that's why him and Mickey Ward are in the Hall of Fame, for having no skill and
that
just
trilogy
standing in front of each other punching.
That's
like,
it. That's all.
I don't understand that. Like me, as somebody who boxes, I look at that and I'm like, yo, that's low tier. Like that's not impressive to me. Yeah, it's fan friendly, but like, come on, man, that's not Hall of Fame.
I think he was isn't he a 2 weight class champion?
Who?
Gotti, yeah.
Both Gotti and Ward. Both Gotti and Ward.
No, Ward never won like an official title. He won the WBU title, which is like, WBU is like IBO. Yeah.
They weren't bad. They just weren't on that level. They were nowhere near that level of like Mayweather, especially at that time. Mayweather had like Mosley and fucking De La Hoya moving up whenever he moved up. For like a couple years, and them fights didn't come to fruition till like later in the careers. But he was chasing them guys, and they didn't want no parts of him. No.
Y'all hear something funny? Y'all seen The Fighter, right?
Yeah.
You the last when Mickey Ward fought Shane Neary in the last like fight scene of the movie, they used some recordings from the Gotti fights in that match. Oh shit, that cracked me up. I'm like, wait a
Because
minute, why
yo,
did it
I
sound familiar?
think
But yeah,
the end was when Gotti lost to that dude from the Contender, man. That shit
yeah,
was
who?
sad as fuck.
Oh
I
yeah,
was
because
like,
I mean,
God.
not because like the thing was like I remember on Legendary Nights, Buddy McGirt said that he wanted him to retire. It's like
Yeah.
he's like you got nothing, you don't need the money, like you done it, like just leave it alone. You know what I mean? That he didn't want to quit, and that's when Buddy McGirt quit being his trainer.
But that's the thing, though. You can't tell them fighters that could pull a dub
Yep.
out their ass with a left hook that
And
their
as a
fight's
result, got to
over.
learn the hard way.
Yeah, yeah, that's like what you said. They gotta learn the hard way because you can't tell them not to do it, man. They gonna like, I got one left in me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
And
I'm like, all right,
you
fine.
try to convince them otherwise. That's how they got. But then again, that's how they got to where they was. They're
Yep.
not quitters. Problem is
But at the same
their
time,
health on the
you
line.
got to do some self reflecting and look. It's like
Yeah. Oh yeah.
you can't do
Absolutely.
what you could do back then anymore. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You just can't. That's why Evander Holyfield stuck around for so long. He should have retired long ago.
Hmm. But then there are
Another
fighters
case.
that achieved, came back, pulled off the huge dub, and then retired.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Little Hands of Stone, Michael Carbajal.
Yep.
His hugest win of his career basically was his last fight. No one thought he could pull it off, and he iced the kid. And it happens. But then he pulled out. He was smart. He was like, y'all thought y'all slept on me. You know, I love that dude, man. Y'all ever seen any of his fights?
Nah, George Foreman was another one that did that, and he beat Shannon Briggs and got robbed.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Yep.
Forget his name, but what's the dude who knocked out David Price twice?
Who the fuck was that? What's his name? Damn it. Klitschko fought him twice. He fought a lot of guys. Klitschko fought him twice too. Vladimir. What? Tony Thompson.
Tony Thompson was like that. That was his best win of his career, knocking out David Price. This is when David Price was knocking everybody out.
Yep. David Price was they were looking at him like they were talking about him like, oh, this dude's the best thing since sliced bread.
And Tyson Fury ducked him. Imagine that.
Yeah, that would have been the match. If David Price, I mean, if he didn't get exposed, that was supposed to be the big UK fight.
Yep.
That's the problem with trying to keep you old, and that's the problem with these dudes. What you wind up doing is getting slept by Mr. Nobody, and who's to say if you get in there with somebody, you pull off the dub, and it just elevates your career to new levels. Like, don't. It's sad. Like you didn't see this back in my day, you know, and now you see it today, and it's just like it's a damn shame. That's what I'm saying. When you got that 135 as lit as it is, and with all them fights there, it's like y'all leaving that money on the table, and the longer y'all let that shit bake, it's gonna burn. And
Do you think heavyweight is running the same kind of scheme now too? Do you think heavyweight is like that as well?
Yeah.
In a way, yeah. It's in all weight classes.
Yeah.
It's political. It's like strategic.
For as much shit as people give AJ, at least he got in there with motherfuckers.
Yeah, I mean, AJ's probably my favorite heavyweight, honestly, of everybody.
At least he was fucking
he's the one
he's
the one with the best resume of everyone.
Is he?
Well, right now, who do you think? Who got a better resume than AJ?
Who's got a better? Tony, who do you think? Who you think? Anybody? Or
I mean, I would say arguably you would have to say Tyson Fury.
Because Fury had a prime Klitschko, and then also he got prime Klitschko. He got Klitschko at the peak of his powers.
Klitschko, Wilder, Chisora, and White. Is that?
I'm gonna throw Cunningham in there too, because that's a pretty good win.
I think Tyson Fury beats AJ, but nah, because you got to keep in mind, fucking AJ was in there with Klitschko too.
But that was like posted. That was past it, Klitschko.
I mean,
even though I'll let y'all cook. I'm just saying, even though it might have been not a prime, that was one of the best Klitschko performances. And he got off the canvas and he iced it.
Yeah, but one, two, that's bad. That's real bad. When you're this is what you got to look at. Tyson Fury beat Klitschko, and it looked like a sparring match. It didn't even look like a professional fight. It looked like Klitschko didn't belong in the ring because he had no idea what to do. He was confused, couldn't get his shots off. He just was outclassed, completely outclassed. And we're talking about a guy who was the most dominant fighter in the last 10 years.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. That's a bit overstatement, but go ahead.
Let me finish one, two. Then AJ gets in there with him a year and a half later. When the guy has been ring rusted a year and a half later and goes life or death with this guy who just got completely outclassed. The only reason why it looked like Klitschko's best performance in a long time was because AJ just wasn't that good. And that's what we've come to realize as time has gone on. He's just not as good as we thought he was. We thought that Ruiz was a fluke. However, after the Ruiz loss, he just really hasn't looked that good.
Right, but Tony, let's not get off of the subject and why we talking about this. We talking about resumes.
Right, I'm about to get into that. So
okay,
look,
cool.
You got AJ playing cleanup with Klitschko, who've been inactive for a year and a half, went life or death. Then when you think about it, Charles Martin was who he got his first belt from, who just got knocked into another round by Ortiz. He was literally having a conversation in the ring, got knocked back into reality, looked at the referee like, why is he hitting me? The bell rang, something happened. I was talking to my grandma. But let me finish. But
I can't say that.
Ortiz, he got sparked twice by Deontay Wilder, who Tyson Fury sparked twice. So you have to look at it like that. Like,
yeah, but I mean, I think that fight with AJ had a lot to do with Martin's shorts. Them shits was way too tight, was cutting off the circulation. Right. That motherfucker was, he had them little ass leather shorts on.
Okay. Let's go to another fight. Let's go to another fight. Although AJ wasn't as deep into his career, he went life or death with Dillian White, who is my favorite UK fighter by far. I like Dillian. Even though he's lost several fights now, I still like him. He's still a dog. I like a dog. However, Tyson Fury gets in there with him, and Dillian looks like he never boxed a day in his life.
Good God, I know that was bad.
Yeah, but let's be real. How many wars had Dillian White been in when he finally got in there again?
He's been in a lot of wars.
Fury.
He's been in a lot of wars.
Yeah, you could put that to the Klitschko, and then when you look at some other fights, you can see how many wars a lot of motherfuckers been in. I'm not saying. I said I feel like Tyson Fury could beat AJ, but when it comes to resume and risking it all, this dude had opportunities. He got opportunity right now to get in there with fucking Usyk.
Yeah, but look, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, when you look at resumes, right? Okay, Fury just beat Chisora again. However, Chisora beat Pulev, who AJ beat as well. So you got Fury beating Chisora for the third time. He beat him in his prime. Then he made him quit in his prime, and then he made the referee stop him. Now he just beat Pulev like AJ did. So
right, but we talk about resumes, not performances.
What I'm saying is, though, you could say the Chisora win is a much better win than a Pulev win. So Fury's got him there. Fury's got him on the Klitschko win. In my opinion, while I do agree with you that Dillian White had been through wars before he got in there with Tyson Fury, Dillian White has built up a much better resume, has much more experience when he fought Tyson Fury than he did when he fought AJ and got his first loss.
Yeah, he got experience of getting knocked out. You know what I'm saying? Like he had got, come on, man. His lights went out, he came back, he pulled off the dub. And he looked good in that fight against Pulev in the first fight, but then he got caught with the uppercut. Everybody know that uppercut, and the first uppercut to really do that was AJ's. He the one who made that button. So there was a blueprint to stop him, and that was the uppercut. And then when these people figured it out, I mean, Tyson Fury didn't really hurt him until he landed that uppercut. So I'm just saying, in the fight sense, but now he gave you a blueprint. What I'm trying to say is AJ wasn't afraid to risk it and risk it for the biscuit. He was risking it for the biscuit. He wanted it. What I'm trying to say is that desire is missing today.
I
That
disagree.
desire to get in there and mix it up. Yeah,
I,
I do. I don't think Tyson
no, but
Fury
listen,
has
listen.
that desire.
1-2, 1-2. Where was that desire when Tyson Fury just gave him the fight and he turned it down? Where was that desire when he could have got in the ring right here? When Fury shouldn't even have been fighting White. Excuse me, Chisora. He should have been fighting AJ. Where was that desire in AJ?
I'm just saying he iced Klitschko. He iced him. Whether it was life or death, if that's what you want to call it. But then again, when you look at the Tyson Fury win, I had Tyson Fury beating Klitschko in that fight as well. But check this shit out. How many punches was thrown that fight? I mean, how many punches was connected in that fucking fight? How fucking whack was that fight?
I
Really?
mean,
I mean, I get it. It looked like a sparring match, and that's exactly what it looked like. Like Tyson Fury didn't take any fucking chances in that fight to try to get Klitschko out of there. And to be honest, neither did fucking Klitschko. So neither one of them motherfuckers was fighting. And that's what I'm saying is he got um AJ got a better fucking Klitschko in that fight because he knew it was on the line. So he was willing to take risks. He was willing to put it all out there. Am I
yeah,
lying?
I think a guy on a 10-year win streak is a much better opponent than a guy who's been defeated and laid off for a year and a half.
I tell you what, a
I
guy that was getting off with doing a lot of shit and then finally had to say, okay, I gotta put my pedal to the metal and do this shit, and he was burnt. But everybody knew Klitschko was like that from day one. When he used to go all out, he would gas the fuck out.
1-2,
That's
1-2, 1-2.
that's a fact.
Let me ask you honestly.
That's how Purdy beat him.
Look,
Am I
we
lying?
might be getting this fight. We might be getting this fight, depending on what Deontay Wilder does. We might be getting this fight. Do you really think? Would you put your house in South Kakalaki that you just moved into, that you doing all the repair work to? Would you put your house on Andy Ruiz Jr. beating Tyson Fury?
Nah.
Exactly.
Nah, I think Tyson. That wasn't what we was talking about though.
No.
We was
It
talking
is.
about resumes.
Right, we are talking about resume, and on AJ's resume, he got his ass whooped by Andy Ruiz.
Right, but wasn't Andy Ruiz a late replacement?
Yes, but he's still
Okay, all right. Fat. Look, I'm looking at this dude. This dude looked like Chisel the Donuts. This motherfucker looked like this. This kid's got fast hands. This dude's kind of a problem. He been in there. He can scrap a little bit. He got good power. He's a rabbit puncher as well. And you won't see that shit. This could be dangerous. Did he overlook him? Absolutely. But he didn't say, "Nah, I'm not fighting him."
Okay, and wasn't Derek Chisora a late replacement because AJ would not fight Fury?
Touche.
Yeah, touche. It
I
is
mean,
what it is.
if you want to be
Tony.
hold on, Jay. If you want to be technical about it, AJ was a late replacement because Usyk bailed out of the fight, talking about, I need to spend time with my family.
Yeah, well, let's just say, I put it like this. I think Usyk is going to be somewhat of a problem for that man.
He gonna get beat up so bad.
You think so?
He gonna get beat up so bad.
He gonna be somewhat of a problem for him.
I mean, if I could just add this right quick, fellas, gentlemen, like I kind of give I was against the fight happening with AJ Fury. I just thought the timing was not right. I believe Tyson Fury was being very strategic about the whole issue, and partly I believe, like, despite AJ turned it down, I'm not denying that, but it's just like I kind of give him a pass because the prior year, the fight didn't happen due to Fury like last year. Like you announced.
Well, we're not gonna talk about that though.
No, it didn't,
Tony Reviews forgot about that.
That had nothing to do with Fury. Fury wanted the AJ fight. That had to do with the fact that Deontay Wilder not letting him out that contract.
No, I mean that's my point.
Let
me finish. That's my point because, like, you should have known that you were locked into that contract in the first place. So why would you even agree to the fight and announce it in the first place?
Because when your promoter is literally a business lawyer and he's telling you that you can get out of the fight, I think you would trust the lawyer who's your promoter in Bob Arum.
Nah, bullshit. What that was promotion for him to fight Deontay Wilder again. That's all it was. They were still on
the fight. They knew.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you have a lawyer the lawyer knows that he's not going to win the case. That your lawyer is not going to win the case. Another lawyer would know that. And he knew that very well. And he was like, why should I promote the fight between you and Deontay Wilder? What I'll do is I'll allow this AJ fucking Tyson Fury fight to go down. And then last minute said, boom.
But
Now
I'm
the
fighting
fight ain't
Wilder
happening.
because, like,
And
there
now
were
we don't
several
have to
outlying
promote the
factors.
fight.
There were several outlying factors because they had already reserved the Allegiant Stadium for July.
Yup.
They come out, so it's like they know, they had to know. They know.
Look. I'm gonna say this. To me, it's as clear as day. Fury wanted to fight AJ because if he did
No,
not
he
want to fight
did.
AJ, hold on. If he never wanted to fight AJ, then here recently he would not have sent him a contract. You have to realize if AJ would have signed that contract, it would have been over for Fury. He would have been locked into that fight, no escape.
But once again, it was the resume. So I mean, we could talk about, we could go back and forth with this, and I totally, and when we get to the point that you really pushing this, I take Tyson Fury over AJ.
No, we're still
in a
on
fight.
resume. We're still on resume. My only point was AJ would have been a victim on Fury's resume had he not backed out of the fight. But let's go continue with resume.
Wait a minute.
Let's go back to
Why are you trying to sign a fight though? But why are you trying to sign it for? No. Come on, man. You in the middle of my points. You drop your points every time, and you never allow me to do the same. But this is your platform, so I'll allow that. So I'm cool with that. I get that. But what I'm trying to say is, this motherfucker gracefully bowed out of a fight that he knew he would never even. He never even attempted to fight. He knew goddamn well he wasn't fighting AJ. He knew that. And like I said, Bob completely and Tyson Fury took full advantage of Eddie Hearn to promote that fight and just last minute switched it for Wilder again, which we knew what the outcome was gonna be. Fuck all the bullshit, the glove shit. Don't nobody get fucked. We knew what it was. It was one guy who had another guy's number, one guy who could box. He was big, but he still had to deal with that right hand. But at the same time, he would have been facing a different adversity, fighting a guy like AJ, and he took the familiar route. Do I think they would have probably been just as easy? Yes. But did Tyson Fury believe that? We don't know because it never happened, and he chose not to go that route, and he knew from the very beginning, both him and Bob, that the fight wasn't happening. So that was the point that I think Jay was trying to make as well.
Yeah, but here's my issue with that point. The issue is this wasn't the first time Tyson Fury was fighting Deontay Wilder. This was the third time. Not the first, not the second, but the third time. You mean to tell me after two fights, the second one being the most successful fight, breaking all the records in Vegas, they needed AJ's name? I'm sorry. No, it's just not the reality of the fact.
Right. But the reality is that motherfucker had all the belts. So that would have been for undisputed. So when this man's sitting here talking about calling himself lineal white, he tried to reaccomplish that, supposedly. He didn't make that attempt.
What I'm saying is he did make the attempt, and because Deontay Wilder stood stern in the trilogy, that's why we didn't get the AJ fight.
But after the second fight, why would you even want to fight the guy again? Yo, the fight should have been fucking stopped in like the 5th or 6th round.
I don't
disagree. The dude looked like dude looked half drunk, man.
No, but like, hey, fellas, but Deontay wanted to go out in the Shield and he got what he wanted.
He did.
In the third, yeah, absolutely. I know. But you, me, Tony, and everybody and Chung know that what it was. If that fight would have continued, that motherfucker his career might have been over. That shit, he looked drunk after like the 3rd or 4th round. He was punch drunk. He was shot. Then the excuses, the suits, and all that shit, that was just to maintain his relevance at that moment. So, I mean, we all know what we saw. Shit, I had a casual sitting next to me watching that fight at my boy crib, and I pulled the fight up and hooked it up and was like, "Yo, boom, we watching." And they're like, "Yo, why ain't they stopping this fight? This dude is ear bleeding." Like, yo, man, like that's the equilibrium right there. The equilibrium gone, and you a boxer, you a fighter. At that point, the fight was over. The dude looked like he was drunk the entire time. It looked like he had one too many. It looked like a dude stumbling out of a fucking bar, getting beat the fuck up, and his heart was too big. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that the motherfucker can't fight. I'm not saying the motherfucker ain't got a good right hand. I'm not saying the dude is scary, because he obviously not. He wanted to continue to fight. But let's be real, man. That dude could have got killed in there. And thank God his trainer stopped the fight. So no, everyone at that point, yo, there was no reason for them to have a third fight.
I don't disagree with what you're talking about the outcome of the fight. My only point is the rematch broke the Vegas ticket sales. It was their most successful pay-per-view. At that point, going into the trilogy, there's no need for AJ. There was a need for AJ in the first fight. There's a need for AJ in the rematch because you don't know how it's going to play out. But after you just had the most successful fight in the history of all your fights, you don't need AJ because you've already been proven as a proven commodity. Just like when Tyson Fury went to England and fought Dillian White, he broke AJ's numbers. He's a proven commodity. He doesn't need AJ at this point anymore.
Then why continue to mention him though?
As much as AJ fans hate to admit it, and I don't like Tyson Fury personally. I don't like him. I would love to see him get knocked out. I wanted Dillian to start him, but he didn't. The fact of the matter is, he's a bigger name, bigger star than AJ at this point in time. And I don't believe you ever need him. But back to the
right
point,
now, maybe. Right
Well,
now,
I mean,
maybe.
Dylan helped himself to fight too.
Then, absolutely not. Then, after that second fight, no.
By the way,
no way.
just FYI, the rematch, the second fight with Wilder Fury, that's still, even though it bought a lot of people, it still took a loss.
Just think of, but I'm just saying,
because Bruce Tramplin came out and said that they still lost money because a lot of people streamed it.
If it was about money, Tony, Jay, am I lying? Listen, pay attention. If it was about money, do you know how much money he would have made fighting AJ?
Exactly.
In the UK?
Exactly.
That shit would have been massive.
Especially at Wembley.
He still could make a lot of money from it, even now, if he wanted to fight him.
Right. People still want to see it.
They're still number one and number two in the UK in terms of the heavyweight scene. So it's just like they still need each other in that regard, because it's like, who's the complete dominant king of the UK? Is it AJ or is it Tyson Fury? That's why you would say that Fury still needs AJ to this day, because it's still a consensus of who's running, I guess the British
despite AJ's losses, despite Fury being undefeated, it's like, okay, there's still kind of demand for that fight because everybody wants to see who's better of the two, who's going to win that fight, regardless of when it happens.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're number one and number two. Like Fury's number one right now, and then AJ's number two still.
But we could keep talking about 2.5 years ago, or we could talk about what just happened in the Chisora fight. AJ could have been there. If it was about money, AJ would have took the fight. If it was about resume, AJ would have took the fight, but he didn't take the fight, just like Usyk didn't take the fight. But I'm trying to segue back over to resume, because if we talk about Derek Chisora, who Fury just beat with ease, he gave Usyk the hardest fight of his heavyweight career.
That was his first fight of his heavyweight career.
It was the second.
Let's not pretend that was
second. It was a second.
Well, that's right. But at the same time, he also rocked the motherfucker, and everyone said that wasn't gonna happen. He had dude on Queer Street, and it was a tough fight. But then look at his next fight against AJ. And then look at his next fight against AJ.
Yeah, he would have stopped AJ in the first fight had they not rang the bell 10 seconds early.
Yeah, he came close. That's true.
I'll put it like this. He put on a good performance of himself, and he was acclimating to the weight. And the style. Now, how will that fight go? Shit. I don't know. I might take Tyson Fury in that just because of attributes, and not many motherfuckers can move like that. Big motherfucker moves. You know what I mean? And Beast move like that. But then again, yeah, I don't know, man. Like
if we go back to, I'm sorry to cut you off one too, but if we go back to the legitimacy of being, I guess, the consensus lineal champ, then I mean Tyson Fury is that, right? So if you're the lineal champ, you beat the man who beat the man, and it kept going back. So he's done that. So I guess that would be the proverbial, like, that's his resume right there, because it's like, I'm the lineal champ. I beat the man who beat the man.
I have
So
a
it's
retort.
sort of like,
I got a retort to that. Let me answer that. Let me ask you guys something. Like, if Tyson Fury's isn't that lineage broken when you retire?
No, not at all. When you come back, you pick it back up.
So, I mean, like, you know, really, it's the man who beat. Also, okay, so all right, so that's quashed. Okay, so and then
So
another
let
thing.
me give you an example, AJ. Let me give you an example, right? If Lennox Lewis was to come back to boxing tomorrow,
Yep,
he would be the lineal champion.
Okay.
And Tyson Fury would have to beat him to remain lineal.
Shit, I want him to come back then.
Shit, 75. if we got 75% of what Lennox Lewis was in his youth, I don't think any of these heavyweights could fuck with him.
Nope. I mean, the thing. I mean, just also just Tyson Fury says the man who beat the man who beat the man. Right. That's the lineal. Right. Well, the lineage was ended 2 times when Rocky Marciano retired and when Lennox Lewis retired, and he picked it up from Klitschko.
Right, but Klitschko became the man because he cleared out the entire division.
Yeah. Then it was just like okay, fine, now he's lineal champion or whatever else. And Fury beat him, and it's like, that's my thing. It's like Tyson Fury keeps retiring like 100 times, so you know he's.
I mean, I never question. I always questioned AJ's as the heavyweight champion of like talent wise and all that. But as for wanting it, I never questioned that. I like getting in the ring and making it happen. I never questioned that. Now when he was in the ring, I questioned some things, but I mean, but to make it happen and make the big fights happen, I never really questioned that, man.
Speaking of which, let me get you a take on something. Did you see Dillian White's last fight against Franklin?
Yeah.
So what do you think? Do you think Dillian? What do you think of his performance?
it was very bad. It was poor.
Yeah, it was pretty.
It was pretty bad. It was poor.
Tony?
AJ, did you hear me talking about the fight before it happened?
You gave a lot of props to Jermaine. That's pretty much what I recall, right? You kind of you rated him highly.
Yes, very highly. And I'm gonna tell you this right now. As much as I like Dillian White, if it wasn't a draw, he lost that fight.
Got you.
Yeah, you gotta watch that Lomachenko fight. You gotta watch it.
Is it on
Tony.
YouTube?
It is. Actually, I watched it a couple of days ago. I rewatched it again. I had another look at it.
Yo, dude, don't watch the highlights. If you could get the full fight, watch
the whole
that
fight.
shit.
It's on there. But look for type in Lomachenko Ortiz full fight, and then you should see it.
That's what I like about Top Rank, because I mean they just recently
none of the fights are on
you
pay-per-view. They give us good fights for free. You know what I'm saying? So
that's what you gotta love about Top Rank and the Zone. You could get them full fights on YouTube eventually to rewatch them if you don't have the networks. But things like with the PBC, because you can't really rewatch them.
You buy it once, and then they
God, man,
dude, it's terrible. You buy them once, then like they go because I was trying to. So I remember.
Do you guys not have? I mean, nobody has cable anymore, but I'm assuming you guys don't use cable anymore. Like you don't have.
I still do seldomly.
Oh, okay.
I mean, but with the PBC, it's like I bought the Plant Canelo fight, and I tried to go back and rewatch it. Oh, you got to buy it again. I'm like,
the Plant Canelo fight, right? That shit, yo. How long did it take for that shit to touch the YouTube?
I don't even is it on there?
Oh, now? It is. Finally, it is where you can get.
They released the fights after like a year. They released them after like a year.
They skipped all 6 rounds.
Yeah,
the first 6 rounds, and I'm like, yo, Caleb was doing all right in the first.
I brought up the cable thing because if you have Spectrum, they typically put the fights back on, like for PBC and Showtime.
Them motherfuckers be charging way too much.
Yeah.
and then they switch it up on you, and then you see people getting cable, and it's like, oh, newcomers get this, but you got to pay quadruple for being a
Loyal
steady
member.
customer. Like what the fuck?
Yo,
Like
one thing, you never lie because like my internet's through Spectrum because it's the fastest one in my area.
right,
And that's
yep,
what they did to me. Whenever I was a new member, it was like half the price. The minute I hit past that 1 year threshold, they doubled it.
yep.
Wow.
And then you see other people like, yeah, I just got this for like this amount of money, and you like, yo, why ain't you taking care of the motherfuckers that steady making, like steady paying you? I guess they don't realize what consistency is, and that's why they go. Hopefully, they eventually die out as well. Them
Y'all want to hear
motherfuckers
something crazy?
great.
Like I got a funny feeling John Ryder's going to beat Canelo if he fights him.
What?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yo, AJ, I will say this. Ron Ryder beat Smith before Canelo got in there with him.
Oh
Hello.
yeah, yeah, he
Hello.
did. Everybody's
And
seen
he
that.
made Zach Parker quit just now.
Yeah, he did.
And
Yep,
beat Danny
that's-
Jacobs.
Well, he got to get he got to
No,
get.
I
I'm
don't know
kidding.
about
I'm
that.
kidding. I'm kidding. That was a joke.
I know, but
That's
he
a
does
joke.
have an official win over him. Yeah, he does. But
I thought Danny Jacobs looked. He finally looked like he was really trying
he looked his
to
age.
win.
He looked his age.
That was
in fight. He did. He looked his age.
that was the karma from the Gabe
Yo,
Rosado
Rosado
fight.
fight,
exactly. That's what I said. I was like, now he finally want to win, and then he don't get the dub.
It's something I can't understand. It's like under his own broadcast, right? They have fighters who controversially lost to these fighters, and they have them commentating. It's like they can't keep it 100. They're like throwing shade throughout the whole thing. You know what I mean? And like Gabe Rosado was commentating that fight, and he was laughing. I'm like, I actually had him winning. I'm like, all right, bro. Like, okay, we get it. We know you were hard done by, but still, it doesn't
Yo, I
look.
thought that
If anything, that should be the return fight for Charlo. I think him and Danny Jacobs.
Why not?
Yo, Gabe Rosado, man, I met the dude, man, and we kind of got into it, man. I was like, I was a
You
little
got into it with
disappointed.
Gabe about what?
Yeah, I don't know, man. He was just being funky, man.
Bro, you gotta elaborate, man. What's up?
Yeah.
What happened?
I was at Turner Stone, and he came out and he said, like he was walking out, and my son liked him. One of my older sons, he liked Gabe, and I like Gabe too. And I was like, hey, you know, and he was like, man, I ain't got time, man, whatever. And I was like, yo. So
yeah.
what I did was, his trainer at the time was Fernando Vargas. So I stopped Fernando, and he couldn't leave until Fernando left. So I talked to Fernando for 15 minutes. And so he had to stand there for 15 minutes while I was kicking it with Fernando Vargas. And then I was just like, yeah, I see what you at. I see how you is, man. But some people, you know, they not as cool as you would think they is. Same with George Foreman. I thought he'd be a lot cooler, man. He didn't even want, he was, I don't know.
He did, Big George did you dirty too?
A little bit. But yo, I chit-chatted with Chris Bird for like 20 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, like that's a down-to-earth dude, man.
You know who else is pretty down to earth? I met Yuri Foreman. He's down to earth too. He's really cool.
And Pernell Whitaker is too. He was. I chatted with him for a long time.
Nice.
Yeah, Pernell right before he passed, like probably about 6-7 months before he passed. And then when I met him, nobody knew who he was.
That's crazy.
Yo, I stopped and I just said Pernell. I didn't call him Sweet Pea or nothing. I was like, what up, Pernell? And he kicked it with me.
I got a funny story. I used to, Steve Farhood used to be one of my patients. So it's pretty funny. And he got me tickets to Wilder versus Ortiz 1.
Nice.
No shit.
Are you a doctor?
I work in physical therapy.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Who is that's another cool ass dude. Who is Jacob's trainer again?
It was Andre Rosier.
Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, he's cool.
He did the smart thing and got rid of Berlanga. He did the smart thing and got rid of Berlanga.
Rozier's a cool ass dude.
Yeah. He did the smart thing and got rid of Berlanga because T ain't going nowhere. So
yeah. Well, Berlanga, man, I think he's drinking his own Kool-Aid too.
He's a knockout waiting to happen.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing in this last fight. Oh my good, what happened? Yo, it's been a while since he's been fighting. Yeah,
Well, he was suspended. That's why he couldn't get it back in the ring after
for
that.
what?
After that bite shit, he tried to turn
Oh yeah,
he tried to
that's
turn
right.
Angulo into a vampire. Apparently, so bite Longa or
He wants
Berfanga.
the Benavides smoke. Apparently, that's who he
Oh,
wants.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no, the fuck he don't. He better not get in there with Benavides.
I'll say this, yeah, Benavides starches Edgar like that. That's that, yeah, man. He'll smoke him.
I think everybody at the top can get him. I think Plant would put a boot in him too.
Bro, it's like I mean, he's going the distance with guys in the late 30s and looking bad and arguably losing. You know what I mean? Like first it was Rolls, then it was who you call it, Angulo, yeah, and now it's like
Rolls actually moved up because wasn't Rolls a
he's
middleweight?
Yeah, he was. It's
Low key
ironic
talent
because like
wise, I think he's just another Rolly.
I'll say, well,
But Rolly know how to sell a fight.
he does, yeah. He's got a mouth on him and he can talk, but it's I would say Berlanga is as bad as Rolly. He sucks. I mean, like he's garbage juice. He really is. I think Berlanga is kind of a cut above that, but he's also really not that good as well.
I don't know.
What do you guys think about Blair to Flair?
Who do you think?
I want to say for the record, Rolly was outboxing Tank.
Yes, he was.
Yeah,
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yeah.
Yes, he was. I had him up by the time we got knocked out. I had him up on the card, so he was up on my card.
Likewise.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. I was like, I don't know. Berlanga in his last fight, he was throwing combinations at nobody just to look good. Like, look at what I'm throwing. Like, you ain't even in distance to land them shots. He's like,
Bro, that'd have been me, but I'd have beat the shit out of him. I don't play that bite shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, he was shadow boxing that motherfucker. I was like, what the fuck is he doing?
See, your power looks good when you're knocking out you're knocking out guys who you're knocking out cab drivers. But once you're stepping up against decent guys, now we see where his level is at.
Do you think he could beat Anthony Durrell?
No.
Maybe. I don't know.
He's got a chance. Maybe if he lands a lucky shot, maybe. But no, I wouldn't favor him.
Yeah, I think Durrell sparks him.
Yeah,
but that's what I was trying. That's what me and both want to. I think you told him too. That's what we try to tell Shelton Moore. Like, you cannot rate Zerto off of beating these cab drivers.
Oh
you
God,
can't do it. I'm still mad about that. I'm still mad about Shelton Moore because like I hold up my end. Like if I make a bet with somebody, this is why I never bet money. Like if I say like I'm gonna shave my beard, I'm gonna do it if I lose, right?
Yes.
If I say
that's what you did. That's what you did when you bet me.
Right. I can eat my crow just as good as I can dish it. I can take it, and I can reap what I sow, so to say, right? But he was talking about I was gonna be wrong, this, that, and I need to make a video about how he knew more than me, blah 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 blah. And he said, but if Zerto loses, I'll come over to your channel and admit that you were right. This dude straight ghost. Like, powder up in the air.
You know what though, Tony? I ain't seen Shelton in a minute though.
He's been popping up on Leon IQ's panels.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
he actually was on there tonight. Believe it or not, yeah, he was.
Okay.
So I mean, but he's taking a sporadic absence. I haven't.
I owe Haplo 50 push-ups. I never get, and I'm good on my word too, because me and Black had some shit. We bet a little money. I paid him, but I still didn't pay him. I still ain't pay Hap no push-ups. So I gotta give him his push-ups because I was there. Jay was there when I was like, Richards might pull it off against.
Yeah,
Watson.
you did. You gave him a good shot. You did.
Mm-hmm.
And
it wasn't no wash. It wasn't no wash.
No, there wasn't. It was close. It was.
Tony was there
he struggled. He struggled with Richards. He did.
Mm-hmm. Richards, but you know what? Richards don't got that. He ain't got that dog, man.
No, he doesn't really go for it when he should.
Yeah, when he should, because he gave Bivol.
That was like one of his best fights again. That was at the time. That was Bivol's probably best win.
Yeah. I would say this though, like there was underrated. There was another red heavyweight.
No, okay, no, sorry, not best one. I meant Craig Richards. That was like his best performance in a
his
fight.
best
Yeah.
performance.
Oh yeah.
Nah, he knocked that dude out cold from England. It was undefeated. Was knocking everybody out. King James or some shit. He put that motherfucker
Prodigal
to
can you
sleep.
mute? Okay, cool. Sure.
I'm trying to think of the kid's name, but he knocked that dude out cold, and then you never heard about him again.
Who?
Craig Richards knocked the dude out, and
Was it Shakai Pitters?
Yeah, Pitters.
Okay, yeah,
he iced him.
He actually had a
Did
comeback
y'all
fight.
see that knockout?
He fought recently.
Yo, did y'all see that knockout though? That shit was nasty. Pitters, because Pitters was supposed to be the next upcoming guy coming out the UK.
Yeah, but one underrated gem of a fight I've seen recently was on the Dylan White card, Wardley versus Gorman. Even though it didn't go long, that was a nice fight. That was a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
But I mean, see, one thing I noticed about Fabio is like if you hurt him, he's very dangerous.
I say about Craig Richards, man, he just ain't got that gumption. And
no, I mean, I like to see him honestly against I like to see him against Lyndon Arthur and Anthony Yarde.
He could do damage, but I don't think it's I think he got the talent to do it, but he just one of them people that's comfortable getting by. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think he'll lose to Dan Aziz. Have you seen Dan Aziz before?
I have. Yeah. He just beat Rocky Fielding, right? Yeah, stop him, right?
Yep.
Stop him.
You know who I want to see really test himself and get in there with a good fighter, and Billy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I want to see. And
he's
Billy
making noise.
He's
making noise. Yeah, and Billy's good. I like him.
That dude is fun to watch, man. I just want to see him in there with a big name. If y'all seen him, Tone, you seen him?
Oh hell yeah, I've seen him, Billy. Yep.
You've seen him?
I have. Oh yeah. That dude.
And he's a small 168 pounder, but man, that dude gives his all, man. Like
he can punch. He's got that bob and weave style. All that.
He's like Ryder, but more active.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That dude, and he's a little devastating too, man. He's fun to watch, man. He's fun to watch. I hope he don't switch up his style because that dude is fun to watch, man. I like watching.
What do you think of Josh Kelly at 54?
I don't like Josh Kelly at 47. I don't like Josh.
Nah, he just got a good win.
He's cool. He schooled the fuck out of Troy Williamson, man. That was a schooling.
You know what though? I just feel like he has to. I feel like I don't know. Josh Kelly need to work on some shit, man.
Y'all want to hear something funny?
There, but he got to work on it. So.
I picked Josh Kelly to win that fight on a coin toss.
Really?
Yeah, but landed on tails, heads. Landed on Kelly by decision, so that's what I went with. And I got it right. Imagine that shit.
I don't know. I'm not a big Kelly fan, man.
See, I think Josh Kelly is really good, and I think the only reason why he lost was because of them cuts that he had, and he was losing too much blood.
Well,
that was the major because he was winning the fight before the headbutt gashed him open, and then he just started looking like he was drained. And that's what a lot of blood loss will do to you. It'll drain you. And I wanted to see the rematch without all the headbutts.
I feel like the dude's talented, but I feel like same thing, man. It's look good first, win second. I think his problem is, and he ain't never gonna achieve anything thinking like that.
You think his look good? Like I
don't
know.
Yeah, I do. I think that's why he be losing this fight. Look good first, win second.
Well, he's only lost one fight, and that was the David Avenesian.
Yeah, but even in his W's, you can see it.
I don't see him. Who sees him picking up?
He's talented. And when it comes to Plan B, he rarely finds it. He don't make adjustments.
And is McGuigan his coach? Is that who it is?
Yeah, it's Barry McGuigan, I think. So.
Yeah, he needs to leave him. He's not a good coach.
He don't.
Isn't Adam? I thought it was Adam Booth.
It's actually Adam Booth. My bad.
It's the same thing that it's the same thing that plagued fucking Judah. It's the same thing that plagued Zab Judah. All the talent, he got skills. Like but they just I gotta look a certain way, and if I can't beat you a certain way, it's like a pattern. It's weird, but I peep it, and I'm just like, yeah, they got this thing about them where it's just like they can't when they adjust, they get emotional, you know, and then that drains them. That's where the draining comes from because they allowing their emotions to get the better of them. That's just my thoughts. I don't know. Yeah,
I feel you. But but as far as the Zerto prediction goes, that he was going to stop Bevo, like in hindsight, that's just so hilarious.
yeah, yeah.
Like it
Yeah.
really is. I mean, you know,
That's the thing though, man. Beaver one of them people like he had light heavyweight with feet like that.
honestly, like I can
That's
think
a
of
problem.
nowadays. I can think of a very few people when it comes to being a complete fighter. Like Bevo's one of those fighters.
I don't know, man. I like to do.
Hold on. This dude said, "Remember my name." It's Lamar. I knocked you out in the amateurs in Bronx.
What?
Considering I'm 32-0, when did I get knocked out? What weight class did we fight at? What year did we fight? Let's fill in the blanks real fast.
You've never lost an amateur fight, right, Tony?
No, I was 32-0.
Wow. Oh, that's funny. I
It
guess
would've been
what is
world famous
this dude
baller.
trying to clout chase or something? Or what?
I don't know. I'm curious. Let's explore this. I want to know what year it was. I want to know what weight class it was in because we can explore this.
Young Guns, go ahead. You give me the
We're
option
waiting.
to do so.
We'll wait.
Just clear it out.
He has to hit the link, right? Oh boy.
I mean, he could hit the link. He could let me drop the link again. He could type it. I don't really care where he puts it. Ooh. I want to explore this.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Come on, Young Guns. Can't stop, won't stop. We get down, baby.
That song got on my fucking nerves. I'm sorry, it really did. I never liked that song. I mean, the beat was just all loopy and shit. It's like, oh Lord.
You know what song that I couldn't stand that everybody loved, and I was like, that shit's kind of corny.
Which one?
That gangster paradise shit. I
Oh,
always thought that shit was whack as fuck.
Oh man, that's a classic. That's a classic.
That shit was whack as fuck. I was like, yo, Coolio needs. I mean, God rest his soul, but at the same time, you know what I mean. I was like, that's hot garbage.
It's because it was tied into that movie with Michelle Pfeiffer. I think that's why.
Even the hook was whack. Living in the gangster pack. I was like, what the fuck kind of shit is this?
Bro, it's because you know what you ain't never said prayers in the street like.
like
What?
It was because he sampled what was it? What is it called? Something
Then
of
he had
Cashmere.
the dude sweating in the video, like living in it. He was sweating. I'm like, why are you sweating?
By the way, gents, if I could interject, it has been an absolute pleasure. I gotta jump off now. I gotta go to fucking work. So
I ain't never been against.
All right, my brother. Have a good one, Jay.
Have a good one, Jay.
Tony. By the way, Tony, this is what I look like. So in case you see a weird random photo of me, this is my face.
No, that's your face. That picture.
This is my face.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know what's going on in that picture.
I used some app that made it like this. So yeah, it more or less made me look like gave me a perm and some bullshit. So
I don't know, man. You kind of look like Manny Pacquiao's cousin right there.
Oh shit. Oh bro. All right.
Well, hold it down, man. I think 1-2 got off.
Yeah. But all right, gents, I'll holler at y'all.
All right, man.
Have a good one, brother.
Later, G. Yeah, I don't know, man. I ain't never liked that song. I always thought that shit was whack as fuck. I don't know, but it's just me.
I was like that too. What Daddy Yankees, Gasolina? That used to be really popular when I was a high school kid. That used to kill me.
Nah, man. I was just like, I don't know. It was trying too hard, man. Way too hard. I was just like, this is hot garbage. Yo, so dude ain't come on and tell us how he knocked you out, and he slept Tony reviews, man.
Let me. I still ain't woke up. I'm dreaming right now.
Yeah, you obviously, man, you forgot about it. He hit you so hard, you forgot all about your undefeated record.
I know, right, man? They hit me with the smelling sauce. I'm like, did I win? Is it over?
Mm-hmm.
You want to hear a funny story? Well, it's not a funny story. It's actually pretty cool. My high school art teacher is a former WBA women's champ, actually. You may have seen her fight. Her name is Alicia Napoleon.
Mm-hmm.
You could look her up. She was my art teacher.
I remember one of the first fighters. She used to female fighter. She trained in my gym, Red Dog Burton.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and she was one of the first chicks that made it television. And she was a welterweight, and they put her in with a light heavyweight. That's how.
Yeah, the women's division is something else, man.
Yep.
Women's boxing is something else.
She went the distance too. She's a CO now.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I ran into her and her CO friend in a bar, and then me and him almost got into it. Just crazy. Yeah, because he was like, yeah. She was like, "You staying out of trouble?" And I was like, "Tone," and I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Why would you do?" And I was like, "Fuck is it got to do with you? Mind your fucking business. Nobody talking to you." He was like, "Do you know who I am?" I was like, fuck out of here. We almost scrapped too, but she wouldn't let it happen. She was like, no, guys, it don't matter whose dick's bigger. Just stop fighting. But I was ready to. I was like, yo, I get free reign on a police officer with no fucking, strings attached. I was like, let's do this. I was like, let's make this shit happen. But I respected her, man. And that was when I was younger. So when I ran into her when I was older, it was just nice to see her. She was professional too, And I never sparred her. I wouldn't, because if you win, you lose. If you lose, you lose.
Yep, exactly.
No, I used to get paid to spar a female Olympian. I'm not gonna say her name, but I used to hate sparring with her because I was in there to work with her. I'm getting paid. And she used to tee off on me like she was trying to knock me out.
Yeah.
They always do that. That's why sparring with women is something else, because they really try to prove themselves.
I know. And I got kicked out of the gym because after I want to say probably my 13th or 14th time sparring with her, I told her, I'm like, look, man, I'm not in the mood. Don't try to rock me. Don't try to knock me out. I'm not going to play with you today. And she started teeing off on me. Man, I hit that bitch so hard. Her face splattered behind the mask. She was on the ground. They kicked me out. I didn't get paid. I was mad because I was there for hours, but I didn't get paid. And that was the last time I went to that.
Tony, what level did you get to in terms of your amateur career? Were you were you a USA national?
I could have went pro.
Okay.
I could have too.
No. I had offers for promotional companies to go pro.
Oh, that's what's up.
I had I had two things going for me at that age. I had a free ride scholarship to play football as a running back, and I had boxing, and I was trying to decide which avenue I was going to go, and something unfortunate happened, and it kind of threw a monkey wrench into everything for me, and then thus my life played out differently.
Yeah, matter of fact, they offered me a pro fight, David Reed undercard, fighting at the War Memorial, and they were like, I forget what they offered me, but I was like, dude, I'm not even an Emmy. And I was like, you gonna put me in with a random motherfucker? You know what I mean? A dude trying to come up. They probably got fucking 200 fights. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you're out of your mind. I was like, I'm not stupid. I was like, let me put my work in, And yeah, it was. I had a bad coach, but I had some really great people in the gym with me. I had two pro fighters in there, or three actually, including Red Dog Burton. But one of them, he was a middleweight. He was 16-1, and he taught me a lot. I learned more from him than my coach could ever teach me. So, but I just knew I was in the wrong gym when they said, "Hey, you want to fight pro?" I was like, "Oh, you don't give a fuck about me, do you?"
Not
You
at
know what I'm
all.
saying?
That's one thing. One, two people don't understand about boxing. You don't need
Yeah.
any amateur fights. You don't need
Mhm,
anything but to pass a health test, a
mhm.
physical, and you can go pro.
Right, right. And I was in there with like accomplished Emmys too, a two-time Golden Glove champ. I was scrapping with him, and I broke his nose, but he beat me. But I busted him up because I was like, that was the first dude that I got in sparred with that was in my weight class. Everyone else was. I think I was 140 something, and I was sparring with guys 175, 160, and all that. And then I got in it with a guy 135, 145 pounder, and yeah, I was playing checkers and he was playing chess. And when he hit me with it, I felt this shot. I was like, "Oh, this is nothing. I'm just gonna walk through this kid." And then before I knew it, the rounds was over when I figured him out, and we couldn't go no longer. We were done, and I was pissed. But then I fought another guy who came in right off of SU. He was a wrestler as well. He was an amateur as well. I beat his ass. I beat the shit out of him. He almost knocked him out with a jab. He ran right into it too. It was, yeah, it was crazy. I had fun, man. I had fun in boxing, man. It helped me out, man. It really helped my anger issue because I was, you know, when you know you could do some shit, you know what I mean? It's a difference between thinking you could do something and knowing you could do something.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
always
you're
different.
not into it, and people can read it too. You know what I'm saying? It's like motherfuckers won't just run up on you and just run their mouth. Like it's just like when you know you could do something, real recognize real, basically. You know what I'm saying? So,
But you
but
know
yeah, it
what?
was fun, man. I would never give it up.
That's the hardest part about like everyday life. Like the older you get, you can't get away with stuff like you did whenever you was under 18. First and foremost,
Right, right,
you can't get
right.
away with it. Secondly, like as you get older and do whatever you do for a career, etc., you have to deal with people. And in the back of your mind, like somebody start mouthing off, you just be thinking like, this person only knew what I could do to them. Like,
Right.
but you
I
can't.
call it, but Tony, I call it the bubble. I'm like, you think that there's a protective bubble around you because of your status. And I'm like, there's no protective bubble around you, bro. And sometimes you just want to pop that bubble. You know what I'm saying? But
Dude,
at the same time, you want to be a civilized individual, and you're like, nah, man, I'm not gonna, you know, do that. But me, I'm a lot older too now, so I've learned a lot more, and I don't know what I'm capable of now. I just want to be in shape, be healthy, so I could throw the balls. In my son, he had a scholarship at SU to be a punt returner and a kickoff returner, and he
Whoa,
passed it up.
amazing!
Yeah,
Congratulations to him, though.
yeah, yo, he's a bad motherfucker too. Like he still plays semi-pro lacrosse, super athlete, and then I got a little brainiac son too, but I
is
try to
that
get
the
him
one?
active.
What two? Is that the one that was doing like accents? Or
What you
no?
mean?
Wait, no. Who was that? That had a son doing accents on the mic, like
Oh no,
impersonation.
that was my other son.
Okay, yeah, that was
Yeah,
you. Yeah,
that was my brainiac son right there. That was my son Angelo. Yeah.
yeah, doing like the Russian accent.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yo, he
yeah,
speaks
yeah.
Spanish fluently too. Yo, he's the one that they keep pushing up. He's an artist and everything. Same with my oldest son though. He's an artist. He's a bomb ass artist. He goes in the studio. He does music. He plays lacrosse. He was in the wrestling, football. Like I got highlights of him returning fucking punts and fucking getting touchdowns. He was a running back as well. Like he's just like scoring behind his back in lacrosse. Like he's the bomb. Yeah, man. Yeah, he's a bad motherfucker. And he's small. He's small, but he's just super athletic. And that's what I try to tell my Mr. Brainiac or my youngest son. I'm like, yo, if you get like physical, you got the genes to perform at a high level. But he's just like, I'm not into that pops. And he's
Yeah,
so sharp. So
to
I'm
be
just like,
fair,
look.
you should keep pushing him on that Brainiac stuff too, man. Because
Oh,
I always
yeah.
tell that too. I'm always about the brothers like doing really well academically because that means a lot as well. Because for I'm assuming you a brother. So
No. Actually, I'm not.
oh,
No.
okay.
No. I'm Sicilian and native.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
still, for you still in the melanated brothers, the brown brothers, you still get the card as a native. So we still need to push that for our kids as well.
Oh no, that's absolute. But I'm just like, you know what I mean? You want to have some sort of physical ability as well, just in case. I mean, you know what I mean?
Learning to fight, that is important. I would say that.
If you got a talent and you ain't tapping into it, I just feel like that's not cool. But at the same time, he's so sharp at what he does. Maybe he'll never have to deal with that. But just in case, to me, when you're raising children, it's just like you want to cover all bases before you go. That's how I look at it.
I agree with you, but I will say this. It's good that you're letting him do the brainiac stuff, as you put it, versus a lot of parents who may see potential in their kids and try to live their life through their kids because they couldn't achieve it. They try to get them to achieve what they want.
Right.
So, like, case in point, my son upstairs, he's only 6. He's damn near as tall as me. Like, his head's already above my chest. And he's only 6. I'm 5'11". He's 6. And he's strong. He runs fast, but he has no like want to do any type of sports.
Right.
It's hard for me because I was so athletically driven. But at the same time,
but it's okay though.
I'm not going to force him to do it.
Right. Exactly. I don't have a problem not doing that. I'm just saying, just tap into it because I was like, Pops could jump. Pops was fast, and you know what I mean. I'm like, just try it. And if you put a little effort into it, I'm probably not gonna be able to do that. And I'm like, well, don't just push it away. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, if you tap into it, you'll get it. You know what I mean? If that's what you want to do. And just of late, like I've never rushed him to do anything. And he's an artist and he's really smart. Like he literally drew some stuff on a shirt and then had it printed, and everyone's like, where you get that shirt from? And he was like, oh, I drew it. And they're like, no, you didn't. Like nobody believes him. That's how good it is. He's an artist. My oldest son's an artist. My daughter's an artist. My middle son, he just graduated college at NASCAR Institute. So yeah, all my kids is on a good road, man. And I mean, yeah, definitely push academics. But my oldest is crazy because he's so athletic and so into the now that I want him to be a little more cerebral. But he wants to be everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? But, everybody their own person and everybody got talents and everybody got their own desires and everybody got to blaze their own trail. You know what I'm saying? So I let them just feed off each other. You know what I mean? Me and their moms and all that. It is what it is, man. I'm proud of all of them. gotta blaze your own trail because you think about it. I mean, us as men, you know, you had to blaze your own trail. Motherfucker tell you guys, oh, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. You ain't hearing none of that shit. You're gonna do what you got to do, or what you want to do at the time, whether no matter how idiotic it is at that moment, that's what you believe. So, you know what I mean? I just try to give them a path and I try not to let them make the same mistakes I did. You know what I'm saying? Like, because then I feel like I failed. You know what I'm saying?
No, at the end of the day, you should strive for them to be better than you in every single
Yeah,
way.
absolutely. Absolutely. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. You said your son is 6?
Yeah, he's 6.
Yeah. And you said he already reaching that size, and you're like, oh, but you got this potential. I know the feeling, but
He gonna be
they
a
gonna
giant.
be them though, all the way.
Yeah,
They
all
gonna
the
be
way.
them all the way. Yep. But
Yeah.
they may tap into some shit, and you know what I mean, along the way, and go, damn, boom, pops was right. You know what I'm saying?
I
You
mean, my
never
thing
know.
is, I'm gonna tell you something crazy, one too. I'm gonna tell you something real crazy, right? I already know because I'm the shortest person in my family on both sides.
Mm.
I already know 9 times out of 10, my son is going to be a minimum of at least 6'4", at least. I already know. And I know the day is going to come because he's going to be so fucking big, he's going to try me. And in the back of my mind, if I do fight him, I'm going to try to beat him, of course. I don't want to lose. But in the back of my mind, I would be disappointed if I beat him in a fight. I almost want to lose so I know that he is better than me physically, mentally, etc. I'm not going to try to lose. I don't want to fight him, of course. I'm saying hypothetically if he does, because that's not my intention. But if it ever came to that, my envision is, like I said, everything. The weight that I lifted in my strongest, I want him to lift more. The speed that I used to run, I
Right.
want him to be faster. Everything just better.
Yo, but Tom, me myself, man, that shit don't even cross my mind. I won't even let a seed like that grow in my head. And if it does, I'm just gonna whip my son's ass, and I'm gonna keep it
That's
moving.
it. Dad strain hits different, man.
Yeah.
I would be so mad. I would be so mad if he lost. Like I would be so
He
mad.
has to lose. You gotta be the king of the castle,
I
man.
agree. He does.
He has to lose. You can't let him win. Especially young kids nowadays. I mean, look at the teenagers nowadays. You can't let them beat you.
I agree 1,000%. He has to lose. But a part of me will be disappointed if he does lose. That's all.
Yo,
I'm
you know
saying.
what? You know what, Tom? If my son challenges me, that would disappoint me. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying that it will never happen, but I feel like I'm not giving them any reason to do so. And if they challenge me on some shit or try to just like pull some shit, I'm gonna have to let them know, yo, nah.
Yeah, I'm like that. I don't have kids, but like I have my dad, and I would never ever think about challenging my dad. Ever. Just doesn't cross my mind. It's just like even if my dad's older now, but I would never to this day would never challenge him.
Don't even let that seed grow in your head, Tom. Because yo, if you being the best pops you could be, and if he cross you, that means that he need to be set straight.
That's true. That's the only time. Yeah.
No. You missed what my point is. 1, 2. I don't think it would actually ever happen in reality. I'm saying hypothetically, if it did, in my mind, all I'm saying is I want my kids to be better than me in every single way. Here I am when I used to fight, undefeated. In my mind, even though I don't fight anymore, I'm still a fighter. Like if AJ ran up on me, who you was talking about earlier, I'd swing with him and truly believe I'm not gonna lose. Like, because I don't know a loss. Like it's not in my mind to lose. It's not in my DNA. But with that being said, because of that, I would want to know that he could beat me because I want him to be better than me.
Right. No. I get what you're saying as a competitor and as an athlete as well.
This
You
is all
want
in a
him to
hypothetical
have the
sense
best.
as well.
Right,
So
right. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I get where you're going. You always want him to be better than you. I'm just saying, like, just let it go, man. Don't even let that shit fill your mind. That should be the
I'm not,
furthest thing from
I'm
your
not
mind
letting
right
it be
now.
my mind, my dude. It's not something I'm counting off the calendars for it to happen because I don't want
No,
it.
no, not at all. I'm just saying it shouldn't even be taking up any spot because I mean, but as a competitor, I see what you're saying. Like it as like an athlete, and you looking at it this way. But I'm a little older than you too, so um, maybe you got a little, maybe right at this moment you got a little more. Maybe you burning a little hotter. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, who knows? Maybe if I when I was your age, I might have been thinking the same. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, I got one of my sons is 260, 6'2". I'm 5'8", 173 right now, and I icing because it's not even a question. Like, I love him. He's a beast. He's been a beast since he grew up. But then I got another son. Like this. Like I don't know. I don't even think about it. To be honest with you, I rarely think about it. I just want to push him to be, like you said, better than me. Always better than me. Excel. And I think that every generation should feel that way, where your kids are gonna be most likely bigger than you. That's just kind of like the way the world's working right now. Because me myself, I'm one of the shortest folks in my family, so that made me a little tougher. You know what I mean? Than the other folks in my family. But it is what it is, man. We all a little different, but we all the same. It is what it is, man. As long as they doing right and they doing right by you, and you seem like you be a good dad and shit. So I mean, shit. You said you was a running back as well. You was a
Yeah,
halfback.
I was a running
Yeah,
back, just like your kid. I did kickoff, punt return. I
yeah,
actually
all that.
played both ways on defense as well. I was
Hmm.
defensive end, and whenever we kicked off the ball, of course, I'd run down the field and tackle whoever
So
caught the
was
ball.
you a scat or was you a power back?
No, I wasn't. So scat back is dependent on the formation you ran. We didn't run. We
No, I
ran it
mean
like
like
a
like
standard.
like 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 a quick, like a smaller quick guy that would just kind of like use the line, blind motherfuckers, and then just take the fuck
Yeah,
off, or was you like, I'm running through this motherfucker? Because that's what it seems like. You was like one of the motherfuckers, like, he's in my way. I gotta go through that motherfucker.
no. So even like whenever I was fighting, like when I ran the ball, I traded the same way. Like in high school, you're looking at about 185 pounds of like
Mm,
2% body fat, like
mm,
shredded, um,
mm.
and super strong. Because in high school, I was already benching 365 pretty easily.
Okay. All right.
Um, and as strong as I was, and I did run people over, don't get me wrong,
Mm-hmm.
my mindset was always try not to get touched. So I would do evasion over, just brute force. And the same way I used to box. Like even though all but two of my fights I won by knockout, I didn't win those by power. I won them by setting up shots, using agility, counter punching.
Mm,
And then when I see the head pop back, especially in the amateurs, because it's easy to get a KO win because the referee will step in quick to save
mm,
somebody. The minute I see the head pop back, that's when I got aggressive. But I like the agility. I like the
mm.
don't get touched, look good,
Yeah.
style.
Yep. Yeah. I was a good mover in the ring. Like, I could avoid shots, but I was definitely looking for the KOs way too hard. I wasn't using my agility the way that I did out in the world. You know what I'm saying? And I was just looking to do damage when I was in there, and it kind of sucked because if I did, I think like more shit would have came to me if I just allowed it to happen. And but of course at that point in time you fiery, you want to get off. If you get tagged, you got to get your get back right off the bat. You know what I'm saying? As to figuring the shit out. And then when I would figure the shit out, well, I figured it out in some cases, but some people was just more talented than others. So you got to continue to change levels. You know what I mean? So I had a lot of fun doing it, man. And then
Yeah, I
it made
mean,
me. It was cool for me. I really enjoyed it. What you enjoy most about boxing?
sparking people.
Did you really? That's crazy.
You got to understand. So here's the thing. Growing up, never knew my mom. She left when I was real early. She tried to come back into my life whenever I was already a late teen and then tried to act like my mom, and I wasn't having that shit. So she pretty much got cut off there. My dad raised me. However, he spent more time with females in and out than he did with me. Um, like it's so crazy seeing the difference in between me and my son because whenever I was 6 years old, I was home alone cooking my own damn food. Like he would die. Like him and my daughter, they would starve to death. They wouldn't be able to do what I did at such an early age. Um, and then everything I did, everything I achieved, even though it was way more than what my dad ever did, he always would be better than me. Never me better than what he did, even though the evidence and the proof is there. Like achieve things he never could, but he was always better. So I had this chip on my shoulder and I was always angry. And I used to always, like, whenever I grew up, I used to really truly think if I knock you the fuck out, that means I'm more than a man than you. So at 16 years old, I started clubbing, started knocking people out who were in their 20s on purpose, damn near every fucking weekend. Which led me into getting into boxing because a professional boxer at the time, a world champion. He actually saw me do it to somebody who was bigger than me, gave me his card, took a few months for me to hit him back, whatever. But that's the thing. So like I used to get high off of stopping people. I never drank. Well, I did drink a little bit. Never drank after I was 21, completely quit. Never did any drug of any type. But my high was sparking people because deep down inside, I felt like if I did it, it meant I was a man. And the more people I did it to, the more manly I became. So I became addicted to it. I loved it. And that's what I got off on. So that was my favorite part about fighting was just stopping somebody else, looking at them, letting them
No,
know.
it was the opposite for me, man. It was the opposite. I mean, I used to, I don't know. Boxing got me in a different state of mind. When I was out in the world, I'd do shit like that. And I enjoyed like being violent and shit. And then when I got into boxing, it kind of, it cooled me off because it felt like that was the wreck that I needed. You know what I'm saying? And when I would hurt people in the ring, I'd be like the first one to try to get him up. Like, you good? You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
It,
I
yeah.
agree with you. Like, so as far as like street fights go, once I started really boxing, that stopped. But
Mm,
you got to understand, it wasn't like really stopping. It was just a diversion of my anger and frustration. The target changed, and it was to the people
mm,
I was competing against. And my
right.
mindset was completely different than that. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking one thing, and I'm not saying I wanted to literally do this. I'm just saying in the moment, this is all I'm thinking. When I'm looking at somebody standing across from me that wants to take me
Hurt
out,
me.
beat me,
I'm
regardless
gonna get you
of what
first.
not. No, 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 no. It's deeper than that. The only thing I'm thinking is, how can I kill you quicker than you can kill me? And that's
Mm,
the mindset I had.
mm,
That was legit my mindset. So like whenever somebody like Deontay Wilder said I wanted to catch a body in the ring, it didn't really affect me because I never wanted to catch a body in the ring. I never want to kill somebody who doesn't deserve it. That's never been that way. But if I was fighting you, I'm telling you, the only thought going through my mind was, how can I kill you before you can kill me? After the fight's over, it's done. All ill will, aggression is gone. But in that moment, I'm trying to end you, period.
yeah. Yeah, man. I was more like reactive. So I didn't think about much. And the less I thought about, the better I did. It is just natural. And then I just, boom, stop. Like, if I stop somebody, I just stop. Like, everything would freeze. Stop. But only when I was in the ring. When I was out in the world, it wasn't like that. Like, I always had to have someone stop me. But now, I'm just like, that part of me it ain't, it is, but it isn't. You know what I'm saying? It's like a conflict, but at least there's a conflict. You know what I'm saying? As to just allow myself to just be, you know?
No, I mean, like I said earlier, the older you get, you gain responsibilities and you have too much to lose. And at the end of the day, it's not worth it. It's not worth
Yeah.
putting your hands on somebody and losing everything because of it. It's just
Right.
not worth it.
Right. Unfortunately, though, some folks, you know what I mean? When, like, you get to a certain point, that's what I was always afraid of is that, I don't know. Fuck it. It ain't important. I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's just crazy. But I tell you, man, I learned a lot through the sport, a lot of discipline, uh, a lot of things, man. And I wouldn't give it up for nothing. I was gonna get my second son into it. I felt like that's what he needed to be into because he was. I remember, man, he was like piecing kids up and just like lumping them. And I was like, yeah, when like I seen him in a fight, and before I could, stop him from fighting and shit, he clapped the kid, and it was like clack clack clack, and he was like 10, and it sounded like grown man punching the kid, and I was just like, yeah, nah, you don't need to be fighting, not out here. I was like, but we could get you in the gym, because I taught him some stuff prior, but I was just like, we gotta get you in the gym, but he didn't want to go, and it wasn't for him, and he was like, nah, I'm good. But yeah, he was a natural fighter. My oldest son, who was an athlete, he can fight. He just never he's not into that. Like he like kind of like look what I could do type of motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
but
then
I'm gonna
my
be honest
third
with
son, like, yo, boom, I ain't gotta do none of that shit. But he got a heart of a champion. It's
you.
crazy.
Right.
Go ahead, Tom. What was you saying?
No, I was just gonna say, to be honest with you, boxing or MMA now, being that MMA is more taking over, like boxing is really a dying sport, unfortunately, because we don't ever get the fights we want to see. So therefore, I mean, it's not even a top 10 global sport anymore. It's just it's bleeding. The megastars are gone. The megastars who are supposed to be like Earl Spence, they can barely sell 200K pay-per-views anymore. Really, we only have the AJs, the Canelos, the Furies, and that's pretty much it. Once they're gone, there's no really replacement. So, but I digress. Back to the point.
But he was saying more. I think he was speaking more from like a self-defense
No.
aspect.
No, what I'm going to say is like fighting in combat sport would be for me the last choice that I would want my kids to do. Like I would rather them play football, baseball, basketball, even though I hated soccer, track. Like I would rather them go to anything besides fighting. Now it's great to teach them how to defend themselves. Of course, I want my son to be able to defend himself, but as his actual sport, you know, when I was boxing, I did it because I was angry all the time. And it was a way to get out of my situation. But being that my kids are not in the same situation that I was in, it's dangerous. Like it's really a dangerous sport, and it only takes one shot and it's over. And I don't feel like they need to do it. You know what I mean? There's not the necessity there. They've got everything they need. Everything I never had, they have.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I really wouldn't want them to do it personally. I would not want to see them go into combat.
Nah, my second son though, that's the difference is that that's what he had. He had an anger problem. And what I wanted to do, what I had that same problem, you know, at one point in my life. So I was like, well, I just enjoyed being that way. Like it used to just like hype me up and shit. And so even in the middle of it, so I was like, maybe this like it benefited me just going through training, possibly sparring with headgear. You know what I'm saying? Once you get into it, and if he was good at it, and this was what he was gonna force himself to constantly do, because he was always getting in the fights, I was like, well then, you know, he was really good at it, and I was just like I said, I had to stop the fight, you know, because I was just like, this is not competitive. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the kid got off on him, and it was just like built up aggression. And then I was trying to figure out why he had it, and it was some folks just got it. You know what I mean? In him, because he was like my only son that was always like that. But now he's not like that. But at that point in time, I felt like if he could leak it out, you know what I'm saying? And that's what helped me along the way was like what you said. You're in there and now you can focus it. And then if you focus it, now when you get out in the world, now you don't think you're a badass. You know what I'm saying? You're not looking for a problem.
Right.
But if it's something presents itself, you look at it like, you don't really want that smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's what that's how I was looking at it at that moment because he was still young. But I didn't want none of them to fight. But I just felt like if I did it and it worked for me, maybe that would be a good thing for him, just to get involved in it, you know, because maybe it wouldn't be what he wanted to do, and then he realized, this ain't what I want to do, you know. But the
Yeah. No.
training helps
Definitely.
physically. You're right, and the training helps physically and all that, and not even sparring. But if he did get in there and he sparred, you know, that first time you get in there and you spar, you kind of know right then, you
You
know,
know,
is this what I want to do, or should I be fighting all the damn time, or is this just? And you get in there with someone who a lot better than you. You know what I'm saying?
man,
Yep.
Can you
can
compete? You know, or do you want to, or what am I doing out here in these streets? You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted them to experience that, but it just didn't work out that way, and he didn't do that, and he found his own way anyway. So it just what it was. My oldest son tried it. He did it for a little while. He wanted to push it, but he was so successful in football and everything else, he just continued with that, you know. And I'm like, yeah, go do that. You know what I mean? But that's a dangerous sport too, football. And that's what I told him too when he was talking about the scholarship. I said, just keep in mind if you're a punt returner, you know, just keep in mind these guys on special teams and these people, they trying to make a name for themselves too. You know what I'm saying? So they coming for you and they coming for you. They coming for you. Just keep that in mind. And I was like, so be elusive if this is what you're going to do. Because that's where most of the injuries come on special teams. That and the linemen.
Yeah. Especially linemen.
Mm-hmm. Because they can't see what's going on behind them. They always roll over their ankles. And when it comes to special teams, that's when motherfuckers want to really lay one on you. Because you out
Well,
in the open
yeah, you're also
at full
vulnerable whenever
speed.
you first get
Everybody,
the ball.
right? Everybody full speed going at each other. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so you could either blow by them or be full impact. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and that's why I was trying to tell him. I was like, and it's a good education. Just keep in mind, your education is something that you're gonna need. Your legs may not be there all the time. You may not be as fast as you once was, or you may have an injury, which you got to fall back on. You know, so that's just something that I dropped on him and shit. But he wanted to play lacrosse for another place, and yeah, it is what it is. But Yeah, I would have liked to see him play for SU though. That would have been pretty fucking cool. They wanted him, but it is what it is. What it is, man.
It's all
So
right. But
yeah,
you're right though. Education is better because on top of it, if you're not that smart and you get injured, and them colleges know that it's
it's
like a
nothing.
career-ending injury, they'll
Yeah,
drop you from your scholarship.
yeah, exactly. They'll. If you're doing well on the field, they'll push you through the grades. They'll push you through. They'll push you through the classes. But if you get injured and you can't produce for them, they'll drop you, like you said. And that's just what it is. Because they make some of them colleges make more money than them NFL teams. Believe that shit.
Yeah,
Believe that.
especially when they're not paying the players.
Yeah, exactly. And but shit, they got a lot of backing. You know what I'm saying? You got whole cities that are built on colleges.
That
You
was my
don't have
university
whole.
experience. Literally that.
You don't have whole cities built on NFL teams. You got whole cities built on college colleges alone.
Big
You
time.
got a big city, you can have an NFL team, but if you got a big college, you can have a big city.
Yeah.
Build a city around your college if it's
Yep.
successful. I don't think people realize that some of them fucking college coaches get paid more than them NFL coaches, and that's a fact. That's a fact. Believe
College
that.
basketball too for some of those schools as well.
Oh hell yeah, Jim Boeheim, boom, multi-millionaire. And many other college basketball fucking coaches. Hell yeah, believe that. There is money in college. A lot of money.
Well, it's good. The athletes now they're making money too. You know, a lot of these
Mm-hmm.
they're making money themselves. So
Yeah,
that's
that
pretty
is
good in a
true.
way as well.
Uh,
Yep.
yeah, but they're not making what they should be making still. And then on top of it, you can't have no outside income. You can't have endorsements. You can't have a YouTube channel. They make you shut down all your social media, which is ridiculous. Like,
I think some of them get like Instagram sponsorships though. I've seen some of them like a couple of like gymnast girls or whatever. But you know, I feel
oh
like
yeah,
with the women it's a lot easier than the men.
Well, because they own your name. Low key, they really own you. They own your brand. That's a fact. Especially if you're at college. Your school owns your brand until you leave.
yeah,
Yeah, you're not wrong. I remember when I was in school, there was literally like a yellow book with everybody's name and number in it, and you could legit call somebody. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how they did that, but it was nuts.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. And you got people buying names out here. Yo, was it? Is it Shaq? Shaquille O'Neal? He owns like Marilyn Monroe. Ain't that shit crazy? Did you own that? Like that's nuts, man. How is that even possible? That you making money off of somebody else? Like that's insane. That's insane to me.
Well, that's
Like,
not to get all conspiracy oriented, but that's how people get taken out too. Because didn't Michael Jackson own like the whole Beatles catalog at one
yes,
point?
he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He did. He got it. And you know what's crazy is fucking who was it? Oh shit. The dude who used to do the music with him, the Beatle. I'm trying to think. Paul McCartney told him he was attempting to buy the rights to the Beatles and buy the masters and all that shit. He gave him a heads up during one of them videos. And then Mike went ahead and bought that shit behind his back and was like, he was like, yo, you gonna let me get my hands back on my music? And he was like, no, I can't do that. It's business. It's just business. That's cold as fuck. That's cold as fuck. Could you imagine creating something and someone else owning it? That's gotta be tough. That's gotta be tough, man. And telling you what they gonna do with your shit. I think that's Prince
I
used to
mean,
talk about that shit too.
to be honest with you, it's like that for a majority of anything. If you create
It
Yeah, it
something,
is.
happens all
It
the time.
is. It is.
yeah, if
It
you
is.
create
I'm not.
something,
I'm just saying that's. But I understand that it's a common thing, and it's been a common thing for a long time. I'm just saying, man. It's
So much
that's
so, I think what you would call the artist, what's her name, Taylor Swift. She re-recorded all of the songs because they like basically took all her old songs. So she has a new album re-recording all her old stuff.
when you sign, man. When you sign, man, they own you. They own you. That's why Prince was talking about all that shit he used to talk about. He was like, he would want to do. They were like, hey, you want to do a cameo with me? And he'd be like, sure. You own your own royalties, and they'd be like, nah. He's like, and I can't do it. They're like, why? He was like, because I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for your company. Because you don't know your own shit. That's why he changed his name because they owned his name to the artist formerly known as Prince. Y'all didn't know that?
No, I did that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, he also gave so many people hits, man. It's unbelievable how talented
Right,
Prince was.
right. But
Like he put so many people on.
he realized he didn't own his shit, and then he got on his shit. And that's what I'm trying to say is, if you're creating it, producing it, doing all the instruments, writing the songs, um, out there performing on the field, whatever it is that you do, you have to know your worth. If you don't know your worth, that's why I'm not too mad about these folks out here getting their money. That's cool. But I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. You got to know what your worth is. If you don't know what your worth is, you're gonna experience it in life where you're just, you're just, you could be, you could build a company by yourself and just be a worker, and you don't realize what your worth is. You know what I'm saying? I took a company myself, from a $200,000 company to a $1.6 million company. You know what I mean? And I didn't receive none of that. That'll never happen again. You know what I'm saying? So you have to know what your worth is, but you have to blaze a trail and know how things work in order to deal with these type of situations. That's why I get upset at a lot of the fighters because I feel like they don't even realize how much buzz they making. Even when you take a guy like Andre, right? Demetrius Andre, he's got a buzz. And you take two twins and the Charlo twins, you got two champions that are twins. Why ain't these dudes making super dope? And why ain't they bigger than what they are? Like you could really push that shit. I just look at things different now. You know what I mean? So you gotta be keen on what you're looking at and what your worth is and what you produce.
Well, how do you feel about like the YouTube boxers? Because wouldn't you say they're kind of doing that in a sense? Like, look at Jake Paul and look at what he's doing.
Yeah. With a tenth of the talent, just just using their head to promote themselves to do what they need to do, and
Yeah, and
then
he's put
getting
it
that
on
big.
shows on like Thriller and all these different I mean, he has DAZN and stuff now, but or
Right.
Showtime is backing him
I'm
now,
not.
but
I'm not mad at that. What I'm mad at is the supernatural athletes that don't get that type of money. They not realizing what their worth is, but unfortunately, the people around them and the sport around them don't recognize it. You understand? So I just look at it differently. I look at it different. I look at all of it differently. Like when I see a guy like Shakur Stevenson, I'm like, what a shame. Because this dude is gonna be something, but why is it taking so long for the public to understand what they see?
yeah, but This is where I'm different as far as that mindset goes. Because you got to understand, boxing, if we're talking about strictly boxing, right? Of course, you got guys who are technically gifted. Case in point, Terrence Crawford. But he can't sell for shit because he's boring as hell. So here's the thing. I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, you've got to have the ability of marketability. You got to be able to market yourself. And if you can't, then no matter how talented you are, if nobody wants to watch you, then you're not a commodity. In order to be a commodity, you've got to get more skilled past the ring. So a guy like Jake Paul, who built himself before boxing, in my opinion, he deserves everything he's getting over boxers who are way more talented than him because he can put that many asses in the seats. That's his technical ability. To put
that's his niche.
So that's my thing. Like,
my point is, Tony, is that if you look at it from that perspective, and who would you rather see fight? You yourself. As a boxing fan, right?
No. But me and you, we would rather see Shakur fight. But here's the thing. We are the minority when it comes to somebody like Paul. Right. You can bring Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube all over, TikTok all over, and he's gonna have the biggest fights because of that.
Right. But that goes by the concept of the public.
Right.
Right. And which I understand. I completely understand it. I'm just saying it's sad that the public doesn't know what they're looking at. And the public is purchasing something in the main event that isn't remotely nowhere near what this is. And they don't know what they're being served. They're just putting a brand over the top of it, so they purchase it. Like if you was to purchase some jewelry, you could get the same shit sometimes at a kiosk as you can get at K's Jewelers, but because K's has a name, it's still 14 karat, or you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that the quality isn't the same, but at the same time, I purchased a diamond. You know what I'm saying? I purchased a diamond. The diamond is perfect in what it is, but it's a lab diamond.
Well, this goes back to Tony's earlier point as well, that boxing is just not as well, boxing in the sense that as us as fans watching it is not as popular anymore. If you walk down the street and ask who the heavyweight champion is, nobody's going to know.
No, not anymore.
Very rarely. And there was a time back in the 90s, people actually knew Mike Tyson was a heavyweight champion of the world.
Right.
People knew that, but that's not everyday knowledge now.
No, it's not. It's not. What I'm trying to say is the lack of knowledge, and then people who put in the effort to be involved in the sport and jump on a panel and say, well, Deontay Wilder is this, or Tank Davis is this, or Ryan Garcia achieved this, and it's like these are all talented fighters, no doubt about it. But these guys are nowhere. Well, this dude would wipe the floor with Mike Tyson or Sugar Ray Leonard. You don't know what you're talking about, and I'm like, you haven't even studied. You don't even know what you're talking about.
But here's something, you can disagree with me if you want to, but let me make my point. Here's the problem. Let's go back to Jake Paul. Jake Paul is fighting better opponents than the top tier boxers are. Now let me unravel that and make it make sense. Jake Paul is fighting guys that should be able to beat him. Tyrone Woodley should have been able to beat him. Anderson Silva should have been able to beat him before he fought anybody. Nate Robinson, everybody thought he would be able to beat him because he's an elite NBA player. He's fighting guys that going into the fight, people believe he will lose. Boxers at the top level, your Shakurs, your Earl Spencers, your Boots Ennises. If you want to go for all the young guys, right? Even your Tyson Furys against Chisora, they're fighting guys they're going to beat, and people know they're going to beat them.
Right.
You got to look at boxers no longer take risks. They no longer take 50-50 fights. They no longer.
But that's a fact. That's a fact. for most fighters. Yeah, and you telling nothing but the truth. But here's the truth that you're not telling while you're saying that. The truth of the matter is you take every name that Jake Paul has fought, right? How much money were they making before they fought Jake Paul?
I mean,
These guys were, I mean, they did relatively well. I mean, well, Nate Robinson was a multimillionaire as a basketball player.
Okay.
And
I'm
then
just saying, how much money are they making at that moment?
the fighters he fought were all retired, so I have no idea. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is this. Let's just be honest. He not supposed to beat them dudes.
Well, I mean, we can also look at it as he's a young man with an unlimited amount of money.
Right.
So he's going to have enough time to necessarily train to beat on, guys who are now 38 plus, pushing 40 plus year old men.
True.
So,
that's true.
And he's a young man in his prime physically.
But let's also be honest the other way as well. He also got the money to make him say, hey, you ain't gonna make this money nowhere else right now. And if I keep winning, it's gonna be a money train.
We're not gonna do that.
Oh yeah, we're not gonna do that. I'm just keeping it 100 though, all the way.
You're not, because here's the fact.
Yeah, I am.
No,
hey. Okay, so you think Anderson Silva gonna pull a $2-3 million deal?
Let me say this.
All right.
Listen to me. He offered Tyron Woodley his entire purse if he lost. If he got knocked out, he was going to give Tyron Woodley his entire purse. Now, we can look at what Woodley made in the rematch where he got knocked out, and it was much less than he would have got if he would have knocked Jake Paul out. So financially, that makes no sense. We know what he made, and we know what he could have made if he won. We also know Anderson Silva in the last fight did everything he could do to beat Jake Paul. And had he not got dropped in that 8th round, Jake Paul would have lost that fight. So this notion, this idea of Jake Paul is paying people to lose is bullshit. I don't believe it at all.
Don't. You ain't got to.
Bro, you can't.
That's what. Hey, that could also be the reason why Jake Paul is so big. Because you don't want to believe it.
No, I know.
That's fact.
You have watched enough fights to know what a real punch looks like when it lands. And I know he really slept Tyron Woodley. I know he really knocked down Anderson Silva. I know that.
Hey.
And Ben Askren and Nate Robinson.
And Nate Robinson. It all looked good. Yep. You damn right.
The problem is a lot of people have with Jake Paul is they don't like him because he was on the Disney Channel and he was a YouTuber.
I don't dislike it.
People want to see him lose. That's why he has the numbers that he has.
That's another thing. He may even be talented.
Let me finish.
I'm just saying.
I'm not saying you personally. What I'm saying is a lot of people see that he was on Disney. A lot of people see that he was a YouTuber, and they just assume because 1 + 1 should equal 2 that the man can't fight. But what they don't know is the motherfucker was already a natural athlete. What they don't know is he was damn near state in wrestling. What they don't know is he's been working out for years on weights. What they don't know is, like Prodigal said, he has unlimited money to be with the best trainers 24/7, nonstop training for boxing. Like, I'm sorry, like the dude has a natural ability.
It's true. It could be true. Right. I'm just saying. Hey, man, what do you think? What do you think he would do in there with a Canelo?
That's stupid. Let
Right.
me tell you why I want to. Why is it stupid? Because when Canelo had as many fights as Jake Paul, Canelo wasn't fighting a Mayweather. He was fighting cab drivers.
It's a fact. That's a fact. Why? But you didn't answer my question.
What do you mean?
For as big as he is being a boxer as of now, right? Well, Jake Paul could probably beat this guy. That's what I got casuals telling me. Well, Jake Paul could probably beat this guy. I even seen one on there saying, do you think, I think Jake Paul could beat a prime Mike Tyson. He has the attributes to be a prime Mike Tyson.
Bro, nobody.
And I'm, but dude, You believe that he's beating all these motherfuckers?
He is beating those motherfuckers. But to say that
There
he's
you go.
trying Mike
There you
Tyson,
go. There you go. There you
people are
go.
trolling you.
There
They
you go.
trolling you. They trolling you.
No,
Look,
they ain't trolling me. I don't buy none of it. To be honest with you.
Jake Paul, whether you want to admit it or not, for the level he's at, he's beat better
Not
opponents.
what I want to admit. It's not what I want to admit.
I'm telling you, Jake Paul, you can name any fighter that you want to name, and Jake Paul has beat better opponents than they did. Because here's the reality: Jake Paul had one amateur fight before he went pro. He should still be an amateur. He shouldn't even be a professional fighter. He should be an amateur fighter. If you take any guy with only 7 total fights in the amateurs, Jake Paul is leaps and bounds above anybody who's ever done it. Period. There's no argument. There's no discussion. That's just the reality of the fact. The guys that he is beating are way beyond what anybody in the amateurs would see with 4, 5, 6, 7 fights.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. What I'm
Three
trying to
former
say is,
UFC champions. Three former UFC champions.
you take into account the dude got a good punch. That's clear as day. He can punch. He got some skills. That's clear as day as well. You put him in with, you take a Tiafimo who's drinking his own Kool-Aid, right?
He would not
same size. Tio's last opponent or his opponent prior. Same size. Is it even competitive?
No, because
all right then.
If Tio was the same, but that's
no. I'm just saying. I didn't even say Tio. I said his opponent.
No. This is the problem. What you're doing is expectation versus reality. The reality is no. Listen to me. The reality is what Jake Paul is fighting. That is the level that he is at. The expectations is because he sells all these pay-per-views, he should be able to fight Canelo. Well, that's not the reality.
No. I didn't say Canelo.
No,
I said you take two opponents to Teofimo Lopez, who's on a downslide because of his mind, whatever.
You said blow him up.
Right. You blow him up. You blow his last two opponents, right, to the same size as Jake Paul, and they come in to really fight.
He would lose. Here's what you're not. But
that's what I'm trying to say.
But it's not comparable because you're taking guys with 20 plus professional fights.
Right.
No, wait. The one thing that Jake Paul doesn't have is God knows how many amateur fights, and you're putting them in there against a guy.
Right.
Total fight.
Exactly. No. What I'm trying to say is, this is it's not his accomplishments that he's achieving at this moment, and the people that he's beating, because they're accomplishments for what they are and they sell, no doubt about it. I agree with you on that. But what is he making money off of now?
He's making money.
Who is he being compared to? That's what I'm trying to say.
What I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say, is anybody who said he could beat a prime Mike Tyson doesn't believe that. They're trolling.
I don't know, man.
They're trolling. There's nobody.
I don't know.
First off, Jake
those are probably also people who are his fanboys who are definitely trolling.
I have had boxing fans here on the YTBC that have been boxing fans for a while telling me how Deontay Wilder would beat a prime Mike Tyson. And I was just like, what the fuck am I listening to?
Deontay Wilder fighting Mike Tyson is more comparable than Jake Paul fighting.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is, is it? I mean, but what I'm trying to get at is that was 4 or 5 years ago. Now it's 5 years of even deeper bullshit. That's all I'm trying to say. It's just like it's getting ridiculous.
Look, here's what I know. Jake Paul tried to fight two boxers. Both the boxers pulled out on the fight. Pulled out. That's not his fault.
No, it's not his fault. I'm not mad at the dude for making money. I'm not mad at the dude for fucking competing. I'm just saying it goes both ways. So is he supposed to win these fights? judging on his experience? No. But let's keep the train going. You know what I'm saying? It's making money. Like you said, why would Tyson Fury fight AJ if he could just fight Deontay Wilder again? Right? Isn't that the same point you was making? So I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. I'm
No,
putting it out there.
no, because
If it's about the money, it's about the
no, it's
money.
not. It's not though, because what? No, that's the exact opposite of what he's doing. Do you
Oh
realize?
God.
No, no. Listen to me. Do you realize every fight Jake Paul has had, each fight after has been harder competition?
All right, man.
What you're saying is no. What you're saying is would be like Jake Paul going from just beating Anderson Silva, who is arguably the best stand-up fighter to ever be in MMA, who beat Chavez, who was a world champion in boxing not too long ago. So
Mm.
what you're saying is if Jake Paul was to go from him to fighting another YouTuber, it would be the same as Fury going back to Wilder for a fourth time. That's comparable. But what Jake
No,
Paul
what
is
I'm
doing is
saying,
the opposite.
what I'm saying is, it's for the money. That's it.
It's
That's
not.
all. That's all it's for. Yeah, you think this dude's pulling off some sort of legacy? You talking about a YouTube guy like what you all both said has the money to be in the gym to learn all the tricks of the trade. Put a lot more time in than a lot of other people because he got the money, the trainers, the shit that goes through with whatever. But that doesn't. Even if he is talented. He's not that talented. So what you're trying to tell me is when you see this man fight, you see all types of great footwork, great defense, great setups, him setting people up. You see all that shit?
What I'm
I
telling
don't
you,
see none of that shit.
what I'm telling you is for the level that he's at, every time I see him get in the ring, he looks night
He
and day better
improves.
than the last time.
He improves. Why
Right.
wouldn't he?
But
That's human. That's nature. Right.
when Canelo was 16 years old fighting cab drivers, nobody knew he was going to be a world champion. Nobody knew at the time he was going to be in there with
Right.
Mayweather.
But
Let me finish
keep
this.
in mind he was
Canelo,
16 years old.
right? But even at 18, when he finally turned 18, he was still fighting nobody cab drivers.
Right.
Nobody knew at that time.
And I
He was
was
the
flaming
one.
him then.
But listen, you have to build up. You have to gain experience. The dude's only 25 years old. I believe he's only been fighting for three years. At 25,
How much does he weigh?
he's cruiserweight, like 190.
He's 190. Okay. So do you think in 3 years of him continuing to do this, he could compete with a contender, a decent contender
In okay,
in cruiserweight?
let me put it like this. If he continues on the route he's on the same
Mm-hmm.
trajectory, and he
Right.
continues to look better and he doesn't plateau, then I would
Mm-hmm.
say maybe not in 3 years, at 28, being a contender for a world title, but I guarantee you, in 3 years' time, if he stays actively fighting, he could be a top 50 fighter in the world.
Money wise or a competitor?
No. Because here's the thing. Eventually, the rubber's going to meet the road, and he's going to get in there with a boxer with a 1-0, 2-0, or maybe a 5-1 record, and he's going to fight them. And if he beats them, then he's going to fight another boxer with a similar record to his. And if he beats them, he's going to, I'm telling you, they are building him. They are honing his skills. The dude, I believe, truthfully, I'm being honest with you, I truly believe he is taking boxing serious, and he believes he can be a world champion. I'm not saying that
The WBA just gave him a belt. If you saw that,
yeah, I'm not stressing that.
I
truly,
get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying.
believe if you give him 5 years from now, I know Cody's going to move up to heavyweight, but I'm just using him as the measuring stick. If Coley was still a world champion at cruiserweight 5 years from now, and Jake Paul continues to look like he's looking each and every fight, he'll fight him in 5 years. I guarantee you.
Well, when I see it, I believe it. When I see it, I believe it. And if you know, Uh, I know it's the way of the world, but I'm not a fan of that shit. That's
I
all.
mean, I'm gonna say that if Tommy Fury rolls a pad, pulls his pants
Who?
down,
Who? Tommy
Tommy
Fury?
Tommy
I
Fury,
don't even consider that dude a fighter, man.
but he
I
is.
think that dude is basically Jake Paul.
He's got a lot more experience than Jake Paul.
Doesn't mean he's any good. I mean, if that's the
Right,
fight
but
that
that's my
they
problem. That's
they
my problem.
attempting to.
That's my problem. 1-2. You were expecting Jake Paul to fight the Acolytes, the
No, I don't. What
but
I'm
you
trying to
are
say
because you're
is
saying
for
no, no,
the
no. Listen to me. You're saying that Tommy Fury is no good, and you believe he's the same as Jake Paul, but Tommy Fury is more proven in boxing than Jake Paul is. Why wouldn't that be a good fight for a guy who's never fought a traditional professional fighter?
I'm just saying that's not a fight that I'm interested in whatsoever. Regardless, I don't care who fucking
So
Fury's fighting
would you
or
rather
or Jake Paul's fighting.
would you rather him fight James Smith that nobody knows with a 1-0 record?
I could care less who the motherfucker fight. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And the reason why but what I'm trying to say is it may be bringing more eyes to boxing, but what type of eyes is it bringing? And I understand it brings more money, but it kind of loses the essence of what boxing's about. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I
Yeah,
just
like that's all I'm not mad at the man making money, and I'm not mad at the man all eyes on him. God bless him, man. Shit. If he know how to sell a fucking fight, he could do it. If he knocking out motherfuckers he shouldn't be knocking out, God bless him. That's a great thing. It's just not, to me, it's not a, but I'm in a minority. That's fine. I could be in a minority, but I'm not gonna stop
I just
fucking dropping
I
my
just
opinion.
no, I'm
The
not
fuck?
saying you
It's a
should.
free country.
I'm not
Like,
saying you
yo, this
should.
dude is hot
I'm just
horse shit.
trying. I'm
Go
just
ahead.
trying. I'm just trying to give you a different point of view because every fight he has, the opponent that he fights is better than the last. Every single fight he has had, the next opponent has been better than the last. Now, if the professional boxers did that, then boxing may still be at an all-time high, but they don't.
Right. They
Pro
don't.
boxers want
And
to
that,
fight
and
guys that they know they can beat.
that's a fact though.
The
You're right
reason why,
about that.
look, as much as you love him, Beevil, the reason why Canelo went for Beevil versus Better Beef is because they knew there was no chance Beevil was going to knock him out. They knew that they could go for a guy who only had one belt versus a guy who had three belts because he wouldn't get knocked out. That's why they picked Beevil because they thought it was the easier fight. Whether you feel like it was or not is irrelevant. The fact is, they knew there was a strong possibility that if Canelo got in there with Better Beef, he would have been sleeping on the mat, not getting outboxed, but fucking sleeping. That's
But
why.
that's the point that I'm trying to make. It's irrelevant to you what I think. And it's relevant to me because I made big money off of it. So, well, I could have made more, but it wasn't big money, but it was a decent amount of money for free. Basically, it was free money to me.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say is, when you got a competitor that takes on a super hyped guy, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that fucking Canelo can't fight and he ain't competitive. I'm not knocking Canelo whatsoever. But this dude's style is all wrong for Canelo. It was gonna be a problem. And if he made an attempt to stop Canelo, I'm pretty sure that could have been quite a good possibility. So they just thought this dude was gonna go in there and spar with Canelo, and Canelo was gonna be able to counter this motherfucker, but they didn't realize that this motherfucker was his footwork was too damn good and he had quick hands.
One,
But
two.
Canelo is competitive enough to avoid the shots. So he avoided a lot of big shots, but at the same time, this man knew when he went in, he made it so definitive that it wouldn't have mattered if he got stopped or not.
One, two.
Everybody knew he got his ass whooped.
1-2.
What?
What builds your legacy more? Winning one belt, or I said three, but at the time he only had two. Winning one belt or winning two belts?
absolutely going for the better BF fight.
Right.
Absolutely going for the better BF fight.
So,
But why you think that they didn't want to put him in there because they put him in with Bivol because they didn't think he was gonna get knocked. They didn't think he was gonna knock him out. No, I think they put him in there for different reasons. I think they put him in there with him because number one, he was the smallest light heavyweight that was out there. Number two, he was quote unquote boring. So they figured that this boring motherfucker who plays safety first, that's what they bought into, that this dude was gonna just whip his ass. But the reason he was playing safety first is because he's competing with guys that was bigger than him on a regular basis. Now you're putting him in there with a guy his own size. And I don't care what anyone says, them motherfuckers walk around outside the ring at the exact same weight.
1, 2. You kind of just proved my point of what I was saying. You just said it in your own words, exactly what
Go
I
ahead
said.
then.
Like,
Well then, okay, we're gonna switch back. Go ahead.
No. You just said that the reason why they picked Beeble over Betterby is because he was a safety first fighter, that he was going to be very apprehensive to engage. That's my point. It's the safety
Right. I understand what you were saying.
That's my
But
point.
no, I got your point. What I'm trying to say is, I don't believe that that's exactly what. Like, I didn't believe that. That's why I bid on Beeble.
No, I didn't believe it either. I was right there.
Right.
You were like the only two saying that Beeble was going to beat the shit out of him.
Right.
Because
it was you, me, and Charles D, and I think oh man, damn, that's fucked up. Oh, and the Reaper. We were like the only four talking about that.
Right, because we knew Canelo's weakness and we knew what Beeble excelled at. And he excelled at everything Canelo was trash at. And then he's already taller, longer. And it wasn't, stylistically, it's just horrible for Canelo.
But Tony,
regardless of what you or I thought, what I'm saying is, and you kind of said it in a way, the Canelo camp thought it was the safer fight.
Right. They felt that they actually thought he was going to win.
Right. That's my point.
I get what you're saying is, how can he win if he gets knocked out?
No, what I'm saying
fighting
is,
better, yeah.
No. What I'm saying is even Canelo, a top boxer, went for what they thought was the easier match.
Right.
Whereas Jake Paul is fighting guys who should be able to beat him. He's not taking the easier fight. Every fight he fights is a harder fight than the last. That's my point. No, he's not.
Right. He's excelling. He's excelling. I get what you're saying, but we don't agree on.
My only point was, if the boxers at the top were doing what Jake Paul did, right, we would have already have got Terrence Crawford versus Earl Spence. Then we would have got the winner out of that fight in Boots Ennis. Then we would have got the winner out of that fighting Rashidi Ellis. Or we would have got Rashidi Ellis fighting Boots Ennis. We would get the best guys fighting the best guys because they're fighting a harder challenge their next fight.
I understand your point. I definitely understand your point. Matter of fact, if we was getting that shit, nobody would be paying attention to Jake Paul.
Exactly. He wouldn't exist.
Right. In the boxing world. And if he was doing it and following through, he might get a little shit, but he wouldn't be as big as he is in the boxing realm.
I don't think he would even look. If this was 90s boxing, Jake Paul couldn't even exist in boxing.
But here's what I want to know. Off subject. Let's just change the subject for a minute because we agreeing to disagree.
Hey, we're gonna do that, and then I gotta go to bed soon.
All right, cool. Me too. So how do you see the Bivol better be a fight happening?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even know if the fight actually happens.
No, I'm saying if it does, how would you envision it?
I looked at it a lot different if it would have happened this year, like it was supposed to, versus now it's going to happen in 2024. At the earliest, 2024.
All right, how would it go? How would it go if it happened this year?
I have better be beating him. I think the issue is everybody gets so caught up on his power. But the
Mhm.
thing with Better Beef is he's very technical. He
Yeah,
doesn't
very.
wing shots like Deontay Wilder. He
Mhm.
doesn't go looking for the knockout. He literally just gets the knockout from putting punches together because he's so
Mhm.
heavy-handed.
Heavy-handed. Yeah.
He's a guy, unlike most power punchers, who's going to go in there and he looks for touch. He'll throw soft punches, little pitty patter punches, then he'll hit you with
Mhm.
power. So he never
Changes up speeds. Yep, he does.
So I think Better Be if anybody can beat Beevil in light heavyweight, the only one that can do it is Better Be. And I think Better Be is technically better than what people give him credit for. And
He
because
is.
he's technically better, I think he can touch Beevil. And whenever he starts to touch Beevil, I believe Beevil is going to slowly erode like every single other person
Mhm.
who gets touched by him. There's a
And he's a lot smaller than his Better be his opponents as well.
yeah, but I don't know if the size factor when it comes to Beevil is
Mhm.
really a hindrance because it could actually be good for him because the smaller you are, the harder target you are, the more
Right.
space you take up, the easier you are to hit. So I
Right.
think it's actually beneficial for Beevil to be on the smaller side because it's going to give him more quickness,
Mhm.
something that Better Beef's not used to. But
Right.
I just
They're actually about the same dimensions, if I'm not mistaken.
no, we're talking about weight.
Nah.
Weight.
Bivol
I
probably
think
like an inch taller because I think Beterbiev is only 5'11 and
but
Bivol's 6
Turbiev's
feet.
a much bigger guy.
Oh, you
Much
mean
bigger
physically?
guy.
Yes, yeah, like
Yeah.
physically, yes.
Yeah, he's built like a fucking
He
statue.
he has zero fucking body fat, and Bibble has body fat on him. He's just a naturally bigger guy as well, and he's got good skills. He's very patient. He puts shit together. He times his shots. He's very good on the inside. He don't get the props that he should at mid range, and that's where he does most of his damage. He sets it up from the outside. He changes up speeds. He's good on the back foot. He got a lot going for him, a lot. But I still take Bivol on the fight.
So
I
I
still,
believe a good boxer beats a puncher every day of the week. However, I believe a good boxer who is also a good puncher can beat a good boxer. And I think
yep.
that's the style that we have. We have
Mhm.
a very good
Underrated,
very
underrated boxer.
right.
Right. Oh
And,
yeah, he is.
and
He is
that's
too.
why I think Beevil again, I don't think there's anybody else at light heavyweight that can beat Beevil. I think he runs through them all. He's already knocked off the other top dog, who was Joe Smith, that Better Beef just beat. I know Anthony Yard stands no
Ice.
chance against Beevil. Like
He
that was
iced.
embarrassing.
He iced Joe Smith though,
Yeah, I know.
and it was like a ass whooping. He just like mugged him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
I
Like,
agree.
I don't think there's anybody else at light heavyweight that can beat Beevil outside of Better Beef. The only thing is even though I've always said I believe Better Beef will beat him, by the time the fight actually happens, I don't know
It's
if Better Beef will be
it's
dumb
gonna.
enough to keep up with him.
Yeah. That's the one thing. See, with Bivol is he's always in shape. He's always game, and in the fight, this is the one thing that nobody talks about. He's always focused. And if you're getting off on him, he steals the moment every time. You land a good shot on him, he'll steal the moment, and then he'll move. He'll move, but the problem with B-Boy is occasionally he just lays on the ropes and he gives people opportunities and relies on his defense on the ropes. And he's got a good defense, but he ain't got a good enough defense for Better Bibb's offense at mid range and in close range. It's not a good idea. But Bebo got the stamina to stay off the ropes all night and shift on him. And Bebo also got the power to hurt fucking Better Beav as well. So I'll ride with the boxer. I'll ride with the boxer in that fight because I feel like Better Beav is gonna have to work just like Canelo. And I said that. I said what people ain't paying attention to is Canelo don't have to work through his fights. He poses sometimes. He'll sit there. He'll avoid a couple shots, and then he just kind of walks the guy down. You can't walk down a guy like Bivol. So you got to work to catch him. Now, when you work to catch him and you get off, and he blocks your shots, he steals the moment back, and now you got to steal it again. But he can do that for 12 rounds. Can you? And nobody made Canelo work like Bivol did. So and look at Canelo in the last couple of rounds. When you look at like 9, 10, 11, 12, you know what I'm saying? You could see the impact because he had to move all night. He don't have to do that with everyone else because all eyes on him. But if this dude getting off on you, you got to get your get back. And he keeps stealing the moments from you. You got to follow him. And so not only was he working with his hands and his head movement all night, avoiding the offense, he had to chase this motherfucker.
Yeah,
And
but
he didn't have it. And when you take into mind, this is another reason why I say B-ball beats him. This man is super chiseled every time he come in there. You don't see like an ounce of fat on this man. He getting older. So if he got to work like that and he's a 175 pounder, that also benefits people. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, if it would have happened this year, that's what we're going off of, not 2024 when it's probably going to happen. He's going to be 39 years old, coming in there against a guy who's 33 at the time, 34 maybe. I don't see that because he chased Marcus Brown down the entire fight, never tired.
Okay.
And seek and destroy against a guy who lived on the back foot in that entire fight.
Right.
Again, I don't think Marcus Brown is as good as Bivol because, again, I think Bivol is the second best guy there. I think comparing Canelo, who is a midget in light heavyweight, to Beterbiev is not the same. I think it's a good fight. It's not out of the realm of possibilities that Bivol beats him from range. I mean, it's a possibility. It's a strong possibility. It's the best with the weight class. I wouldn't say that this is a 90-10 fight where Beterbiev is just going to go in there and knock him out. I would have it, if I had to put it, I would say it's probably, in my opinion, a 60-40 fight for Beterbiev. But a 40% means that it's not that much. It's only 10%. 11% he needs to put in to win the fight. So
now I look at exact same opposite, 60-40 Bivol.
Right. So it's a very good fight. I've seen the power of Bivol. I've seen the footwork, and I've seen the power of Beterbiev, and I've seen his footwork. And I just think, like you said, Bivol likes to try to steal back the moment. It's in his character. It's innate. It's in his memory. He can't.
It's dangerous.
Right.
It's
Especially
dangerous.
a guy like Beterbiev. If he tries to get off the shots and Beterbiev catches him in between his shots while he's trying to steal the moment, it could be the beginning of the end for him. Because
but that goes the other way.
I don't think
if he can. Oh, you don't think he can hurt? You don't think he can hurt Beterbiev?
No,
okay.
I don't think
and you think if he hurt him, he wouldn't get him out of there?
If Bivol hurt him?
Yeah. You don't think Bivol would get him out of there? But I know if Beterbiev hurt Bivol, if Beterbiev hurt Bivol, I know he's gonna try to get him out.
Right. But here's the thing I'm thinking about. When's the last? It's been at least 3-4 years since Bivol has stopped somebody at light heavyweight. He couldn't even stop Canelo.
Right. Who stopped Canelo though?
Well, Canelo ain't fought nobody at the big boy weight class either.
Okay, but he was in there with Triple G. Triple G,
Triple G would get decapitated at 175.
I don't know. Triple G got a damn good chin and a damn good punch.
I'm telling you, you put
And he
Triple
fight at the same speed as them 175. He's a 175 guy at 160 because he's constantly in the gym.
I believe even like a Joe Smith, you put Triple G in front of Joe Smith at 175, he's going to sleep. I don't care how good his
I
chin is.
don't know about that.
He ain't
I
never
don't know
been in
about
there
that.
with them hitters. Like you got to
I
understand.
don't know about that.
Here's what you got to understand: the guys that he's fighting, when they get into the ring, they're maybe 175 pounds at the biggest. When you look at a guy like Joe Smith, Beterbiev, they're 190 plus easily.
Hey, I'll put it like this. Did you just said Triple G can't compete at 175 because the guy's too big, but he went him and Canelo went to 2 decisions, right?
Okay.
So Canelo moved up to 175 and iced fucking Kovalev. And
That means
Kovalev, well, let's just keep it 100. Kovalev may have been stopped at that point prior, but he avenged that loss, and he still hit hard.
wait a minute, 1-2.
What
He
up?
did just get stopped once. He got stopped twice. He got stopped by Andre Ward. He
Right,
got stopped by
right.
Alida Alvarez, who was
Yep,
very
a leader
inexperienced.
Alvarez.
Right,
Yep.
he was Alida Alvarez when he got in there with him was very
Mhm.
inexperienced,
Mhm.
and then he fought a very
Oh no,
inexperienced.
he wasn't inexperienced. Don't say
Yeah,
that because he had 3 people avoiding him at light heavyweight,
but
including he
Alida,
was training with people and they didn't want to fight him.
I got you.
He was number 1 contender and he was taking step aside money left and right because nobody wanted to fight him.
But listen to me. That may be true that people were avoiding him, but because he was avoided, like saying Andrade, his resume was flimsy at best. Like he hadn't beat nobody. He got in there, stopped Kovalev in his first step-up fight. He stopped the dude. Okay, Kovalev does avenge it. Then Kovalev goes on to fight a very extremely inexperienced Anthony Yard, who didn't even belong in a title fight, and he damn near got stopped.
And then knocked him out.
I understand, but what I'm trying to tell you is Anthony Yard was a D-level opponent when he got in there with him, and he damn near stopped him.
And he
Kovalev,
knocked him out with a jab.
I understand that, but again, he almost got stopped by a D-level opponent.
But I'm saying he's still a 175 pounder and he was still a dominant fighter at that point in time.
But he wasn't. He was already on the downslide. He was rolling
Okay, he
down
was on a downslide. But even if he was 80% 175 pounder as a champion, he still got stopped by Canelo Alvarez.
He did.
Did that not happen?
He did.
All right.
Any other if he would have fought Beterbiev at that time, if he would have fought Joe Smith at that time, all them guys that were right there knocking on the door at the time, all would have sparked them earlier, easily.
I don't know.
Levels on his last leg. He was half dead.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
What do you think? You've been quiet for a while, and
I've been just listening to the back and forth.
Oh no, man.
I definitely think Bivol's more of the traditional sort of Eastern Bloc type of fighter with a little bit more savviness. But as you said, Beterbiev is a boxer puncher, and I think being a boxer puncher, especially with a guy who can fight pretty negatively in Bivol, it pays dividends to have more pop. And I think, as you said, eventually, Tony, Beterbiev would just wear him down. Especially with those body shots, man. He's vicious to the body. And Bivol is more of a street puncher. He doesn't really... He has like stabby type punches. He doesn't really hit you to the body.
Oh,
like
he
heavily.
does.
Not heavily, not in the same way
body.
Beterbiev does.
No, absolutely not. But to make my point though, God, how many people you seen go to Bivol's body? And do you think that that was in the game plan to go to his body? You want to calm them legs down, right? But that defense is very good, and the feet are so good that he not there for them body shots. So what I'm trying to say is, if you throwing punches, it take more money. It take more fucking um energy to shoot a shot and miss it than to land it. So you constantly missing shots, and you trying to set up shots, and he ain't there for him, and he makes adjustments, and he's on the back foot. You throwing punches, and he's stabbing you to the body. He jabbing you. You trying to get in there. He's stealing it. You getting a little frustrated. You trying to set him up. Now you getting out of your game plan.
I don't know,
And
because
before
if
you
you
know
look
it,
at Craig Richards fighting him, Craig Richards did really well in that fight with
yeah,
Bivol.
Craig Richards is a very
And
long individual.
yeah, yeah. But at the same time, like let's say that was Beterbiev, and Beterbiev hit him on the gloves and stuff like that. I don't think he's going to be able to withstand that if he's on the ropes.
Nah, I don't think so either. Not for a long period of time. I don't think so either. I
So
don't
that's
think
what
he
we're
has
saying
money.
about the wear down.
Right.
He get
Oh yeah.
wore down pretty easily by that.
But what I'm trying to say is you got Beterbiev getting wore down too, because he's not getting punched. He not trying to get back right off the bat when he gets cracked. He's not
This
trying
is
to
also
lunge
assuming Beterbiev would be the aggressive fighter in this fight, because I kind of feel like this how that would play out. Beterbiev would be more of the bull in this fight, and Bivol's going to want to be the matador.
Maybe
However,
because Bivol walked down Zerto.
yeah, but he's not going to do that to Beterbiev.
Okay.
Yeah, if he does that, it's going to be
He
early.
could do that, but what I'm trying to say is he could do that too.
But
So,
he's
I
definitely
mean-
not going to walk down Beterbiev. That would be the wrong approach to this fight. If anything, he'll try to fight him like Canelo.
It would, but would it? I don't know. It depends. I mean, who goes right after Beterbiev with accurate shots?
Joe Smith.
No, Joe. I said accurate shot.
He tried to be accurate. He got the accuracy.
Yeah,
knocked
come on,
out.
man. Come on, man. What is his jab like? How does he throw a jab?
I
He didn't set nothing up. He didn't set nothing up that whole fight. Come on, be
being
real.
honest, if you want to, I don't think Bivol has enough pop behind his punch that if he came forward, he could even stop Beterbiev from getting off shots.
Right. Did we see a 168 pounder drop him and rock him where he was out on his feet?
Are you talking about Callum Johnson?
I believe so. And he couldn't punch like Bivol, or wasn't as accurate as Bivol. I'm just saying it was early in his career, like you said, but he only getting older, and I feel like his defense is good. I'm just saying if a motherfucker catch him straight down, like I think, what surprised me about Beterbiev is when he fought the other Russian dude. And the way he just went through that shit.
Before you jump over there, like I don't understand why people always bring up Callum Johnson, because Callum Johnson was known to be a power puncher.
Yeah, he's also a big dude.
At what weight though?
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on before you chime in. He was known to be a power puncher. After he lost to Beterbiev, he's gone on to win fights, and he's won those fights, I think, all but one of them by knockout. And that's his only loss he has. So to be like, oh, Callum Johnson did this, I would argue that Callum Johnson hits a lot harder than Bivol.
He does.
I don't know.
Because we got to also look at it this way, because Bivol is technically,
Didn't
in his
Bivol
own
have,
words,
like,
he said he's a 168 pounder. Just
but
he
didn't he
blown
have
up to 175.
Right, but didn't he have 15, 16 knockouts in a row?
That's also the thing. Beterbiev hasn't been in a lot of wars, per se. Like, because he's only had, 17 fights?
How many wars? How many wars has Bivol been in?
Wait. Who had 15 to 16 knockouts in a row?
Well, he had some knockouts. He had a streak.
Who?
Bivol.
Bivol's only got 11 knockouts to his name.
And where did they come from? In the beginning of his career, when he was just icing everybody, right?
No. Early in his career, when he was fighting nobodies. The minute he stepped up in competition, he couldn't get a
Uh-huh.
knockout.
He couldn't get a knockout. All right.
No, that's just the reality. Like I'm not throwing shade at him. He's a
Maybe
great
he wasn't looking for one.
Did he knock out John Pascal?
No.
No.
Did he knock
But he-
out Isaac Chilemba?
Nope. He was the first one to knock out the dude that Andre Ward beat, who only had one loss on his record.
I don't know. I just know like
Who was that? Who was that he knocked out? Who was 31 and 1? He knocked him out. The dude that was the Cuban kid. Oh, y'all erased that from your memory?
I don't know.
Oh yeah. Was it? What the fuck was his name? Was it Barrera? I forget what his name was.
Are you talking about Sullivan Barrera?
Sullivan Barrera. Yeah. He never been. It was Bivol that stopped him first. Nobody stopped him.
Isn't Barrera his last knockout he ever had?
Right.
Yeah.
It's been like 3 or 4 years since he stopped anybody.
And when did he stop him?
Like 3 or 4 years ago.
No. But I'm saying, when did he stop him in the fight?
It was like 3 or 4 years ago.
Right, but when did he stop him in the fight?
Are you
Late
talking
rounds?
about what round?
Yeah. 11, 12.
I thought it went like the distance, and he got like a late stoppage.
Right, he got a late stoppage, and then didn't he almost stop Joe Smith?
No, he never almost stopped him.
No, he didn't almost stop him.
No,
damn, that's crazy. I was at the fight. That's nuts that you say that.
No, that referee was nowhere close to stepping in and waiting that fight off.
No, so he didn't almost stop him, and dude didn't stagger back through his rope.
I didn't say that he didn't stagger. I never said that he did
in the
not
12th round when he almost knocked him out.
On Clear Street.
He didn't rock him and have him on Clear Street and almost stopped him in the 12th round.
No, he did not almost stop him. I don't co-sign with that. Joe Smith was not about to be stopped. It went 12-round decision. Yes, he got shots off with him. Yes, he hit him hard, but he was nowhere close to knocking him out.
All right, and what was he doing when he was getting punched? Was he punching back, or was he shelling the fuck up and folding?
He never folded. He did shell up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And he also, while he was shelling up, was still letting off shots. So,
I remember this. If the fight happens, we'll see, and maybe we could make a wager. Because I'd be more than happy to make a wager on that fight, and I've been telling you that, and you've been telling me that as well.
By the time this fight happens, it's going to be an irrelevant fight to make a wager on because it's not going to happen in 2024.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you.
What is Bivol's next fight, or what will be Bivol's next fight?
I don't. You know what? That's a good question.
No,
really?
Canelo's fighting John Ryder. I don't know who Bivol's fighting, but here's what I was going to say. Here's what you got to understand, 1-2. The fight's not going to happen for a year from now because Better Beef has been mandated to fight Anthony Yarde, to fight nobody wants to see. Then he's also been mandated to fight Smith right after it. Mm-hmm. He can't fight.
But doesn't unification trump Mando?
No, it doesn't. Not anymore because they've been stripped. They strip people left and right now.
Do you not think it would happen? Like, so let's say Bivol has a next fight in sometime in maybe March, or no, let's say February, and then he's supposed to fight Canelo in like May, maybe in the fall, 23.
You know what's crazy is both of these dudes want to fight each other, and Bivol though. He act like he's not even interested in fighting Canelo again. And Beterbiev wants that undisputed as well. And I think like what Tony was saying to prove, like to basically benefit the point he was saying was that's the fucking problem with boxing. Because that's the fight we want. And this for some reason, this is the fight we can't get. Even
I have another question too.
Do it.
Well, both guys have said numerous times that they just want to fight each other. Beeble said he doesn't want to fight Canelo again. He wants to fight Better Beef. Better Beef has said multiple times he didn't want to fight. Whenever Anthony Yarr was at the Joe Smith fight, he said after the fight, I don't want to fight him. I want to fight for Undisputed.
Mm. And that's one of the reasons I understand your point about, but that wasn't the point I was trying to make about why Jake Paul is so big. But yeah, I get where you're going with it, because that's the fucking sad part about boxing is like this the fight that we want to see. We want to see fucking Bivol and fucking Beterbiev. We want to see fucking Spence and fucking Bud. But I'm really getting tired of even talking about them motherfuckers. Like it's beyond.
Do you think if Bivol went down to 68 and beat Canelo and became undisputed at super middleweight, and then went back up to 75, would that adversely affect him if he was to fight Beterbiev there?
No, I don't think so.
But and this will be the last thing we talk about before I go to bed, because I've been saying for a while I got to go to bed. Here's my issue. At 175, I know without a doubt Canelo stands no fucking chance. He will lose 100 out of 100 times, and it's very possible that Bivol could stop him in the rematch at 175. However, while he is a small light heavyweight, I don't want to see him end up like Chad Dawson, who thought he could go to 168, and once he got there, he was done. And then because of that loss, Chad Dawson never recovered. His body never came back after that Andre Ward loss. I don't want to see people go to 168, drain himself because he thinks he can make the weight, and he can't, lose, and then Canelo gets all this fucking hype and credit for beating a guy who was half dead on the scale. I don't want to see it. I think it's a dumb fight. I don't think he should go down there. If Canelo really wants to get back, then he needs to come to 175.
That's a good point. And then by that point, with Beterbiev's age and Bivol coming back up, yeah, that's actually a good point by both of y'all. That then it almost becomes in popularity, it becomes it's a big fight, but in competitiveness, it can affect it. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point, because he's not getting any younger either. And Bivol, that's a good point. But on that note, I'm about to cut out too, Tony. Thanks for bringing it up, and it was nice kicking it with you, Chung. It was fun.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hold on. Before you go, Prodigal, you asked the question, which
Yeah, what's up, bro?
on the answer. So you answered the wrong question.
Which what are you referring to?
The Beaver going to 168.
I mean, like you threw in. I didn't even think about. I totally forgot about Chad Dawson. I thought that fight was at 75. I totally forgot that was at 68. Because I mean, if he was to become undisputed at 68, then I think by logic I think he loses his titles, or he'll lose his. No, actually, no, he wouldn't, because he has the WBA. Because if he has the WBO, they make you choose whichever title you have. So I don't think he would. But it doesn't matter since he has the WBA title, so he'll still be able to keep his title at 75 if he was to win at 68. But I don't know. I think it's kind of like a reverse Triple G, right? It's like Triple G went up, and then he tried, and it failed. But and also he's old. But in Bivol's case, he has the dimensions to. I think he can drop down to 68, as you said. Maybe he thinks he could do it, but I think he actually can do it. And I don't think it would adversely affect him if he just went back up to 75, because it's close enough weight that it's not so bad.
So let me ask you, do you think Canelo can beat him at 175?
No, I don't think Canelo can beat him at 175.
All right, so we've concluded that the fight will not be competitive at 175, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if Canelo beats his ass at 168, then where does Bivol go from there?
I don't think at 68 he would. I don't think he would beat him either, though.
I'm not saying whether he would or would not. I'm saying if he did. Okay, let's say this.
Well, he would still be the champion at 75, so he'll just move back up. I mean, and it would just be like he would at some point have to have a rubber match, right? Like they would have to do it again because it's like, okay, you got one on me, I got one on you, so we'll have to do it again. So he'll just move back up to his natural weight class, and then I guess fight on against Beterbiev or whoever.
Right, but my point is this: we concluded at 175, Canelo stands no chance.
Yeah.
If he loses at 168, that means the only reason why he lost is because he was weight drained. I don't like that idea.
Do you think he would be seriously weight drained at 68?
I know the last time they asked, Eddie brought it up about fighting at 168 after he beat Zerto. He was very against going to 168. He was like, stop, Eddie, stop, Eddie, stop. He stopped all that talk about going to 168. I don't know. What I do know is I've seen this before. I saw Chad Dawson, who was a small 175er, who actually used to fight at 168, say, oh, I could go to 168. And just because it was only 7 pounds, what he was thinking, he went there and looked the worst he had ever looked in his entire career. So maybe he can make it perfect.
But Chad is also like a way bigger dude. Like Chad was a big guy. Like wasn't he like 6'2" at 175 or something like that?
No, Chad Dawson was a string.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So like he's just a tall guy. So I mean maybe it was like a little harder for him to be at 168, but being like 6'2", 6'3", coming down to 68 when you're used to 75. But on the actual fight night, you're pushing like 190, whereas now you have to get to like 170 on fight night. Whereas Bivol, it seems like maybe to 1-2's point, maybe he just kind of staying around, 175, and then maybe possibly being 180 on the fight night.
I don't know.
Because even as an amateur, I think amateur-wise, I think he was a 168 pounder as an amateur. Oh, actually, no, 175. He still was, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
But I get your point because it's like you always want to be at the head of your weight class. You always want to be stronger for your weight class, so you always want to be at the higher end. And he's the strongest at 175. Why drop down for somebody, if you could be stronger at your own weight class? So I get your point.
My thing is if the consensus is there's no way you can lose at 175, why would you give up your advantage to where now you can possibly lose?
Yep. I think it's just because of the titles, right? It's the illusion. It's the mystique of I can be undisputed at another weight class. And then, if I actually do pull that off, it makes not only does it make my resume look better, but it also makes me look even cooler if I can become undisputed in 2 weight classes. And then I have the whole kit and caboodle. I have all the belts that I could possibly ever want.
Yeah, I can see that point of view because you could potentially be a 2-time double undisputed. Doesn't look like the Spence Crawford fight's going to happen.
That would be he would be surefire Hall of Famer if he was to do that.
He would be the first one in the 4-belt era to be undisputed in 2 weight classes. However, here's the other part that I don't like. I know how the Canelo fans are, and I know they believe this dude walks on water like Jesus. And I also know that if he beats Bivol, he's going to get all the credit in the world as if Bivol was not weight drained. As if he beat Bivol at 175, he's going to get that type of accolades from it. To me, Canelo is a good fighter, but he's not elite. He's a good fighter, but he's not elite. He's smoke and mirrors. I've always said it about Canelo. I see the same chink in his armor, which Bivol exposed. I thought he lost to Austin Trout. He got schooled by Mayweather. I thought he lost to Lara. I thought he lost to G. The rematch, I thought it was a draw. And the WBC belt should have never been on the line whenever he fought Smith, because it should have been up for grabs with Benavidez, who was the two-time champion. I've never seen in the history of boxing where a champion loses the title on the belt, wins the fight, and they don't get to fight for the belt again in the very next fight. Only for Canelo did that happen so he could avoid Benavidez, who was arguably the best guy outside of Canelo at 168. So the dude's all, in my opinion, he's a good fighter. Don't get me wrong, but he is no Mayweather. He is no Manny.
No, I know. I'm with you. I 100% agree. I think he's a little bit smoke and mirrors, and there's the mystique of who Canelo actually is versus what he actually does in the ring. You know, I've seen his fights too. Like I've been to a fight of his, and Rocky filled in, and it. Oh my gosh, it's real smoke and mirrors.
And that's my thing. But if he beats Bivol at 168, he will get all the credit from the media, from his diehard fans, as if he did it at 175. It won't matter that Bivol had to come down and wait and then lost. All that's going to matter is Canelo got the win, and that's it.
So should he just force Canelo to fight at 175 again, or?
I would. I mean, unless he just needs the money. I mean, money's a hell of a motivator. So if he needs the money, then by all means go do it. But if I was him, I'm the one with all the bargaining chips. Like I beat you. You lost to me. I'm not gonna chase you. If you want to fight me, you're gonna come to my backyard. Fuck it, I'd be an asshole. I'd make them do that shit in Russia.
Yeah, that's not. They can't have that happen right now. It's all blackballed, so that's why they won't even, he can't have the Russian flag on his trunks or anything like that.
I know. That's how much of a dick I would be if I was them. If you want to beat me, you're gonna fight me in Russia. Right now, we won't have this fight in Moscow. Or you're not gonna fight.
But Canelo's still the A side. That's the thing. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Bivol is hard up for money, then he'll do it. But if he's not hard up for money, then I wouldn't bend at the knee for anything Canelo wants. I would control everything because it's Canelo that needs to save face, not Bivol.
Well, does he run into the same, like, how's it to kind of go full circle now? Does he run into the same thing? Whereas, like with Ryan, does he need a tune-up before he fight Canelo again?
Who, Bivol?
Yeah.
Oh, if it's at 175, I think Bivol could he could retire from boxing like Tyson Fury, come back after 3 years and still whoop his ass.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there are levels and there are weight classes, and Canelo is well beyond his level and well beyond his weight class when he gets in there with a guy like Bivol. It's just he's not good enough to compete with him. It's going to be rinse and repeat, no matter how many times they do it, no matter if Bivol's coming off a long layoff or he's actively fighting. I don't believe Canelo can compete with him. I really don't think Canelo can compete with any of the top guys at 175. I think he gets knocked out. And that's what I was trying to tell 1-2 Kid. That's, in my opinion, why they picked Bivol over Better Beef, because Better Beef would have slept him.
Well, I think also to your previous point, why we brought up Callum Johnson was because that's when people thought Beterbiev was at his weakest, when he got dropped by Callum Johnson. So that's when Canelo was looking at him like kind of food, because it's like, okay, if Callum Johnson, who, is a nobody, quote unquote, can do that to Beterbiev, look what I could possibly do to him, just like what I did to Kovalev. So that's when it was looking like he was looking like food, and people were saying, oh, Beterbiev might be on the slip inside the downside of his career, but clearly he's changed that narrative a ton. And
Yeah,
now it's
yeah.
kind of going to be a litmus test with Anthony Yard. I think he's going to easily handle Yard, but this will be the litmus test to see. Because I think what would happen is if Yard looks good in the Beterbiev fight, I feel like Canelo might pull a carpet over our head and actually challenge Beterbiev.
The only issue that I have with this fight is Beterbiev age, and he's coming off an injury. Had he never been hurt, I wouldn't be apprehensive about who wins this fight. But in my honest opinion, when you're not injury prone and you start to get injured and you're up there in age like he is, that's not the best of time.
Yeah, especially for your back, because your back is that's a big thing.
Yeah,
Especially at that age, yeah.
But that's the other thing. Like, if he's 100%, he beats Anthony Yard bad. Like bad. Like it's going to look worse than Joe Smith. But
I'll give him 5 rounds. I'd say he can handle it, maybe 5 or 6 rounds. If I'm generous, 8. I don't think Anthony Yard will make it to a full 12.
If Beterbiev is 100%, I would not be surprised if this shit ends in the first round. Honestly, I think he could. I think he can knock Anthony Yard out in the first fucking round because Anthony Yard likes to come forward and he doesn't have the best of defense.
That's what I'm saying. If you saw his last fight, he was getting pieced up by that dude who, for all intents and purposes, should be getting off like that on the Yard, but he did.
Right. And that's the thing. Like if he comes into the first round like he does with no defense and tries to trade, I could see it ending round 1. But again, I don't know what condition Beterbiev is in coming off this injury. I have no idea. There's no way to know until he gets in the ring. And if he's not 100%,
not only that, but I mean, he's also contending with Ramadan, which you fasting. So that's also another thing too.
Yeah, there's that as well. But I mean, at the end of the day, if Anthony Yard wins, it's an easy undisputed for Beeble. He'll walk into it.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for him, yeah. But I mean, well, he would have to fight Callum Smith, and there's no guarantee that Yard would beat Callum Smith.
Oh yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, Callum Smith really good at 175.
That's what I'm saying. So it's sort of like, it can go one or two ways because then if he gets past Yard and he has to fight Callum Smith, I mean, say what you want about him in the Canelo loss, but still, at 75, he's looking pretty, challenging. So, and he's a big dude too. So I don't know if he would be a better big man fighting Beterbiev than Joe Smith was, but
I would say this. If Canelo fought Smith 175 is a completely different fight.
Yeah, I think so too.
But let me know. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for having me again. Thank you for the panel. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, my brother. You have a good rest of your night or morning, I should say.
Rest of the morning. You too.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
All right, guys. On that note, we're going to end the stream here. For all the people who catch it on playback, don't forget, hit the thumbs up. I always forget to say it while the stream's going because we just talking. But y'all have a good night. I'm tired. I'm going to take the shower from working out, and I'm going to pass out. So again, y'all have a good night.